contact?
Could have other things, perhaps. Contact, maybe, foul play, maybe contact. Yeah.
Does it? Because I used to play union.
Oh yeah.
This is kind of it's like sevens mixed with.
It's thoroughly different. It was invented in Australia by a rugby league coach who wanted his players during the off season to stay fit but didn't want them to get injured. So it's entirely based on rugby league.
It's fast. It's really
But it is, and it's one thing we have to keep saying to new players at home. Forget everything you know about union. It is practically irrelevant. Apart from the shape of the ball, that's about it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's completely different.
And it has a few differentiators from league as well, but it is directly torn out of that.
Right, awesome.
I've got it on my iPad tonight. Okay. What's your language? Enjoy the show.
Will do. Is it expected to rain today?
Yeah. Cans again.
Well, I'm not going to lie. It's looking rough, and I'm like, I won't have time to do it whilst it's not raining.
Getting late, but I don't mind. Oh!
To be honest, you could be anywhere.
Morning.
Morning, bud. You alright?
Alright. You? Feeling good?
It's been a very long week.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's good. It's good.
Where's Chefs?
I've not seen him yet. I've seen him, but not.
It's all turned on anyway?
Yeah.
Alright.
You got to press your red button and then you're
It
up.
does.
This way. Girls, listen, I'm happy to talk to you guys. I'm happy to talk to players. I just don't want any kind of, like I want to make a decision.
Morning, boss.
Just to think about, okay, what the heck's going on here? Let me just get through my process.
Getting late, but I don't mind. Hey. Are we rolling? Oh, here he comes. Morning, Shepherd.
Morning, mate. How you doing?
Good, mate.
Good.
Back again.
Look at you then on time when
It's rare.
I'm running to the toilet.
I'm round time. Oh, look at this winger. Absolute
This guy.
embarrassment. Oh, shaking up for a big one.
We all good, Dan? How'd you put up overnight?
Not too bad, actually. Yeah, feeling pretty good. That ground's hard, but felt in the hips and the feet last night, actually. Really solid on the foot. I heard pitch 3's kind of nice and soft, so I haven't had a run down there yet.
Yeah, it's the one that looks the nicest, but it's just a long way. Because we've got the sub boxes painted on so that players aren't in front of the cameras.
Yeah.
Stick with it this way.
Welcome to day 2 of the 2025 British and Irish Cup. Things are finally poised here, and that's certainly the case in the men's Masters category that we are seeing first up on pitch 1. GB won the first game yesterday, Ireland took the second, so 1-1 after 2 games played. This game, crucial, not only for the series, but also for the direction of the British and Irish Cup overall. Both nations are still in with a really good chance of winning it. And Ireland, as they look for a 50-10 here, well, that could have been a huge statement start for them if the ball had bounced just half a foot to its left and gone out before the white cone. Alongside me once again for this first game this morning is Maddie Kennison, fresh after a good night's sleep following a 2-game victory for Ireland Mixed Open yesterday. Maddie, welcome.
Thanks, Ships. Thanks for having me back. Exciting day. I was back down there from Ireland. An exciting category I played against and with a few of these fellas in World Cups and Tumeki and British and Irish Cups over the years. So really exciting. It's my first time watching them this weekend. Lombardo and Brady Ed and Ken Liddy and Brian Clancy from the Irish. So it's going to be a really good tussle, one apiece. Looking forward to what happens next.
Well, we've already seen our first little bit of contact as Lombardo winning a penalty for GB when the gap was closed on him. If you don't know who Az Lombardo is right now, then you're probably new to the game of tag. He's the fella in the fluffy straw hat, just the other side of the centre of the pitch. Ireland now are the ones with the penalty and attacking just outside GB's red zone as head coach of GB Men's Masters, Maddie Picnic, makes the tag on the wing, and then Dara Kennedy runs it up to the line. Not much gain of ground on that occasion for Ireland, just feeling out this British defensive line first of all, trying to unlock the gaps and diving through there. The try is ruled out though for jumping, Maddie.
Yeah, I was going to say that if the ref didn't pull it up, that was a clear jump. Even jumping just before the line, before a dive for a try, it was always going to go against it. But it was good slide defence by the GB boys. Brady Ed on the inside applying pressure, and they've shut that attack down, and they've got to ruck out of their half and get a bit of field possession.
Yeah, Brad Erd back in GB colours for the first time since the 2018 World Cup. A long time between drinks for him as GB look to exploit the overlap on the edge here, and then Rhys Jones decides to move back inside a little bit and just moving their way up towards halfway. Loose ball there. Lombardo picks it up, goes for the 50-10. That's just going to sit up, and that was so nearly a try for the speedster Kenny Hunt on the wing. If that ball had hovered in the air just a moment longer, Kenny had the pace to get there.
Yeah, really, really good finish to a set. Lombardo, 2-step bang run in the bottom corner, and a great chase there by GB. And now look, put huge pressure on the Irish coming out of their half, but with a 7-tag set, and he breaks the first. It's been good end-to-end, feeling each other out. I know they're probably pretty familiar with each other after yesterday. But 1-1 apiece. This is the most important game these boys are going to play this weekend. It'll really set the tone for the rest of the day. Miles O'Hagan, the ex-captain of the men's 30s in the last World Cup, spins it out to Sean. Another penalty there, pulling of the shorts. That's a really nice piggyback for the Irish here early in the first half.
GB are going to be concerned already with the penalty count. 3 early doors.
Yeah.
So Ireland's 1.
And I think a lot of people watching the game, whether online or here in person, they forget to the referees have a bit of jitters when they come into big games, and it's Simon's first game of the day, and he might be a little whistle happy. And Liddy straight through the middle. Lombardo safe as ever, chasing back to stop. There's a lovely little raid there. Mullins a dummy half, shoots wide to O'Hagan. O'Hagan right foot. Good tag there by Ed. Back to Mullen. Skip past O'Regan. Big Goosey. Dummy, pump short Bradshaw. I think there's a bit of blocking and a bit of contact. There was all sorts of things happening there.
Yeah, cool closing the gap there. Caught in 2 minds were Andy Inglis, the defender inside him, so they both went for the tag. Didn't leave a gap for the Irish attacker to run through. That's why there's the penalty. And another one in GB's naughty column. Bradshaw now just holds on to it, throws himself over.
There was a little indecision there on the first ball player in Ian O'Regan. And GB bit on the short side, just gave a little too much space for Bradshaw, quite good through the hips. Dives over for Ireland's first try this men's Masters, 1-0. Kick off here from Ireland. Good nudge off the toe, lovely power down the middle. GB recover. In the beginning of their ruck set, coming out from their half. Needs to be a big set here after conceding points. Good defence there by Kennedy. On the short side here, GB, taking a few extra metres. Kennedy again at marker. Back into the middle here, short side. Didn't have his tag on, so it's going to be called a tag, and it's called for the referee. Back to the middle, I'd say they'd be shaping a kick any time here. Leary goes wide to the speedster. That's good covering defence by Ireland. GB will look to go long here, put it on the toe. It's a big open side corner. Good nudge. Oh, it's a great bounce, he's going to get this. Oh, great recovery there from Ireland. Really, really good kick option. And Ireland are going to have to ruck it out from their own half. Good start, breaks the first tag, quick roll ball here. That's Blaze. Contact there from GB in the middle. Big dummy from dummy half to Clancy. That's a good defensive tag there by GB. Short side kick, good strike of the ball. Might be a bit too straight, and it is, it's gone over the try line. It'll be 7 tags for GB. Good set by Ireland, a little bit of tit for tat here, just trying to figure out who's going to take the ascendancy in the field position battle after that first point. And GB, really good start to their set. Up to the 20 metre already. A little bit of push and shove here in the middle. Tag made. Lombardo sweeps around to the short side. Here's danger. Good nudge again, a little too straight. The 50-10 kicks from both teams in the last couple of sets have been a little bit off the mark. Maybe the boys had one or two many Madries in the hotel last night. Haven't got their eyesight in just yet. 7 tags for Ireland. Again, coming off their line. Fancy with the ball. Captain, I believe. And he'll just take a single straight up the middle. Oh no, switch back. Reload. Lombardo's there as always to take the tag. The short side here to Alex Mullen. Good feet. They switch back inside. Play on. It's a loose ball. Bradshaw hits it. Cleans up the mess there. Ireland will be looking to get a couple of quick roll-ons here and get to their kick. Clancy's looked early. Straight, but it's got him out of trouble. It's a good chase too, actually. This is interesting. It's taken a nasty bounce for GB. They're going to start their set well inside their half.
Yeah, good commitment there from Kevin Johnston to get all the way back and put the pressure on Benny Picknett in that deep corner. And now it is the birthday boy, Gaz Roach, on the ball and distributing out. He's going to be involved once again and runs straight into Sean Collins.
Lovely milking. The Oscar goes to Collins. He put himself in the line of fire and got away with that one. Sometimes it's a little bit of tag IQ that gets the 50-50s there, and he's got the chocolates there, Collins, and Ireland are on the attack. They're 20 out from the GB line.
Not the birthday surprise Roach would have wanted.
I'd be going the other way if I was Ireland. I wouldn't be attacking the side of Ed and Lombardo. The amount of experience then of playing together on an edge in World Cups have been over. I'd be spreading here right to left. Late switch. Mullen with the ball. Couldn't hang on to it, but I think he's called the tag anyway.
Yeah, Roach, I think, got in there to make the tag first, but he's taken a bit of a knock to his head as he's done so.
Got a bit of a stray elbow there by Alex Mullen, accidental. Hang on to the ball here, and the ref's just going to call a tag. Hopefully Mr. Birthday Boy doesn't have a souvenir to take home on his melon. And I'll want a couple more tags up their sleeve to try and take this lead to 2-0. Clancy. Oh, lovely defence. It was a lovely, well-disguised play there. Bradshaw straight through the middle. To the short side, Mullen back to the middle. And they've got a big open side set here now. Bradshaw just takes a settle, and that's fifth. There's not lack of communication there.
Yeah, Lister and Tamura combining to make that final tag on Bradshaw. And not a bad place though for Ireland to end their set. GB having to go the length to do something here. Although Matty Pickett round the outside, if he's got anything to do with it, GB will be right up into Irish territory straight away. Robbie Burrows plays it in field, and then a nice little interlinking play in the middle. Sends Rhys Jones through a gap. Ireland have to scamper to shut it down. Tamura on to Ed. He's going to bring it back in field again, although the communication broke down a little bit. Tag was made by Bradshaw, so GB will hold on to that ball despite it having gone loose. Tamura. And Burrows trying to slice his way through, but this Irish defence much stronger since they closed down the run from Matty Pickett.
It's a good kick. A good cover. It's a lovely end to a set there. Didn't put too much pepper on it, so it didn't get a 7-tag set. Just enough to make it competitive and compete on that last. And Ireland again rucking off their line. A few little mistags there early.
Mullins in field. And GB up with a good defensive line there. Very little time afforded to the Irish attackers. Same here, struggling to find options. Well, they do well in the end, and now it opens up a little bit. Ed having to really chase back to stop Liddy there as he was starting to build up some pace. The kick comes in early and straight out. GB will be happy with that stop, Matty.
Yeah, very happy. It was a good set. They got to halfway. It was probably the wrong player there, took the wrong decision to take a kick. And look, it's come off the outside of the boot straight into the GB box, and Lombardo and co have the ball. Tag one on the halfway line, ready to have a strike attack into Ireland's half. Lombardo.
Oh, what a set from Lombardo, and he's still got time to distribute. Vinlowen to Burrows and on to Jones now. And working up this right-hand side, they bring it back in field, seeing what's open in the middle. Lombardo, he knows there's something on there. If they can get this ball moving quickly before the Irish defence is set. Tries to wind his way through past the left-hand side of the defender. Back to Gambles, the man from Wigan, and Vinlowen finds Inglis on the right wing, and that will be GB's opening try in this third game of the Men's Masters Series. Wow, they really upped the intensity there, GB, compared to the sets we've seen from them before, Matty.
And it started with, you know who, Mr. Lombardo, straight through the middle. He took the marker out, and O'Hagan took him left, took him back right, distributed early, didn't overplay his hand, and they capitalised on the back of that. A lovely little blocker shape out the back, and it was a 2-on-1 on the wing, and here we are. We've got a game on our hands, one apiece.
And what I loved about Az's break was, he beat the defender, but he was immediately there to take the quick roll while Ireland was still setting, and that was so important in that move, wasn't it?
Yeah, he did the hard work, and that's something we talked about a lot yesterday, that tag IQ, that he's beaten one, he's made 15, he's got his team on the front foot. There's no need to carry on with it. Slow it down, dish it on, get to dummy half, and carry on with the next couple of tags. It's just really smart play, and look, it's ended in a try, and all started with one little man, Lombardo. O'Hagan. Not a favourable bounce, and it's going to be a territory battle turned over, and GB have got the upper hand here. Taking first tag, just 6 out from the halfway.
Kim on to Lister, the Yorkshireman. Gaz Roach back on the pitch. Good to see that knock to the head. It's nothing serious. He'll have been checked out by the physios before returning to the field of play. Lister stopped just the other side of halfway by O'Hagan, and Lombardo going for the kick. That could be on for the 50-10, and he has. Kenny Hunt already there on the chase. He's very happy with that one.
Lombardo went off for half a set, got a drink of water, back on, touched the ball once, 50-10. And look, it doesn't matter which way you play it, he is the guy you've got to shut down from GB. Really, everything he's touched turned to gold, and I'd be double down on him here in this try line. Eyes on Lombardo.
I hope his farming career is successful as his tag one in that hat. Tamura trying to see whether he can just draw somebody out. Irish defence too wily for that one. Roach.
Oh, Falls to ground there. It was a nice little dummy bounce outside. It just passed, didn't hit the mark. It was a really nice set-up play too. They had a 2-on-1 again on the open side, and lucky, I think, Ireland there that there was a mistake made by GB, because they're really looking sharp when they get into this 15-metre mark to attack Ireland's try line. Liddy now trying to ruck it out. Flainer, Flaherty at half. Takes a small open side. Push pass to the winger. Oh, a bit of contact there. That could have gone any which way. And it's gone in the favour of GB, and Mr. Danger himself, Lombardo, has the ball. And again, just too smart for everyone on the field there. There'd been a penalty given for contact against Ireland. The winger hadn't heard the penalty call and went to mark it. Couldn't get back on side, and Lombardo, he just played what was in front of him, ran at the offside player, used him as a blocker, and carried down to the bottom corner, and 2-1 GB. And Lombardo's show has started, everybody.
I mean, people dream of being as gifted a player as that, but it's the fact that he's not only so gifted right now, he's been like that his entire career. He's done it at Opens level, he's done it at seniors, he's now doing it again for Masters.
Yeah, well, look, I dream of Lombardo like the rest of us do, and I always look up to him and I want to play just like him. And I remember playing against him in men's 30s when I first changed over, and it was a big topic of conversation for me as a coach and a player. When he gets the ball, if you can't tag him, hit him, because he's just so good. You've got to take him out of the game. He's an unbelievable player. Love playing against him, love having a beer with him. He's a champion of a guy and still doing it so many years later. Ireland trying to ruck it out here from their half. I say Liddy here is shaking to look for a kick. Bottom corner, 50-10. He's gone open side. Really good strike of the ball. Good cover there by GB.
Yeah, it's the two picnics back in the sweeper rolls, and in this instance it was Benny who was the man who got there, put his foot to it. The Wigan picks and goes, and now on to assistant coach Mike Vinlewin, finds Rhys Jones, who's instrumental in GB getting up the field last time as well. Vinlewin just dancing around, nothing coming from that.
Someone's missing a tag.
Play on.
Burrows is the man missing the tag that's lying on the pitch in front of Rhys Jones here, so GB called back for that, and it's going to force them into a kick here. Finlewin, it's not played at, so GB will have to go again. Jones, that kick could work out really well for him here. He's knocked it back and then collided with his own teammate. Ireland not wanting to waste any time.
I feel a little bit of a niggle building here in this. That last two sets, that hadn't the first couple of plays and sets, feeling each other out, rucking down, looking for field possession. But now there's niggle, there's feel in it. They've got one apiece. It's only a point in it. It's really going to be an exciting game here. Ireland
in this men's Masters side, they've been playing one another for the best part of 15 years. With a niggled.
It never stops. Here goes Liddy off the toe. He's going to double it. Oh, too heavy on the last, I think. Really good first kick, and he tried to back himself, but he was covered by two very fast wingers. He probably should have hung on to that and taken tag 4 and far out. So it's going to be 7 tags from GB from the centre. The birthday boy on the ball.
But it's showing with that kick by Liddy, Lombardo's performance so far. These teams are so closely matched that it could come down to a moment of individual brilliance by a single player.
And that's it. I think the first try for Ireland was really well worked. Smart little in and away by the half, put Bradshaw over. The second try by GB was just as good. Oh, little break up in midfield. Two both well worked team tries, and then the likes of Lombardo just used his smarts and got a single in, and Liddy's capable of doing that. Alex Mullen's capable of doing that. So it's another 50-10 attempt by Lombardo. He's sharp with the right foot now. He's shaking those Madries off, and he is on point. That's 2 from 2 from Lombardo.
And you've got to say, I mean, you were talking yesterday about if you've not got the momentum around halfway, don't go for 50-10. Obviously, GB had the momentum to get there, but Lombardo is still at standing start there. He's just got that skill level that he's able to execute. It's incredible. Yeah,
he's got it. And he's a really good sweet striker of the ball. Even if he's on the back foot, he can get it near thereabouts. And it's shown all double switch, short side.
Roach nearly sent through by Bentley, and Picnic will play this back infield to Mura again with his swerving run.
Big open side here, Lombardo at the back. Front door, Ed. Not playing rugby league anymore, mate. Bradley's got to be careful. He told me yesterday he got an injury from a massage during the week, so him running into contact like that, it could be all over for the old fella.
It looked like the two Irish defenders who were set before the contact, so that's why the penalty has gone against GB. It looked like they gave him a fairly soft impact. They,
they
cushioned
knew,
him there.
They knew Bradley's a bit soft in his old days, so they eased him into that one. Half time. There we are.
Well, a half-time score of Great Britain 2, Ireland 1. It was the Irish that scored first, and then GB have come back with 2 bits of As Lombardo brilliance. And a try on the right side by Andy Inglis in the first one, and then Lombardo himself in the second. So, unsurprisingly, just as with the series, the match very finely poised at half-time. GB with a 1-point lead.
You know where they kick it to the corner?
Yeah.
Like, so, what?
So, do you ever watch rugby league?
Not.
Okay.
Well, it's in Union now as well, isn't it?
To be fair, the 50-22. So if they're inside their own half,
Yeah.
and they kick it, and it goes out in between the yellow cone and the white, so
Yeah,
it's
so
10
22.
metres from the try line,
Mm.
something like
Yeah.
22.
Yeah.
Then the team that kicked it gets a roll ball, 10
Possession.
in, 10 out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, actually it's tap, 10 in, 10 out on, I think.
It means it's all position. It's all about position.
All territory,
The
yeah.
idea is
Because obviously you've got a certain amount of tries,
six
and then
tags to...
they kick it for position. Then.
Yeah, and it's also that thing of, because the defending team know that that's an option, they're going to drop people back, so then theoretically there should be 2 people in a defensive line, potentially that's an opportunity to result.
No, I just.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yeah, it's one of those things, you're like, but I swear they kicked it out. So
yeah,
why?
yeah, that makes sense. It's one of them. The more you know.
Yeah. How's the overall looking? Is he in front today?
Yeah, well, for the first time I can remember, if it had finished the way it was at the end of yesterday, GB were ahead, where I've never remembered us being ahead after day one.
Really?
It's always been like, got a huge amount of work to do.
Yeah.
Well, not a huge amount, but work to do in the second day. Obviously still work to do.
Do the 22s and the 50s count?
Yeah, so
that's
whoever
good.
won,
There was some really good games in the
got 1
22s
point
yesterday.
towards the B&I. Essentially they cancelled one another out because GB won women's, Ireland men's, and the 50s was drawn. So it's a point and a half each.
Ah, right. But that's good. I'm glad they're getting points because I enjoyed their games yesterday.
Yeah, they were really
The
good.
young'uns really went at it. It was really good.
And the 50s one here was a great game to
Was
watch
it, yeah?
as well. Yeah.
So the Ireland men's 22s won both,
Yeah.
and GB girls.
They won all 3 Irelands.
Oh, sorry.
GB won 2-1
Right.
in the women's, and then 1 draw, 1 win each in the 50s.
1 draw, 1 win. And are we doing a 22s mix? Is that happening?
No.
Nah. Because we did that last year, didn't we?
Yeah, we
For a game
the
or
final
something?
game it was mixed. Yeah.
Especially fast.
But and then there's 4 categories that are tied up coming into this morning.
Yeah, that's right.
Both
actually.
masters and women's and men's seniors.
Yeah. The women's masters or the women's seniors, how it's tied up so consistently for so long just blows my mind. I don't understand it.
No,
It's
it's
freaking
talking
mad.
about it's like you just love being the headline. You
Yeah.
love being the ones that get to come in at the end and get the glory. Here's trouble coming over.
Oh, there we go.
Just before we go again, they're all 20 minutes today, aren't they? All 20 minute half.
I got you.
Cheers, mate.
And we are back here at the British and Irish Cup 2025. Viewers from near and far in the men's Masters 40s category. We've got GV taking a 2-1 lead after the first half in a really, really exciting game of footy. 1 apiece yesterday, and poised to be a really interesting second half. There was a little bit of a Lombardo show in the first. And just waiting as Simon Owens, the referee, looks at his watch. Blaine O'Flaherty poised for a kick here. Looks like there's a good bit of banter out there between the boys, which is nice to see. And this game will really, really set the tone for the rest of the day. Whoever wins will be taking a 2-1 lead in the series. Some old veterans out here in the field. Miles O'Hagan, the ex-captain of the men's 30s. Here's a kick here from Blaine O'Flaherty. Ireland running on your screens left to right, down to O'Leary. It's a really good kick and a good chase. Could have been a penalty there, hung onto his shorts a little bit too long. And GB to old man Ed. Still good on his feet for the old fella. Tag there by Ross Wynn. Good tag there. Line speed's been pretty good so far from Ireland. Oh, it's a little semi-break here by GB up the middle. Good shot by Alex Mullen. Really good read. But it's going to be a penalty there to Ireland. Oh, to GB, apologies. Oh, show and go. Double late switch. Good speed up the middle. O'Hagan, great cover. And GB have set the tone here for this set. Already over halfway on tag one after that penalty. And running hard up to the middle. O'Hagan making two. Really shutting down that middle and cover defence. He's got to push open side now. Good tackle. Really good tackle there by Barry Cahill. And I think that should go against Ireland. Yeah. Look, there's a little bit of contact in tag, but that's a little bit too much. And he's just called 0 tags. He's asked him to roll it. There'll be a fresh set here for GB. And O'Hagan. Ed at half. Oh, jeez, he come out hot. That's a really, really good covering tag there by Ross Wynn. Looking dangerous out of dummy half. Tag's falling off there. Martin Gambles, unfortunately, didn't have it on properly. Again to Ed on the short side. Covered by Cahill. Leary at half. Out to Gambles. Gambles has a little crack himself. I think he's double kicked that. It's been knocked on by Ireland, but the referee Simon Owens has missed that. And Ireland have gotten out of jail. O'Hagan at dummy half. Goes to short side to Noddy. Tag by Technic. O'Hagan's at 9. Out to Kennedy. Kennedy short tip on there to Cahill. Good tag. Setting up a big open side here. Kennedy to Flaherty. Kennedy to Mullins. Oh, ball's gone to ground, and it's a great trap and scrap there by GB. Now we'll get a fresh set of 6 here. 20 out from Ireland's line. Flaherty had 6 goes at it. He got it in the end. He's taking a couple settles here, GB. Tomorrow dummy half. Lister out to Ed. Good on his feet, but O'Hagan makes that tag. The referee's called play on. He says it's away. Big open side now, and the danger man Lombardo. Little pop pass to the birthday boy over the top. And Mullen. Mullen cleans up the loose ball and stops Ireland from a little bit of panic there. We've got to settle the Ireland boys down now. Collins up the middle. Flaherty in at 9. That's good defence there by Roach. Collins running the short side again. Another tag made. Big open side here. Collins to O'Hagan, I would suspect. O'Hagan. Start a step back switch. Bradshaw back in the middle. Oh, it's sloppy. O'Regan's put that down. Referee's called tag 4. Collins out of half. Oh, and Roach has caught one now in the guts as well as one in the head. Seems to be alright. Not the birthday he was hoping for. Getting battered every which way. They've got to put on the toe. O'Regan, that is well too high for referee Simon Owens. He's not happy with the decision, but it was clearly over yours and mine head. And Ed's going to take the tap. He's going to march him up a little bit too. Roll ball here. Ed on the ball. Lombardo at 9. The old shotgun. Lombardo's gassed him. Eddie's gassed him for short side speed. And that is another try for GB. Kenny Hunt, the speedster on the wing. It was Brad Ed who got a little one-on-one with O'Hagan. Showed a little bit of that pace. He's still got some in the toe. The Blacktown boy himself got on the outside of the link. Miles O'Hagan threw in a 2-on-1 on Simon Ong, and Hunt finishes it in the corner. GB take a 3-1 lead here in the men's 40s Masters. GB now poised for a kick-off. It's a good strike of the ball. Good positioning by Ireland. And good metres made off the first. Come to the middle of the field through Clancy. O'Regan to Bradshaw. Really there. Well controlled. Min takes a little scoot through the middle. Thought he got past the first. Bradshaw at 9. There's back the short side to O'Regan. Now to Ong. He's got a bit of pace, this kid. With a bit of space too. Looks dangerous. Moves really, really well. The Clancy short side here. And he's just inside. Simon Owens is called, but it's a bit too straight. And Kenny Hunt's down there to retrieve the ball. And Clancy, like any good captain, chasing his kick and keeping them in their half. And GB forced to now ruck it out from their own try line. Lovely sweeping run in the middle. O'Regan wearing the 7 makes the tag in the middle. Through the hands now, Roach. +1. It's a good tag there by Ireland. Picnic at half, back to Roach. Roach goes back to short side, switch inside to Picnic. Picnic shows toe. Oh, that's a great diving tag by Keen Liddy. Picnic was away if he wasn't there. GB kick back to a small short side. Great strike of the ball. And Ireland will have to come out 15 from their try line. And still at 3-1 after that lovely try in the corner with Brad Ed set it up for Kenny Hunt. Ireland doing the tough stuff and the hard carries now. Clancy, the captain, goes long. It's a 2-on-1. Late switch back inside. Momentum here. I'd be looking to go for the corner. Clancy O'Regan. There's no one at home. O'Regan back against the grain. Picnic drops late and great positioning. GB back with possession.
He's done really well there. I mean, not too far to the ground for Matty Picnic, but that could have been a tricky bounce. And Benny up this near touchline, and Minky Kim now. There's no one there at first receiver as GB were making the changes. And Kim, I was about to say that Kim had done really well there to keep that ball moving forward, but called back for a jump, so penalty Ireland.
Yeah, it was mild at best. A jump, I think he was just twisting his hips and the twist of his stride, and pretty unlucky there for GB. Give Ireland good field possession here. Lombardo's back on the paddock. Ready at dummy half. The captain Clancy with the ball in hands to O'Flaherty. O'Flaherty over to Paul Tully. Back into O'Flaherty, our Australian expat. Clancy on the toe. Really good strike, but Picnic has great positioning back there. Throws a little wild ball into the middle, but has opened the field up and created a half chance for his teammate, but O'Flaherty cleans up the scraps in the middle.
The two Welshmen combining there. Inglis with the first hit up, and then Jones, and Lombardo now just can't get round the outside of Kennedy. Gambles, looked right, goes left, finds Kim up to halfway where he's stopped by Liddy. Kenny Hunt was keen for possession on this near wing, but instead it goes up the guts through the middle with Lombardo puts in the kick, and this is just going to beat everyone.
Oh, you've just got to give it for the cameras, please. How he scored that try, whether the referee has given it or not, was excellent. Can we get a rewind, please? Replay that.
That was simply exceptional and a real never say die attitude from Lombardo. Lovely to watch. Sadly for him, no try awarded, and Ireland already coming away with it 15 from their line. Obviously part of a 7-tag set here with that ball having been kicked dead. A real all or nothing play.
It seems to have given GB a little bit of a lift here. The energy coming out of the defensive line after that effort by Lombardo it's come up a gear. They've just made 3 or 4 tags. Ireland has not moved more than 5 metres forward up the field. And Liddy again with a lovely little nudge. Missed the defence.
Inglis who has to make the tags after Burrows missed them, and onto that left wing, and just a bit of miscommunication between Kennedy and Johnston. The ball over the touchline for Ireland. Set comes to an end. GB ring the changes. Lombardo taking a well-earned breather. GB very tight as the subs come onto the pitch. Gradually spread, but yeah, as you say, that the levels of energy seen really high after that latest Lombardo foray into the Irish red zone. They need to keep that energy now as Roach is on the ball, goes for the early kick. He's looking for 50-10. This one's just going to hold up in the field of play. But that allows Matty Picnic to put in an incredible chase. And Ireland and Nulag O'Neill Ford pinned back right on their own line now. Mullins trying to get away. His shorts just slipping down, but the tag was taken first.
GB have got a pep in their step here. The last 2 sets with the ball have been very exciting. A great ball by O'Hagan out to the edge. They're there to make it. Their energy's good, their line speed's good, they're keeping Ireland down their half. The danger man, which has been for Ireland, has been Liddy. He's off the field now. A little bit of a Lombardo style that he can break and change the game with his short kicking game. O'Hagan here will be looking for territory out the back to Cahill. Cahill a +1 to Mullins. It's called a forward pass by Simon Owens. I think he's probably right, that last pass. But
late tag before that.
Tag
yes,
before
I think it was forward after the late tag. GB can count themselves very lucky. Yes, they've conceded the penalty, but had that pass been flat and the advantage. And now Ireland do go through. Just forcing
great
the
diving
pass.
tag, Matty Picnic. I think it could have been touched off GB, which forced the ball forward. But Matty Picnic has recovered and made the tag, and the referee's pointed to the spot. He's calling out tag 1, I believe. And Ireland, this is the best chance of the second half they have to put points on the board.
Yeah, they really need to come away with something here.
Oh,
and they're going to come away with the maximum 2 points to level things up here. The delivery from Blaine O'Flaherty. And I mean, what a return for him. He's travelled all the way over from Australia to play here. It was his wedding anniversary yesterday, and he's left his pregnant wife at home. She did give him her blessing for the trip, and it's paid off there.
Well, you know, what a huge commitment to the sport and his team. And I know he's been around the Irish team for a while now, and a few World Cups, and comes over to be an Irish. And that was a great sleight of hand, really good shape. He's a good ball player. I'd say with a rugby league background, it's the old blocker shape. He looked to O'Hagan and went to Bradshaw, and Bradshaw's got all 3 points here for the Irish team, and then all squared up game 3 apiece.
GB, got to get back to work now. How quickly the game can change from the bonus box is an option. And we're looking nice and comfortable with a 2-point lead. A really well earned one. Danger, they've got to go and do it all over again. Lombardo, that right knee strapped up, looks for the 50-10 again. That one's going to fall about 7 metres short. So it's just going to be a roll ball here to Ireland.
Not mad at that after conceding points. You know, I'd prefer to put it a little shy than give 7 tags back to a team that's just put a try on. So that's really, really smart play, Lombardo. His team can get up with that energy and keep Ireland down here and try and swing that momentum after a try. Cahill up to the middle, half to Kennedy. Kennedy looking to Collins, but takes a single himself. Must control the ball, but yeah, Simon Owens has seen what I was saying. It's a loose carry, that. You've got to have control of the ball regardless if you've been tagged or not. Kennedy's missed one, but El Capitan Clancy covers him. Now going to short side, out the back to Ed. Ed straightens up. Oh, the pass wasn't there. It was Ed and Hunt again, and could have gone and doubled up for another, but the pass just wasn't there. I think all eyes were on Lombardo running that short line and opened a bit of this space for Brad Ed on the outside. Cahill now taking a single, starting the set. Lombardo just giving me a little hug to say we're still mates, mate. Kennedy short side. Ed. Kennedy now to Regan. Show and go. It's good momentum here. Be looking to put on the toe fairly soon. Clancy switched back behind him. Really good pass for the ball, Brian Clancy.
Tully's going to kick with absolutely no space around him, and Ed manages to distribute here, and Lister and then Tamura coming away with it for GB. They can still go on this right-hand side through Jones. Bring it back left now.
4-on-3 open side here.
Ed, can he deliver on this occasion? He decides to go back in field, and that has put Lister under some pressure. Nearly called for defending there. His hand was down over the tag. Ed, again, giving his teammates very little time to try and work out what to do. Lombardo luckily was quick enough to get that ball away and then scoots round to be an option on the right. Finds Jones. And
bit of disjointment here with GB. Bentley. First time I've seen them disjointed with the ball in hands. Lombardo's going to do Lombardo things.
This could work out for GB. Oh, so nearly. That ricochet just spilling forwards off the chest of Cal Lister. Had he got his hands on that, then he did have support in the form of Ed and Hunt, and that could have been a crucial moment. Just as GB were looking a bit ragged, like you say, Matty.
That late, last decision kick, when you haven't got anything planned, I've seen more than 50%, 60% of times it comes off the attacking team because the defence is right. We've done our job. This is fifth. They haven't got anything set. Don't worry about the kick. And it's a wrong bounce. Someone sticks a foot out. Someone wants it more than another person and try comes up. I think it happened in one of our games yesterday. So Lombardo there testing that theory. Oh, and Simon Owens isn't happy here. He's caught in Brian Clancy, captain.
It's just Clancy that he's chosen to speak to, not Leary or Lombardo from the GB side.
Seems to be
Play
a
will
little
continue
bit
as it was.
back chat here from Oren. I think that's what he said to Clancy. You've got to tell the boys to rein it in. I'll call it as I see it. Bradshaw to dummy half. A little short side raid. Oh, an accidental contact there. 6 for GB. Isn't happy. Liddy. Regan. Back short side to Bradshaw. Switch back inside. It's a good tag by Picnic. Big open side set here. We've got Regan, Liddy and Clancy. Ball goes to ground. Oh, he thought about going short. Clancy in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, real pressure put on the Irish, but in the end, actually, it's going to be a penalty to Ireland. GB players up offside, so here they go through Liddy. Liddy and
Picnic
almost winds his way past
tag.
Picnic.
Lombardo, good tackle, had to do it. He's called offside there anyway, but a little bit of a red tag there to make sure his opposition didn't get across the line. Clancy with a tap as Owens points to the spot.
Game tied up at 3 apiece. A try here for Ireland could be crucial with just 3 minutes left in the game. Oh, a hand in there from Vinland to try and break the play down, but actually the broken field could work for Ireland. Lister makes the tag, 6 again Ireland. Right in front of the line now, and here's Tully with his fan club watching at home. He dives for the box. Dylan, Luca and Alana would have loved to see him go over there. He has won Ireland another penalty. Anyway, Bradshaw is going to jog back to the mark.
They've brought back on Blaine O'Flaherty here too, who looked really sharp with the ball in this 15-metre mark. So, Noddy on the outside. Let's see if they go back to Blaine here as he sets up a play. Alex Mullen also coming on the far side. Lombardo, it's too good. Saw it coming a mile away, made a read. Rachel goes short side to Liddy. Late switch. And without hesitation, Simon Owens points to the spot. And Nodlig O'Neill gets the point to make it 4-3. While that was all happening, Sheps, I believe Robbie Burrows has been taken off to the medical tent with a split over his right eye with that little bit of inconspicuous contact we saw on the midfield. So fingers crossed for Robbie Burrows. It's not too bad, but he's hopefully be back with us shortly.
Ireland moving into only their second lead of the game. They led early in the first half. They now are 4-3 up in this one with that latest try through Nullag O'Neill Ford, and a chance to really hammer home the advantage. That ricochet is exactly what they would have liked off that restart.
This is a moment in games here. They've scored points. There's an uncharacteristic error there from GB off a kickoff. Ireland have a full set on their line, and it's the smart and cool, calm heads they've got out here. O'Flaherty, O'Hagan and Mullen, that would be the ones that could seal the deal, and I have given them the commentator's curse. Kennedy could not hold on to it, and GB get off the hook.
GB do have it all to do though. They've got to go the length. Penalty now to GB. It's one back in a count that has very heavily swung towards Ireland. Certainly have been the more disciplined of the two teams, the Irish. Now GB need to try and turn this latest call into points for them. Up towards halfway now is Roach Lots of space over to this left-hand side. The Irish defence quite tight. Gambles keeps it tight, however. It's up off the ground. And he's still managing to contain this GB attack so far. Leary, very little time. Ed tries to hold his defender and then finds Betty Picnic, who can't get round the outside. It is going to be a penalty for a late tag to GB. Leary will be the man with the ball, taking the tap. He's called back though, and GB really don't want this. The hooter is going to go any moment.
That's 3 penalties in a row. Ireland have to be careful here, not only to stay from getting a yellow card after 4 penalties, but also they've been on a long time defending the same blokes here. And the likes of Ed and Roach and Gambles in the middle. I'd be getting Lombardo on Sheps if I was the coach. Good read there by Mullen, taking the back door of Roach. Picnic at half. Tamura. Pop over the top. Cahill, good read, but Roach escapes. Nail-biting stuff here.
Gambles, what can he create now?
Back
Tries to send
door.
Leary through a
Back
hole.
door.
He is through a hole. Benny Picnic didn't realise he was going through, so he's late on the support line, but Benny Picnic does get there. Oh my goodness. What a score for Great Britain. Ultimately, just a huge number of missed tags for the Irish. They'll be so frustrated with how that try was scored. Leary should not have been allowed through that hole in the first place. And Benny Picnic, thinking that Leary had been tagged, there's no way he should have been up towards the line and allowed to go over. But somehow GB may have just snatched a draw from the jaws of defeat here.
Sheps, that was like 16 players forgot how to play tag for a couple of seconds.
But it could be more
Lombardo.
here. Lombardo herring through. Ireland just managed to get a hand on the ball. And that will be that.
Wow.
1 game apiece from the first 2 yesterday, and this first game today ends 4-4. Remember, this category was drawn 2 games all last year, and after 3 games they simply cannot be separated. Matty, I kind of wish we were just going to keep on watching Men's Masters here, because what a contest.
I don't know. Those last couple of minutes, like I said, there's like 16 people forgot to play tag for a couple of seconds, and Leary thought, did I have tags on? Do I have the ball? What's my role here? Benny Picnic thought, well, will I go with him? I don't even know if he's still got tags on. And a try comes out of nowhere with 4 or 5 green jumpers in the same space. Everyone looking around, wondering what has just happened with 30 seconds on the clock. And, geez, it almost went the other way there with Lombardo putting everything into the last chase of the half. And, yeah, look, I'll be looking forward to the next game of this Men's Masters, because some old guys I've played with and played against, really enjoyed watching them again, really enjoyed seeing the contest. And, you know, here we are, drawing series and looking forward to this afternoon.
Well, if you are wanting to follow that Men's Masters series, their next game is on pitch 2 at 12:40, and then they finish up on pitch 3 at 3:20 this afternoon. So 2 more games to go in that series, with the teams tied 1-1 with a draw at 4-4 in that last game. Next up on this pitch in just a couple of minutes' time is the Women's Masters Game 3.
Didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
Did not see that coming. Right.
Cheers for covering while I had to go and sort.
No worries, brother. Anytime. I will see you later in the day.
Yeah, catch you later.
Righto, mate.
Good luck for your game.
Thanks, bud.
What a contest, Alex.
Yeah, that was
How
something
you
else.
doing?
Sorry, I'm blowing a little bit here.
No worries,
Trying to recover. Yeah.
It's all good. I'll do the intros and just give me a thumbs up when you're ready to. jump on. That's less dry.
I know, but it's kind of it's on a razor edge. Like every game has sort of been like 7-6,
Yeah.
4-2, and they like the 4-2 when they were hammering the line,
Yeah.
and they like probably should have scored as well. So like
I mean,
every
it's
game,
never been
so
more than
good.
a game between the teams since we started this category, has there?
No,
And
like,
then
this one
tied
just feels ridiculously close. Like I'd say if we played like 100 times, it'd be 50-50.
50-50, yeah.
There's no edge whatsoever.
You might be blowing a little bit more if you played 100 times. It'd be
Just a tad.
interesting to see
I'd say it'd be about
how,
5 people left.
how many games could be played before.
Surprisingly enough, having said that now, touch wood, there's been no injuries, I don't think, on either team.
Yeah, let's hope it stays that way. I think Robbie Burrows went off for a little cut above his eye
Yeah.
there. But
There's another guy tagged, but he tagged me as my elbows, like this with the ball. I caught him right there. I was like, uh-oh.
classic tag injury.
Right, I haven't done this before, so
Cool. So, with
That's
the
it.
lip mic, you can either use the lip mic or you can use that one on there. If you're using the lip mic, just have it like see your lip. When this light's on, we're on. Or that will get picked up by the admin mic anyway. And yeah, I'll call play by player, just bring you in.
my wife is playing in this one.
Well, from one tied category to another. 1-1 in the men's masters. It is 1-1 after 2 games in the women's masters as well. Ireland winning game 1 yesterday. GB winning game 2. And these teams, ever since they came into existence, as we see the break on here, and in the end, the decision not to go all the way to the corner from Natasha Glassford, pulls back and finds Rocky Garcia, and that allows GB to try and get this attack set up really nicely. Sarah Bond almost through the gap in the middle. But yeah, this category, just like the men's masters, since it started, the teams have been almost impossible to separate as GB ship it over to the far side and try to get through towards the line. The speed of Chrissy Towers, they will get the penalty here, so Breda McCowan brings it back. She takes the tap and then on to Suze Eriksson, who's just watched her partner Steve Leary captain men's masters. Now it's her turn to show what pedigree the two of them have as a tag couple. McCowan, she's found Carter Allison there going for the corner. The try is ruled out. Tag made just before. So Towers infield to McGowan. The Irish defence holding firm at the moment. Bond on to Glassford. There is the overlap here. Carter Allison will go through the hole. Difficult to defend for Ireland. The last player in the defensive line having to stay wide to make sure that Garcia was not left unmarked, but it meant there was a big gap, and Carter Allison only too grateful to run through it. Alongside me for this one, having just run his heart out in the previous game on pitch 1, is Alex Mullins. And Alex, you don't only have the Irish connection here, but also a personal one too.
Yeah, my wife is over there playing this one, so hopefully it goes her way. She's also the assistant coach of the side as well, so yeah, she's very invested in terms of tag. Patrick, very experienced player. We have Carmel as well, who actually got to reach the milestone of 50 caps yesterday. So she's the most caps player on the women's masters team.
Carmel Egan in the number 2 singlet. She's always going to be a threat at this level, as Ireland get their first opportunity in this match to show exactly what they can do. And they're on their final tag here. They'll be looking for a good finish to this one. The kick coming up, and it's going to be crucial to try and get this down into one of the corners. Goes fairly down the middle in the end. A bit of confusion from GB as to who was going to get to that one. Claire Davis, debuting for GB this weekend, in the end just got there in time. And now's the vice captain, O'Neill. He takes it up towards halfway. Woodman with support outside, holds onto the ball herself, and Draper will feed it back in field. In fact, she picks and goes and switches with O'Neill. There is an option on this left-hand side, but a good tag made by Inez Delgado. Woodman trying to spin around and needs to be slightly careful about that trailing leg as she does so. O'Neill to Shelley Lombardo. And the kick coming in. That's just going to make its way to the sideline. It was slowing up in the air.
Got to kind of say, GB are really dominating in terms of the exits here. They've really played really smart territory tag, clever stuff from them. Ireland seem a bit frantic on the ball, kind of on their exits. They need to hopefully get something a bit cleaner this time.
That's not the cleanliness you were looking for, Alex. Throwing the ball around to no one in particular, losing a couple of metres and another tag out of this set. So GB will be happy with their defensive performance so far, as Davis, a former Touch World Cup silver medalist, makes the tag there, and this exit from Ireland isn't going to make it to halfway. GB with the opportunity to run the ball back at them through Saskia Bradbury, another of their debutantes. Woodman with no one else with her on the left-hand side, but three Irish defenders immediately around her. Glassford finds McCowan on the loop, and Eriksson will come in at first receiver now. Takes that ball on the fly. Just had to slightly check her run. Garcia, loose pass. GB needs to be careful with the pickup, and they do well in the end. Lawton.
That was a little bit unfortunate there for GB, because I think they had quite a big overlap there, which just didn't go to hand.
That's a little bit too much excitement, knowing that the opportunity was there. However, they still end the set near to the Irish 10-metre line. Perhaps not quite as deep as they would have wanted. And Ireland with a really good first hit up in this set. Claire Coffey, who gave up contact rugby, having had kids, and now blazing a trail at the international level with the Women's Masters here. And there is Egan. You mentioned her earlier, Alex. She's always a threat.
Yeah, I played with Carmel and mixed seniors 10 years ago in the World Cup in 2015. So she's a very, very experienced player. So she's been on the kind of international team for about 12 years now.
Yeah, part of every British and Irish Cup since 2016. And that kick had quite a lot of pace on it, which meant it got to Lawton very fast, and Egan had to try and match that pace to get there with the chase.
That's a much better set though from Ireland there. They finished then got a bit of territory finally in the game, so hopefully they can shut this one out here.
Glassford. Her first appearance for GB, but she is of course an experienced international, having represented South Africa at the 2023 Tag World Cup, the 2022 International Tag Series. This ball just slightly foxing Coffey and allowing GB to end the set a little bit further down the field. But Ireland do manage to safely gain possession. And going through the first couple of their tags here is Sheridan, the latest to take the ball up. And an early kick in the set here. GB scampering after it, but that ball is got a tricky bounce on it, and Ireland very nearly getting their hands to it. Delgado, unfortunately for the Irish, just knocking it on at the end there. So GB do get a safe set of 6 now.
Both attacks are very tight. This is all being driven down the middle. Really no width in the game at all. Obviously a tight contest, and really trying to squeeze it out. Getting a score is going to be tricky in this one.
But with little half breaks like that coming in from Rachel Chu, it's always an opportunity, despite the game being so congested in the middle of the park. It is Chu, who then finds Lombardo, who tries to put Glassford through a hole. That's an essential stop by Sarah Prendergast of Ireland. Otherwise Glassford would have been bearing down on that try line at enormous pace. Delgado, caught by Lombardo.
Inez got her first cap this tournament, so she's delighted. She's been working very hard on it, tried to get on the team last year, and eventually made it this year. It plays out in Galway, so it's great achievement for her.
Delgado scoops that one up. There's no one at dummy half, so she to react quickly. Prendergast not able to get that one. It passes in front of her, but Ireland shipping the ball through the hands a little bit here. Now winger calling for the ball, but Clements was too far forwards. The pass was not on. Good chase on this kick from Prendergast, and in fact she's going to win it and get the fresh set for Ireland. This is really positive play from them here and presents a great opportunity to get themselves on the board for the first time. McHugh up to the line, and Delgado. The twist from Coffey allows her to beat the first defender. They go down that blind side. Still go. Coffey thought she was away with it there, but they go back for the tag. GB on their line now. The sternest test that they have faced in the game to this point. Still tags to play in the set. Ireland come to the right. It's not much they can do without the loop play in there, but it does work in the end. Tagged by GB. There's space on the blind side, but they will come open. Just managing to hold on there, and the set is seen out. Ireland not able to get points on the board, but a really good place to finish the set, Alex.
Yeah, that's exactly what they needed. They really need to get a foothold in this game. They've been everything has been down in their own half, so hopefully they can close them down, put a bit of line speed on, and keep them down here.
Lombardo to O'Neill. Woodman, she twists through. O'Neill needs to get back in line with her. She was just ahead, and so the pass was forced forwards. And GB's first really good scoring chance will come to an end. Just a fraction to the right side of halfway, but present Ireland with another opportunity here as Coffey.
It's a bit of a lucky break there, I think, for Ireland, because that 2-on-1, if it was converted, I think we're going in for a box.
Well, GB escaping there, really. They'd coughed up the ball in a position on the field that they wouldn't have wanted to. And now Ireland do the same. Just a couple of tags later. Draper back on the pitch. Takes the settle on the first tag. McCowan. Told by head coach Becker to keep the ball in hand, keep running forwards. And Becker wants this to go back to the left-hand side. Now she will come into the play herself, Becker. Nearly through. The Irish line, plenty of time to get set here as this roll ball's slow, Alex.
Yeah, GB seem to have a bit of numbers here. Ireland have got very tight, and GB have spread out nicely if they can get this through the hands.
O'Neill just caught before she found Carter Allison. So final tag of the set, and GB putting themselves under a bit of pressure on this kick. McCowan in the end does reasonably well, and the chase is good from GB to pin Ireland on their 10. So the changes are made by the Irish. GB are able to keep this one quite tight defensively, but Egan stealing a couple more metres there.
And you have to say it's excellent from GB. They're really keeping Ireland pinned in their own half. It's only been one opportunity out of their own half Ireland have had in the whole half so far.
Ireland needing to kick here, but this one could run. It could run for the 50-10. And in fact, it has been given. Rounce, the referee, was going to give Ireland the option there, and they chose, quite understandably, the 50-10 option.
Yes, I don't really know why he offered that.
Egan would have been through were it not for Rocky Garcia. And Delgado now forward and then still over the line as well, just for good measure. So Ireland, the only team to have really rattled on the doorstep of their opposition so far. Both times coming up scoreless.
Hopefully a bit of a better defensive set now from Ireland. They can pin GB back here in their own half and maybe put them under a bit more pressure in the next set.
Lawton finds Becker. Delgado with the tag, and they stay short side through Lawton. Tries to twist her way around, but once again it's Delgado who makes the stop. McCowan, the early kick. A good chase here from GB could present some real threats. Carter Allison is there, but Ireland have done well through Jessica Elms, the 37-year-old from Dublin, making that ball nice and safe. Carter Allison with a second tag.
You have to say the kicking from GB is absolutely fantastic. Again, they've made 30 metres or so off the kick. Fantastic and brilliant defensive line.
I know it's an area that GB felt that Ireland had the upper hand over them last year at the BNI, so they really worked on it through training in 2025, and as you say, Alex, is paying dividends here. Sarah Bond now. Just a little stumble, and in fact the penalty is going to be given to GB, feeling that the defenders closed the gap on Bond, and that was why the contact was made. So GB with a fresh set of 6, and this presents them with the best opportunity for a little while in the game, and unfortunately they cough it up straight away. That pass to Chu, not able to be taken cleanly. It's dying in front of her.
GB are kind of gifting Ireland that little bit of a foothold in the game with the forward pass and the move going slightly wrong there, so Ireland really are going to have to capitalise on one of these.
Egan finding space from dummy half. That one just not past her a little bit, so just a reach back, and it allows GB to make the stop a little bit earlier. A risky pass. Ireland get away with it. They're quite flat here in attack. Needing to use the loop, which could have worked off. Glassford just throwing herself backwards to make that tag, and final one on the set here, and Ireland having to make quite a few passes before the kick came in the end meant GB were well set to stop it. And Eriksson trying the fake to get there. She was much lucky to get away without the call for surrender coming up there. She thought she had been tagged when she went for the roll initially.
Ireland seem to be relying on the one kicker a little bit too much. That probably should have got sent straight away from first receiver.
Eriksson just waiting on that one, and waited a little bit too long. Sends it slightly forwards into the arms of Glassford. Roll ball to Ireland. They were keen to take it quickly. Ralphs wanted them to come forwards to where he saw the forward pass being made.
I think there's going to be a half-time message from the GB coach that to cut out the errors, we're keeping them in the game. Kind of a message going through. Yes, there's been a lot of forward passes and kind of unforced errors. That's a nice little switch play there from Afric. Sarah Prendergast looking for the loop play again, trying to get outside.
So a couple of simultaneous tags in that one for Ireland, allowing them to gain an extra few yards on the play. It was O'Malley trying to sneak her way through. Couple of tags to go in this set. Ireland in a promising position here. Coffey not able to get the offload away. So last roll of the dice here for the Irish. Kick comes in, and that's not the one they were looking for, but they still do have possession. Tag made in the end by Lombardo, and there is the turnover. With half-time coming any moment. Ireland finding themselves still the point behind, although it does seem a long time since that try, Alex.
It does. It was after about a minute, yeah. The game's pretty much been played between the two tens since then. Not much. Oh, a nice break.
Here's Woodman as the half-time hoot to go. She could be through. Oh, she just needed to back herself. But Coffey did really well to stay in the chase and shut that down. Otherwise, GB could have doubled their lead on the buzzer. Really close contest between these two sides, and not a surprise, Alex, to see them go into the sheds at the break with just a point between them.
No, I think there'll definitely be, from the GB coach, I think he's going to be just let's try and cut out the errors, to be honest with you. It's a lot of unforced errors. The Ireland coach is going to have a little bit more work to do. I think they need to get those kicks away earlier, play a bit more territory, and finish the sets down in the GB half.
Plenty for both teams to discuss in the half-time huddles, and the second half of this contest just a few minutes away.
Mark says, can you check your phone, please? I sent you a voice note, and I'm assuming it's, either he's had more kickback or he's pulled someone off. But yeah,
Cool.
I
Cheers.
said I was run over.
Thank you.
Well, Alex, not a surprise given the history of these two teams, given the way the category went yesterday, that we have yet another single-point game, yet another finely poised contest between these two teams. GB scored early in the first half for a 1-0 lead. That was preserved into the break, and all to play for in the second half here as Delgado has a good first hit up for Ireland that wins a penalty.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing between these two sides. It's who's going to win the territory battle in this second half is going to be who's going to end up on top, I feel.
The Irish now trying to get themselves out of their own half. Delgado with the pass on to Caniff, and it goes loose, but the tag had been made by McCowan, so Ireland's possession will be maintained, albeit with a bit of a pause in play here that should allow the GB defence to get themselves well set. Chance for Ireland to catch their breath though and bring this attack in with renewed vigour, and Delgado does exactly that, spinning past the defenders who she got with her in support. In the end, the stop made by Garcia just about on the 10-metre line. Final tag in the set, momentum with Ireland. What can they do here to try and level things up or even push ahead? Unfortunately for them, it comes to an end near the right-hand corner with a tag made on Elms. And GB with the break on the opening tag of their set in response. They would have been very surprised to have found themselves this far up the pitch when they made that stop on sixth tag. And now Glassford will take them up towards halfway. Not for the first time though. We see her stopping, having made a break just to avoid overrunning the mark. But you wonder if she could have made a few more metres there. Bond caught on halfway. So McCowan decides the right hand side of the field is not providing the options that they want. They go back through the left, and Garcia. McCowan trying to see what options might present themselves as the Irish defensive unit comes up as one and prevents any breaks on that one. The kick coming from Cooper, and Ireland will take over just outside their 10-metre line. So two good opening sets from both sides in this second half.
Yeah, three clean line breaks, which I don't think we had in the entirety of the first half within the first minute there. So hopefully things will open out a bit in the second half. You have to say GB's defence is, I'm not even sure she's outside of the width of the box at the moment. So really Ireland have an opportunity if they can get the ball wide.
Bond just making that tag one-handed on McHugh, who will have to come back to the mark, and the kick comes in for Ireland. It's a really good kick. Oh, the bounce just kept it moving forwards, but the final one, and a twist of fate that favoured GB, and it went to the right of the cone. No 50-10. GB will have possession. That could have been a crucial moment. We'll never know what Ireland could have made of it.
It's a much better start though from Ireland territory-wise, and a ball going loose there, which is going to help them out a little bit.
The collision between the two Irish defenders as they came in to make the tag. Unfortunately, that's one of the injuries that you see quite often in tag. Clements heads to the sidelines. Two defensive players on either side making a tag, and then a bit of a head collision as they go around. So I hope Clements is okay, Alex.
Yeah, I think it might be her nose. I actually play tag weekly with Amy Clements. She's known to be a little bit of a magnet for those kickoffs hitting her in the head. I don't know what she did, but she's incredibly unlucky in those sorts of situations. Oh, that's another teen line break number 4 already.
O'Neill, and the pass forced a little bit from GB and spilt forwards. So Ireland, this is their best position that they started a set in this second half. Egan knows that her side need to take one of these opportunities. They get a second one here with the penalty. Allowed to come forwards 10 metres because it was an offside one. 7 metres forward where the defensive line should have been. Draper with the stop. Numbers to the left for Ireland, and Egan adds herself to that list and just ghosts through the opening try for Ireland. Not 5 minutes into this second half. ties the game up at 1 apiece.
Yeah, Carmel just slipping through the smallest of gaps there. Fantastic score from her to get the game back level. They've really, you can see the game plan is being implemented much better in the second half. That's so much territory for Ireland already, and Africa is really kicking the ball along. It's exactly what they needed to do. GB though will be on the other side. GB will be a little bit disappointed. That's 3 clean line breaks, and then almost immediately after all 3 there's been a handling error.
Whistle goes, and it's an offside from GB there. So conceding the try has then been compounded with that error. Ireland with a fantastic opportunity to put themselves in the lead here. And if it weren't for the tag made by Shelley Lombardo, Clements could have put them 2 to the good. Delgado caught by Becker. Ireland looking to stack this short side, but it causes a little bit of confusion. Chu up really quickly. Players falling over the ball. It means Ireland we're going to have to start this set pretty much all over again, and they lose a bit more ground there with the defence of Becker.
Yeah, I think they'd be just better off just driving this in towards the goal line now and just finishing the set down here, making GB go to length.
A bit of a kick to nothing in the end. There weren't many options on in that short side, and blocked by Garcia. Means that they can try and come away here through Draper, who could consider himself unlucky not to win the penalty for wrapping. Up to 10 short of halfway now, GB. Glassford infield to Becker, who shapes the kick, holds on to it a moment longer, and then kick does come in for Lombardo to chase. Coffey just tries to get past her, but good reach from Lombardo. Does make the stop on halfway. Delgado with good distribution there. Bradbury, or Davis, sorry, making the tag. And down this left wing go Ireland. Coffey, little fake pump, does send one of the defenders the wrong way, but Becker was there. Ireland playing with a renewed vigour, having got that early score in this second half to level the game up. Last tag in this set, and they've got a chance to finish it in a good position. In fact, the kick coming in, it's just going to go long, and unfortunately for them, that is going to give a 7-tag set to GB.
I don't think they'll be too disappointed in that, though, that they again finished the set down in the opposition half, and they're making GB work really hard, having to go the length every single set. They've really dominated the territory battle here in the second half, which I'm sure is what they wanted to do.
Woodman, oh, she needs to keep going here. O'Neill. Is there space on that wing? There is not. The Irish defence have used the touchline well as an extra defender. O'Neill into McCowan. Just holding on to the ball there, GB. And Chu caught by the pace of Delgado. Rushing up in the line, this kick, a tricky one, but Elms does well. Caught by her opposite number, Bradbury.
A nice little offload there from the other half. She's working hard here at scrum half, but again, GB defending super tight. So Ireland really could look to stretch this, and this is an opportunity.
Egan thought she was through there. And if she had been, it was a 2-on-1 for Ireland, who would almost certainly have managed to finish off. Final tag of this set. The majority of the second half has been played in GB territory. And simultaneous tags in Ireland was able to just see whether they could stretch the British on the right hand side. Changeover coming in now, and Sarah O'Neill. A good first run. Woodman, she's beaten defenders before, and she does so again. Coffey has to scramble to make the tag, but if GB can play quick ball here, they can go at Ireland while they're still getting set.
That was a fantastic step there from the GB number 10.
GB's best position of the half so far. They're really keen to make it count as the Brighton Dolphin Ella joins. Runs through towards the 10-metre line. 6 again it will be for Great Britain. Great reward here for their work to get to this point on the field, Lawton.
I like the little out the back door there from 22. That was fantastic.
There he goes, short side. Towers, just meters from the line now. What can Lawton do? Joins. Woodman, there is a gap there. Great defence from Ireland and Catriona Sheridan, who managed to get across in a last-ditch tag. Pass wasn't quite where O'Neill wanted it. Surprised her a little bit. Meant she didn't have time to distribute. Stopped in front of the box. Joins. Does well in the end. But again, we'll take the sting out of this latest phase of the British attack. And then the set comes to an end. And Ireland hold out once again. The toughest test that they've faced in this second period.
Well, let's see how Ireland do now from this situation, because this is where they really struggled in the first half to get out of their own zone. They've started a set on their own 10. Oh, that's 2 fantastic steps from Coffey. One-on-one with the sweeper. That's a nice tag.
Beats 3 defenders to do exactly what Ireland needed her to do. Get them into British territory. Get the momentum behind them. Now they're looking for a strong finish to this set. Whatever words were said in the half-time huddle, clearly working for the Irish at this point in time. One more tag in the set. Passes like that won't help, but the play's still alive. Thinking about the kick, and in the end going for the passing play. A couple of flat ones. Just managed to unlock a little hole in the defence for a moment.
I do think they'll be a little bit disappointed in that. That's 2 sets in a row that they've had the opportunity to kick it away on 5 and really haven't got that territory they wanted.
I'll see her to Eriksson. And on to Bond. Lombardo. Lawton, she's through here. Can she find the support in the form of Towers? She could, but just slips through the hands. Another opportunity for GB. Comes to an end. And a familiar figure at dummy half, Alex.
Yes. We might hear her now because she's quite close to the commentary box.
She will be returning to the box for the mixed seniors clash very shortly.
Claire's actually playing on the wing here today, so that's a bit of a departure. I don't know if she's ever played on the wing, so I think they wanted her in at sweeper for this game, so that's why the positional move has happened. But she's in quite a bit of space here, the other half, so hopefully they can get it out to her.
Hands could create a really good opportunity for Ireland, who are lucky perhaps to get away without the jumping call there, and they will continue to go left. Delgado, her work rate has been absolutely incredible, but she should have given a pass in that instance. You could see on her face she knew as soon as the tag was made. Eriksson's done well there, spotting that the defence was a little bit sleepy and there was space around at dummy half. They're going to get a fresh set of 6 here as Towers has to sprint to get her tag that was left on the previous GB attack in order to be able to contribute to this one. Glassford now, an early kick from her. She's chasing after it, as is Carter Allison. Puts Colin Mullen under a lot of pressure. She throws herself on the ball. She is allowed to do that as the defensive player. The only time the kicking team can dive on a loose ball is when it is bouncing up towards the try line and they're attempting to score a try. So they're making it safe there.
Yeah, I'm not sure her knees are going to thank her for that one on the dry pitch tomorrow. But body on the line stuff is typical Claire. You've got to say Delgado has been absolutely super in this game. Really, if they can get the ball, here she goes.
Managing to distribute there, Sarah Bond scrambling across to make the tag on Lisa Lindsay, whose club is on a 29-game winning streak in social tag. She'll hope she can bring some of that winning fortune to the Irish Women's Masters side here, but that kick from Ireland, over shoulder height of the referee, so it will be a changeover. Bond waiting 10 metres inside her half to roll the ball here.
Bit of a messy set there from Ireland. Didn't really, kind of after they made a lovely little half break, didn't really execute after that. You feel as though one missed tag though, and that's going to be the game for somebody.
The pick and go from Chu unlocked some space. McCowan was there in support. Roll ball needs to be quick here to try and catch Ireland before their line is set, but the Irish have done really well. Pressure back on GB to try and unlock some holes in the defence. Becker keeping the ball alive, and Woodman not able to get past Egan. So meter lost there. Eriksson on to McCowan. Just needing a bit more go forward, and McCowan nearly providing it. Beats the first defender. Final tag of this set. Remember, the game still tied at 1-1 as Becker spills that one forward. The British need to get their defensive line set. They need to work out who's marking who quickly here. Good tag by McCowan on Lindsay. And Delgado, as ever, the one to inject the pace. And Coffey, she's had a good couple of runs, goes down this left-hand side. Caught by Davis, and they will go back to Coffey, but only with a forward pass, and so the set comes to an end just when there was some promise starting to show.
Again, Delgado really seems to be the danger woman from Ireland's point of view. She's been fantastic, just break after break, really controlling things from the middle of the pitch.
McCowan finds Woodman. Looked for a moment like it was going to open up for GB. Draper, good pace on that one. McCowan we needed it dummy half again. Becker trying to work out which option is the best one. Decides to go back to the left-hand side. O'Neill is through that hole. I think for a moment she was worried she was going to be called back. Pass might have been forward, but perfectly flat for GB. And an error at the roll ball with a tag left in the set. Very frustrating error for GB to have made.
But just an unforced error again from GB. They're going to be really disappointed about that, because they've had a few opportunities and it's just trying to force things slightly too much. But the pendulum has certainly swung in their direction in terms of the second half of the second half.
Yeah, the penalty there for contact, giving them a second opportunity in Irish territory. Still searching for their second score of the game. McCowan. Hands there, could have seen Chu put in a little bit of space. Becker from dummy half beats the first. This is the critical point for GB, where they have to get these roll balls in quickly. They have to keep the momentum after the little half breaks that they are managing to secure. O'Neill to Becker. With two outsiders, she goes herself and nearly is through. Again, the roll ball slow. McCowan, one more tag. Draper, she finds O'Neill, but the tags were always going to be taken off her there before she got to the line. But with both teams defending so tight, it's going to be almost impossible to score a try through the middle, isn't it?
No, absolutely. You've got to say that GB, both wingers there were in acres of space if they could have just moved it. And Ireland looking to break out of their half here quite nicely.
Perhaps being a little bit braver, a little bit more adventurous in using their wide players than the British are so far. And that could prove to be a difference maker at the end of the game. Good chase from Davis. She's able to take that ball on the fly and turn, gain a little bit of ground towards halfway. Woodman, one of the most dangerous runners in the GB ranks through this match so far. Becker hoping she's got support outside, as she does in the form of Glassford. That pass wasn't able to find its target with the hand in from Niamh Hennessy. GB will be all right with that, and that means 6 again as they've just crept into the Irish half. Lombardo to Draper, out to Glassford. And on to Carter. Allison will be called back for the tag. Lombardo, the space opening up in front of her.
Ireland really under a lot of pressure here. They're under the pump.
Joins, putting good pace onto that ball. And that was so nearly an opportunity for Towers. They go back for the tag on Lawton. Final hooter goes. Final tag made. No. Final play is now called by Routes. So GB have one last chance. Hands could win the game. Oh, and the tag is made. And in fact, Routes maybe appears not to have heard the hooter here. But it's called a penalty for Ireland. So they will have one play. But his hand's not up to signal final players. It's knocked on by Ireland. And then he does call an end to the game there. So I can basically reuse my lines, Alex, from the end of your game. Yesterday, it was one game apiece for GB and Ireland. They came into this morning with the opportunity for either nation to steal the upper hand with 3 games left to play in the series. And as it stands, they've ended with a draw and no team moving ahead after 3 games. 2 to play any one series.
Yeah, I think Ireland will be slightly happier there with the draw, because GB certainly must have had 5 or 6 clean line breaks in that second half and just unfortunately couldn't execute. So I think the happier team there with the draw will be Ireland.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, Alex, for that one. A really exciting game between the women's masters. 1 try apiece, GB scoring in the first half, Ireland in the second. And another category is set up for a pulsating finish to the day, all of which could contribute to where the B&I goes at the end of the day. Claire will be joining us in commentary shortly, and hopefully, Alex, you'll have the chance to see her 4th and 5th game after yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Cheers, mate. Good
Thanks,
job.
Mill.
Alex,
Yes.
do you mind if I took the chair just for Victoria for V?
Yes.
Is that okay? Of course.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much. I will bring it back when we're finished this game.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Good job, mate.
I'm getting old. God old.
Yeah, possibly standing still here
Yeah.
after the game wasn't.
Well, I would have
the
just
ideal.
been sitting down still over there anyway. Right, good luck. Thanks a million for that.
Cheers. Yeah, she came down while we were halfway through the half. In the footage show we did this is going through.
Hiya. I'll go get my jumper.
Is this the one you were playing with?
I presume so. Maybe that's what I would do.
Just a slight delay to this game getting underway as the ball needed a little bit more air in it in order for these two teams to have equipment that's at the highest standard possible, just like the players themselves on the field. We've had 2 matches so far on pitch 1, 2 tied series, 2 draws. This series has a different complexion to it. GB mixed seniors leading 2-0 on day 1. And Ireland here in their last chance saloon to try and keep themselves alive in the series. They got a good penalty to start the game off, the offside after the restart. But they give it up here with a contact penalty against. So their first attack comes to an end. They'll be frustrated with that one. And just catching her breath, having played in that last pulsating Women's Masters draw, is Claire Cullen-Mullen. Claire, we've just had Alex calling your game there, and now you're back on comms. Great to have you.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to listening to that back and seeing what he said.
He had nothing but good things to say about you.
I don't believe that.
Worried about your knees when you threw yourself on the bouncing ball, put your body on the line to make the starters. Snowden Farrell carves her way through. Real athleticism to get GB on the front foot here and into the Irish half. Then her, I can't really say her better half, just her other half.
Yeah.
Ronan Farrell putting boot to ball. Well, I wouldn't want to be that harsh to Ronan. But GB still with possession here in the set. Johnny Beryl. Oh, what a step from Johnny Beryl.
Great tag by the Irish sweeper there.
Does really well to get there and prevent Beryl from crossing the line. Farrell goes for the box and he will get it.
Was that the couple?
2 points for Ronan Farrell to open GB's account in game 3 of the mixed seniors here. And Dave Hayes still taking a knock in his efforts to try and remove those tags there, holding his nose as he heads to the sideline. I hope he's okay, but what a start from Farrell and GB. Morale, resplendent in pink socks, flashing with his yellow tags, lines up this restart for GB, which has worked fantastically well for just a moment. Chance, no, he has got there.
Knocked that off.
I could have sworn there was a GB knock-on, but play allowed to continue, and Jackson bearing down on the Irish line already. Kent and on to this right-hand side. Goodman trying to go through.
Great tag by Coach Emer there. Good to see her back out in the pitch.
Morale using Jackson on the dummy line, and then looping round Kent to try and keep this one going. 2 Yorkshiremen of Morale and Chance combining there. The tag was made well by Ireland, so GB having to come from a little bit deeper. Brown now heading to the corner. Conway, who else, of course, there to make the stop for Ireland.
And you know, that was a very good tag because he's very tall and she's small. It's actually hard to make those.
Yes, it's one of those sports where being particularly short can be a real advantage.
Yeah.
It means other people's tags are closer to you as well.
Yeah. It does mean your elbow height, though, for when people are running.
Yeah, that is true. There's occupational hazards to being a shorter player on a tag field.
Go on, Dara.
And Conway feeling that
he got the penalty now. He doesn't often get them, but he went looking for it and he got it.
Yeah, arm was wrapped around him there. He wanted the call. He was given it. Yeah, I think it does. It takes a little chip out of a referee's soul each time they have to give a decision to Dara Conway. Given how he does like to appeal for them. But he was absolutely right on that occasion. Julie got the penalty, and unfortunately the Irish attack coming to an end with a foot in touch as Higgs tries to skirt his way through the middle of the defence here.
Oh, that was off the mark. Very clever play by Ireland to highlight that, because that means it's a changeover. and now they're getting walked 10 for arguing, I think. Yes, they are.
Absolutely
Oh, they're going to
no.
continue. Is a yellow card going to come if they don't stop talking, I think?
Yeah, Morale needs to be really careful there. Absolutely no reason to argue with that call. It was clear where the mark was. Mullins was well within his rights to point that out, and he did so politely to the referee I feel, as well.
He did a fake kick and then kind of kicked it backwards then. That was interesting. I've never seen that one before.
Yeah, holds his hand up in apology to his teammates as Jackson will roll this back to Higgs, who tries to just draw the marker out. It's Pennyfather, too wise to it there. Goodman finds Jackson. Peters on the outside, but they will go back for the tag on Jackson. The Irish line called up to try and put the pressure on GB as Morale goes up to Mullins,
Ireland.
and this time he's got to make sure the roll ball is in the right place.
Line speed from Ireland's very good here. Oh, that loop felt great tag by Emer.
Oh,
late tag before the one she made.
Disappointing for Ireland. They were defending really well to that point. Roll from Kent, and Morale will go short side to Chance, who's got Mason Bertrand outside him. He comes back in field to Kent.
Oh, I thought she was
and
away.
she was nearly through there, but that tag had been made on Chance. Mason Bertrand is now sent running into the Irish defensive line by Jackson as the sun starts to shine out here at Nottingham. Yesterday, quite a cloudy day. Good conditions for tag, no wind, and not too hot for the players. That could change today.
And I think what this GB team is really good at here, I'm just watching, is like the basic stuff, right? So they're all running onto at a pace, and they're doing simple things like loops and inside passes, but it's just really effective because they're executed very well. So that's kind of just goes to show, just get the simples right, or the basics, excuse me, and you're ahead.
It's interesting how often that can come from a passion for and understanding of rugby league, which this mixed seniors side certainly have in their coaching pairing of Kim Parkinson and Kat Lindsay. Bit of a conference going on here. Ireland not happy.
I'm assuming that's going to be... Oh.
Play will be allowed to continue. So just a word on this occasion between Pennyfather and the ref. Mullins and
great
space to this left-hand side.
Nice play from Ireland.
Cut back in, was well read by GB.
And Ireland are quite good at that, those wide passes.
Yeah, they can vary their
well
point of attack really well.
That was incredibly well read. Nice loop.
That's pushed forwards, but I think the tag was made beforehand. Changeover. Goodman has to sprint to get his tag well up the other end of the pitch. Farrell back
Line
on.
Speed continuing to be quite good here for Ireland. Can hear Aoife Earl there on the wing screaming for them to come up. We call that beast mode when she screams like that, and I love it. It's my favourite.
We're all here for beast mode.
Yeah.
Farrell with a nice kick, just gently drops that onto his boot. Both the Irish and British players chasing after that had eyes on the ball, and Pete O'Donnell has gone down quite heavily there, entirely accidental, but for a man that already has 31 stitches in his head from a game of tag,
Christ.
He will be particularly cautious about getting to his feet too quickly here.
Is he just winded? Because the Irish player was in the air first. So it looks
so.
like he's just winded.
From where he's put his hands.
What is the law there? Because I know in rugby you can't tackle someone in the air, but like it's very rare. Do we even have a law written down against competition in the air? Because it just doesn't happen.
I don't believe there is anything written in the law book
as
about
a
it.
ref, I would give a contact penalty to Ireland here, because they were higher and got to the wall first, kind of based off union. But actually, I imagine that's not written down in the laws, because when have you seen a competition in the air before?
Yeah, I don't believe it is written down, and that the player that gets higher would be the one favoured in the in the penalty, because I think then that would encourage the jumping and that
Yes,
potentially
sorry,
increases
yeah.
the risk
Well,
of
so maybe
contact.
then my justification would be that it goes to the defence, because you know, if it's in
a bit like diving on the ball
yeah,
on a
because
kick,
they
that
kicked
the
it,
defence
yeah.
should have the yes.
So maybe
I
I'd
would
give it
agree
that
with
way.
you personally. on
Sometimes
that.
as a ref you make a call and you don't know why it's right. You figure that out later, but you just feel it in your soul that it's the right decision. And everyone will disagree with you, and that's fine.
I'm sure how these refs at the international level, they will be making the decision based fully on the rule, but they will know the rules better than the two of us seem
Yeah, of
to at the
course,
moment.
yeah.
And it looks to be that the Ireland have been given a penalty, and not just where the incident happened, but from the point of the kick.
I see, yes. Okay, well, was the kick too high, I wonder? I don't actually remember it being too high. Anyway,
It looked
I thought
fine
it
to me.
bounced.
Yeah, I think it was just on the bounce that it went up. in the air.
Hopefully he hasn't broken a rib now.
Being helped to his feet by team manager Mark Petridge and physio Fernando Della Flor, and applauded off the field by both sides, and great show of sportsmanship as old mucker Dara Conway gives him a pat on the head, and we hope that Pete O'Donnell will be able to make his way back onto the
Right,
pitch.
Ireland have width here. We've got Aoife out in the wing, which is very dangerous. So if they can utilise that, we're laughing.
Well, it's just the one score in this game. The box tried to run in O'Farrell early on, meaning GB have a 2-0 lead. So Ireland looking to get themselves back on level pegging on the score sheet, and they're keeping this ball alive here.
So changing direction probably a little too much there. Just got to get it out wider. Now that was a good change of direction. So now pass it out. Or score yourself.
This will
that
be
works.
a try here,
Oh.
surely for Ireland, and in fact
Yes.
it's going to be a box try.
I mean,
A piece of individual brilliance from Patrick Fitzgerald. We saw the same from him on pitch 1 yesterday. His cows will be rightly proud of him, beating 3 British defenders, not only to reach the line, but then to dive backwards against his momentum and place that ball inside the box. GB 2, Ireland 2.
that is very good. What's called spatial relations. Knowing, like to know that's where the box are. Very good. All right, so game on.
Dave Hayes putting this right back in the British corner, and in fact he has won a 50-10 for Ireland. Momentum needle has well and truly swung in favour of the Emerald Isle.
Got to give her an option. So we go again.
Towards the box goes Penny Farther. She knew that 3 points were available for her as she was able to dot the ball down in there, but not for the first time. Ireland giving away a contact penalty in front of the British line early in an attacking set.
And in defence, you're allowed to hold where you are. So if you just stand there, you see them run at you, and you stand and don't get out of their way, you get the penalty. That was well read by the defender, and the attacker just couldn't change direction.
Jackson, good step back inside.
Yeah.
Farrell. Kick this time. Just on the borderline of being too high and heading down towards the 50-10 marker, but just curved in at the last moment. In fact, it has come back for being too high. So 2 Farrell kicks in a row that have ended favourably for Ireland rather than for GB. Good step inside there. Daniel Carr able to gain some serious ground for Ireland. And Hayes caught by Jackson. Oh, the interception so nearly coming for Rob Chance and GB. Ireland lucky to escape with their lives there.
Definitely.
And they will get a set of 6.
Fresh set. Sometimes it just doesn't go to hand.
Chance alive to the follow-up opportunity, but Ireland keeping the pass lower that time. Hayes was caught there before the distribution, but it was a really good line being run by Carr.
That was good sportsmanship, taking the tag back to where she made it rather than staying forward just a few steps.
Car full of running this morning.
Oh, pass.
Out to Conway on the far side. Ireland with a lot of numbers and a lot of options. Over to the left now. Picks up the bouncing ball really well. Carr, if he just held on to that, he was one-on-one with Johnny Beryl. The opportunity could have presented itself for Ireland to move ahead in this one. 2-2 the score at the moment as Katie Peters darts from dummy half. And Lyons will fire infield to Jackson. Takes the fizzing ball in front of her face. Lyons again. He actually goes from dummy half on this occasion and then distributes to Kent. Farrell. That kick does stay below shoulder height. It's going to go out just 10 metres inside the Irish half. Ireland will be pretty happy with that as the result for the end of that set.
Yeah. And hopefully now they can hold on to the ball for 6, complete the set here, and end in the GB half. You don't have to score on tag on every possession. It's much more of a territory game. That's great. So Ireland's been given a penalty. It must be for offside because you get to come forward to where it happened, to where the offside lines were.
Penalty count starting to go in the favour of Ireland at the moment, so GB need to be careful with their discipline. Ireland know that they can keep applying the pressure, keep turning the screw here, and GB might find themselves on the wrong side of the referee's whistle. Pass just behind Carr, so he has to check his run to take it in.
Oh dear. Good play, pass just didn't go to hand.
GB wanting to start this attack quickly. Goodman still alive here. And caught. Not many British players on the park as they ring the changes.
Good work,
Jackson up to halfway. Farrell on to Karim. We've not seen much of him this match, and a bit of contact there. The referee lets it go. Feeling both players are equally culpable or equally innocent. And Farrell on to Jackson. Has a bit of space. Goodman now. Mason Bertrand outside. And then the call is jumping, I believe, or maybe contact, but either way it's a penalty to Ireland, just as that attack was starting to look particularly promising for the British side.
Oh, that was a beautiful loop.
Really nice first phase of play there from Ireland to go one coast to the other.
Oh, that probably wasn't on. Collected well though.
So it was a lovely looking pass, but the fact that there had been no look beforehand might have been why it didn't go to anybody's hands.
Yeah.
Jackson just spills that one backwards. She's got to get there quickly. The kick through from Ireland, but it was as Jackson was reaching for the ball, so it is going to be a penalty to Great Britain.
That's a pity. That would have been a brilliant bit of play. But yeah.
Kat Lindsay takes the tap, a woman for whom the ageing process has zero power. She still plays like she's 20 years old.
Oh,
incredible
great
woman.
tag by Ireland.
As Karim will find Morale.
Lovely.
Thought he was through for just half a second, but it's a good tag by O'Flynn.
Ireland's defence here is very good. Their work rate's quite high. That's lovely, putting the pressure, making the ball go to the ground.
Good, calm defensive work by the Irish. Just going about their jobs as they need to. And the referee with a long blast on the whistle here, coming to speak to both players. It's a contact call. And it looks like he is going to give the penalty to Great Britain.
Oh, nice.
Just taking a moment to explain to Dara Mullins why he feels it was Mullins who was culpable.
That is very good refereeing, taking that second to kind of slow it down and explain. That's very good refereeing. Nice and calm, players stay calm. Don't necessarily escalate, tensions in a competitive game.
Chance.
Great tag.
Aim at that with serious pace. Ireland having to do everything they could to stop the score for GB.
Hips.
Karim gap closed on him slightly there.
Ireland looking for the penalty, didn't get it.
And the ball goes loose.
Tag was made before the ball went loose. Unfortunately, those kind of ones you're like, you wish you didn't make the tag.
Chance to Karim, and Snowden Farrell outside him. She's going to dance her way so
Great
nearly
hit.
to the line. The tag is made. And Higgs back inside now to Karim. Snowden Farrell in front of the box. Morale, he goes himself. A Farrell-esque attempt for the line, but the tag is made. And the half will come to an end.
What a
Tied
half.
at 2-2. To be clear, I feel like they played 40 minutes there. So much that went on and so close between the two sides.
Yeah, Ireland really don't want to be out of contention for this series. They really want it this morning. And I think you can tell that was such a good 20 minutes.
Really was. More to come from this one, and who knows, there is the chance that we might actually get a game on pitch one today that doesn't end in a draw. But currently that is the way this one is headed. Do stay with us. The second half just moments away.
Oh God, you're right. They were both draws this morning, weren't they?
The hooter sounds to get us back underway in the third game of the day here at the 2025 British and Irish Cup. The entire tournament poised incredibly finely, just as is the case in the drawn matches we've seen so far. And this third test between Ireland and Great Britain in the mixed seniors category. One try each for Ireland and GB, both of them male box tries. So 2-2 as we start this second half.
That's a fresh set there for Ireland due to coming off a GB hand.
Kat
no.
Lindsay, she attempted to make the tag, putting her hand in there. And Ireland, there's a few times where Ireland have been given a penalty or they've been given a fresh set. And then maybe a bit of over-eagerness. They coughed the ball up after a couple of tags.
Yeah, I think once or twice, I think the passes have been too hard, and then they just haven't gone to hand. But we'll see now. They'll defend this set, and as long as they can get out of their half, I think we're good.
Farrell skirting round on the outside. Finds Milan, who was so nearly through there. A last-ditch tag for Ireland. Keeps the score tied. Karim needs to turn around, and remember this play is still going.
Breakdown in communication in GB. First receiver was turning around to organise and didn't realise that the scrum half had gone in and was passing it. So that's worked out in Ireland's favour. Happens to the best of us.
Definitely does. But, GB, nonetheless, will be very frustrated having got themselves in such a good position early in this second 20. Hayes shapes for a moment for the kick, distributes to the left wing instead.
Right wing is wide open here. Dara needs to come out wider and look for it. Or if that works either.
Instead, they go for the left corner, but Beryl is back quickly for GB.
Great tag.
Nicole Rafferty, she had a good game on this pitch 1 yesterday, and showing the same form today. Goodman will play it to the right and to Sarah Jackson. And then he's called into action again here. Just pulled back to Farrell. The chasing runners will need to be careful that they were behind Farrell here. It doesn't matter in the end. He's gone for the 50-10.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. The winger was fine, but I think the player in between the winger and the kicker would have actually been offside. But yeah, it doesn't matter. Oh, they didn't get the 50.
No, not given. So, according to the referee, that just found the touchline before the cone. And to be fair, it is a fair distance from our commentary box. The referee a lot closer to it. So, Ireland very lucky there to be able to come away with the ball themselves instead of facing another set of 6 from GB, just 10 out. And Hayes distributes, and now Rafferty has the option outside, and the final pass just not going. Lost forwards by Power, but was behind her. She tried to stick a mitt out for it. Kent needed to be really careful there. Yeah, just not quite aware of what it was that Goodman was doing, and GB lucky to get away with it. Great stop made by Ireland there. Farrell goes against the run of play and tries to find Tom Higgs. There is a hand in there from Ireland. Farrell definitely felt there was.
That is going to be against Ireland, I think. There's definitely a bit of contact. Oh, he's gone back for the knock-on.
Higgs rolls. Peters finds Farrell, who pulls it back to Karim. Goes himself. He's still going and launches into the dive over the line. GB scored early in the first half. It's taken them a few more minutes in this second half here. The Irish try scorer Fitzgerald appealing to the referee that Karim's hip had been down before he went over the line. That wasn't the case. He can absolutely launch himself through the air, can happen. Karim, the former Royal Marines commando, and he puts his team 1 point ahead in this third game of the Mixed Senior Series. Remember, GB leading 2-0 in this series, so a win here for GB would tie the series up at the earliest possible opportunity for them. A line that I have said many times before, but in the other direction. Ireland so often were able to win the series 3-0 back when we had 3-test series, and also on a couple of occasions with the 5-test ones. But the last couple of years have seen GB turn their fortunes around in this category that had previously been dominated by the Irish.
Yeah, this mixed senior team is very strong. And as it stands now, they're on course to... did you say they'd never won 2 in a row, and if they win this game, they'd be 2 in a row, won't it?
That is correct. Never got 2 series in a row. They won in 2019 on home ground in London, and last year at UCD in Dublin. The solitary GB wins in the mixed seniors category, where Ireland just been so strong in both mixed seniors and mixed open over the years, but this could turn the game and potentially the series on its head. He's going for the corner as Dara Higgins, and he surely will get there. No, the tag has been made. A heroic effort by Rob Chance for GB to deny Ireland, and still the Irish having to look for the score. In field they come. Fitzgerald now, and over to the left-hand side where the pass, if it had gone to hand, would surely have sent Hayes over in the opposite corner to where it looked like Higgins was nailed on for a highlight reel score. Ireland somehow managing to fluff their lines and remain a point behind in this one. What a thrilling contest, Claire.
That was very exciting. Really unfortunate that last pass didn't go to hand. I think you're right, it could have been a score.
Morale.
GB doing the smart thing now and getting it out of their half, because they know that the best place to play is in the other team's half.
Not just getting it out their half, but getting it into the Irish 10 for the 50-10. They will have the tap. Wow, how this game swings one way and then the other. GB knocking on the door. Ireland nearly getting a length of the field interception try. And now 50-10 GB, set of 6, just 10 out. Morale, the man who got them in this position.
Great tag.
Latest on the ball. This tag that stops him just inside that dashed line. Jackson on to Lyons. Lindsay pulls it back to Lyons again.
So yeah, it's all about how Ireland manage this momentum, because the momentum is with GB at the moment. They stopped an almost certain try and then they got a 50-10 immediately. So that means momentum is with them, and when momentum is with the team sometimes, then that's what happens.
A beautiful score that from Andrew Goodman. Just carving around in front of the defence, trying to see which of his supporting runners was there, which of them would present the best try-scoring option. And in the end, he found that the hole opened up for himself, threw himself over. Similar position to Karim's try just a few minutes ago, and now GB have restored their 2-point lead. Restored their 2-point lead and followed it up with a 50-10 off the restart.
There you go. I hate this term, but they're having a purple patch.
I think, yeah, that is the only term that we can use for it, Claire. And it is try scorer Goodman who takes the tap, starts this latest.
It is only 2 points, which in mixed is not that big of a lead.
Snowden, Farrell. Bit of contact there, just waiting for the referee's decision, and it looks like it's going to give it against Snowden Farrell.
Looks like Ireland has weathered this storm and get the ball back. Great. So again, as I said, 2 points actually in mixed isn't that big of a lead. A guy box try is 2 and a girl box try is 3. And a lady try is 2, so...
Yeah, half of the 4 scoring options would level the game for Ireland here, and one of them could even put them straight into the lead. A mixed game is never won at the international level. Everyone getting tangled up there as Robin O'Flynn tried to get through the defence of Farrell and Lindsay. He went to ground and then Farrell trips over Lindsay. The decision looks to be closing the gap. Farrell's not impressed with the call, not delighted with it, I should say.
I wonder what the ref asked Ireland there. Just come off your knee. No. I thought it was going to go against Ireland and then he turned around.
Flynn. Pennyfather. Good pace on that to get to halfway. Carr. Called upon to run at Farrell. They will stick to this right-hand side. That pass to Power is able to be taken on this occasion. Sorry, O'Connor.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think that's Sophie.
Looking for the little kick, maybe not the right option with Farrell and Snowden. Farrell defending, but it looks once again like it is going to come off for Ireland. Farrell needs to be careful here that he doesn't start painting a picture in the mind of the referee that he is closing the gap consistently. Still some conversation between the two. Luckily, he's managed to make the tag while...
That was an ankle breaker.
Oh, Dara Conway throwing himself for the box, but of course the man to stop him once again is Ronan Farrell, leading from the front here for GB Mixed Seniors. That pass just behind Daniel Carr, but he's done really well, and he could set up Conway here. No try.
Jesus.
No try, the clear signal from the referee. Tag made by Ronan Farrell. 3 crucial stops on the line after GB gave away the penalty. How critical could that be in the final standings of this game?
I actually don't think that was just a tag. I think he got contact penalty against them because they were only on tag 3 there and they got to bring it out intact. So yeah. Too wild of a dive. Must have hit into someone's ankles.
Correct.
Oh, and now it's back to Ireland.
Yeah, ill discipline there, trying to walk his way back through Rafferty to take the roll ball. And the referee having what's likely to be a final word here with Ronan Farrell. Any more ill discipline from GB and we're likely to see them down to 7 players. They've got to be really careful here. It is only a 2-point lead. We've spoken about how little that is in the mixed game of international tag rugby. A late tag there, so another set of 6. GB doing everything they possibly can to give Ireland the opportunity to tie this game up. Options will be there on the left-hand side if the distribution comes. And the pass is forwards. The try is ruled out. Conway subs himself off. I don't know whether he's realised yet that the decision. Yeah, he does now. No try for Ireland.
That was hard luck. It was a great bit of play.
Snowden Farrell breaks through. Fitzgerald the man to prevent that being a 2-point score or more for GB. No one there for Rob Chance.
He wasn't there.
Karim on to Farrell. Championship minutes these for GB. The penalty advantage is there. Contact made on Farrell after he passed the ball. And there will be another conversation here between the referee and the Irish. The last one was with the British side. Now with the team in green. They will also, I imagine, be being given a final warning here. This game really heating up. Neither side wanting to give an inch, and you can understand why. It is match point in the mixed seniors category here at the 2025 British and Irish Cup. GB have 3 of them, but they will want to take the series at the earliest possible opportunity. They're not able to add to their lead there. Mason Bertrand with a foot in touch. Now O'Connor runs it in 10 metres to start this latest Irish attack. Jackson with the tag. And half break for Ireland.
Yeah, she was very good at that little dummy. Getting 5 to 7 yards off that. Thankfully the tag was made.
Yeah, before that one dribbled over the sideline. I think we've got about 6 minutes left in the game as the latest Irish pass goes awry there. Time for anything to happen, for either team to seize this game. As the run comes in from Aoife Earl on the left-hand side, followed up by this really good kick that looks like it's going to go all the way for the 50-10.
Very good kick. This is very competitive. Ireland, like, they're only 2 points down and they had 3 almost 2-point scores in a row. So if they can capitalise here now in this field position, we might be drawing it.
GB lucky not to give away a penalty for closing the gap there, I would say. Hayes trying to see whether there's any options that will present themselves either side of him. None comes, so he takes the tag himself. Rafferty up towards the box. That score, had it been, would have put Ireland in the lead. They come back and it could surely be. No, tags made once again. Jackson and Farrell combining. This match on an absolute knife edge. Hayes steps back inside. Still he's alive. That one knocked backwards by GB, so they will regain possession here.
That's hard luck for Ireland. It was a good set. And I thought Sarah was in, but...
Desperate defence by GB, keeping their scoreline clean in this second half so far. 4-2 they lead. As we enter the closing stages of this contest, Hannah Kent twists through. She's got to keep her hands up here. Eventually, the tag was made. Morale, again, Jackson just a bit in front.
She got behind him.
Yeah, she made it back in the end, but she's got to be careful of that. Not the first time she's drifted up ahead of the kicker. Katie Peters finds some space towards that right touchline that allows her to creep the other side of halfway. Karim into Jackson. She'll hold on to the ball herself as the tag is made at halfway. Past Kent to Morale. Chance outside him. Could be a 2-on-1. Chance goes for the kick. He's going for the box here. If he just gets this bounce. Oh, just the wrong side of the line as far as GB are concerned. No, it is given. There was no celebration from Chance. I thought that ball had bounced the other side of the try line. But try awarded to Chance and GB, and they move into a 5-2 lead.
Yeah, no, I was wondering. I was like, that looked fine to me. Yeah, he caught it.
It was his poker face celebration that got me.
Too cool. And he didn't try to run it back in to take the box. He just took the one.
Ireland still within a score, but the maximum score.
Yeah, and how long have we left? Do you know?
I think we've got about 2.5 to go. We don't have an official match clock here to confirm, but with centralised timing, should be about 2.5. Of course, this game kicked off a couple of minutes late, but they made that time up at half-time. Took a short water break before coming back on, so these players will be absolutely bursting at the lungs, legs burning, as Ireland once again look to unlock a bit of space on that left touchline. It's worked well for them to this point in the match so far. Phelan now up to the defensive line, almost gets the offload away. She does, in fact, and so Conway will try and see what he can do in the centre of the field. He's surely going to get a penalty here. Yeah. Morale with the shirt pull.
So I'd say GB are delighted now that they got that 1 point score, because it means that they're not in it. This would be very stressful if they were defending and all Ireland had to get to do was a 2-pointer to draw it up. So they're reliant now on getting a 3-pointer, but they got one.
Well, yeah, they were until they shoot up in defence from Emilia Milan. Allowed Ireland to just coast over for the single pointer.
That does put them back within 2. So now if Ireland can get the ball back quickly and attack, we could draw it up here, and they're back in a position where if they got a girl box try, they still could take the win, but they're running out of time to do it.
Absolutely critical set for GB here. They can't make any errors. That's why Morale was particularly careful as he went back to the mark there. We've already seen penalty given against GB for running backwards into the marker. Snowden Farrell, what can she do?
That's another thing GB are very good at, getting yards every time off the ruck. Yeah, like every time the ball is either passed out to 10 or picked and gone from 9, you get like 10 yards. So that's very good play.
Yeah, just 3 tags in the set got them to almost short of halfway. That's the first tag in this one where they've not gained some ground. So Goodman goes for the kick. That's played at by Ireland. They do have the numbers back there in the form of O'Connor to make sure that ball is safe as Conway now goes. And he's tagged before he spills the ball forwards. Lindsay was the one to pull the Velcro that time. Bullet pass over to the left-hand side and then brought back in through Rafferty.
They need a bit of individual brilliance here. They need that Conway to chip through for himself and then set a girl up for a box. Oof.
Surely the penalty will go against Ireland here. Goodman was set in defence.
It's not against Dara.
No, it's Hayes has gone straight through into Goodman, having dispatched the ball to Conway. Conway, generally, when he hears a whistle, I think assumes it's to him, but he was very much an innocent bystander in that one. And unlucky for him not to get away on the good line that he'd run.
Good tag. Yeah, no, it was a great bit of play. It's just unfortunate.
Morale senses something on this. Blind side here, through here, step back in. Could have done it.
By Dara.
Perhaps he should have given it to Grace Brown, but real work rate from Dara Conway to get there and keep Ireland in this. Goodman! Goodman!
Oh, outside the box.
Oh my goodness, he was so nearly the match winner.
What was that for, was it?
I think it must have been from the call. Wasn't much signal from the referee. And there is the final whistle. There is the game. Great Britain 5, Ireland 3. The third game of this mixed seniors category goes the same way as the two yesterday. GB taking the honours, and they lead the series 3-0. That means they've locked up this category and secured an all-important 3 points for their country towards the overall awarding of the British and Irish Cup. A critical category for GB to win, and you can see the players are delighted there, Claire.
Yeah, congratulations. That was a great game. If the whole series has been that competitive, you know, the scoreline of 3-0 GB doesn't really reflect how competitive it's been. Each game, I think, was only won by a couple of points, and that one was particularly competitive.
It was so often the case in the run-up to the 2023 World Cup that all of the games in the mixed seniors category were incredibly close. There was a year where there were 4 games decided by a single point and 1 by 2, and yet it was Ireland who would take the honours each time. Now the script just slightly flipped, and super close contest, but GB managing to get the victories. So they do tie up this mixed seniors category. We've got a little bit of an extra pause before the next game. Men's seniors coming up for you at 12:40 on this pitch, so just over 10 minutes time. And that one finally poised at 1-1. Claire, your next game is on pitch 2 at 1:30. Of course, that category is still tied at 1-1.
Yeah.
What do you think Ireland need to do in that to move them ahead?
I'll put me on the spot now. I think you watched the last game. What did you think? I thought it was pretty competitive both ways. I thought our defence was really good, and I think that we just conceded a try early, and then we sort of defended for a long time and managed to even it up then at the end. So I just think what we did right in the second half, particularly, we just need to start from the very off.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Really close contest. It reminded me at times of that semi-final at the 2023 World Cup between the two sides. Really, really tight, and lots of defensive work done by both teams. Opportunities presenting themselves on the outside, maybe, if the ball can get there.
Yeah.
We will see. That series tied 1-1 after 3 games. Just 2 games to decide it. But mixed seniors goes the way of Great Britain, and we will be bringing you the men's seniors in just over 10 minutes' time.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, thank you for joining. Well done.
No worries, see you later.
Yeah. Hey, mate.
She's coming over now anyway. Quite fast, isn't it? I don't understand what this is, but that's something that I can never do. With the card, obviously.
Maybe we could put you here. Not much shade.
with Hayley, and Freya was just saying how amazing Hayley's defence is. Thanks.
Ice cream! Oh, is it? Is good?
One more photo opportunity. Don't look into the door.
No, not if it's R8. Is it good? Is it good? Not R8.
Show your tag. I have that. Right, what your pineapple? Do you want your tuna roll and your pineapple? Pineapple and a fork. You want a fork?
a jump on the cans here. Like Shep's over there.
If you want, if you know what you're...
Yeah. If I jump on one or two, you come along. Okay? Take pics. Well, do you know the score? No, the score. Score in the game. 0-0. And here we are back at the British and Irish Cup 2025. If you're just joining us, it is the men's 30s category, and Chris Cole shifting right to left. It's a 0-all score to line at the moment. I believe the series is 2-1 to Ireland, so this is a huge game for GB. And I am joined in the commentary box by the one and only JP, Jack Payne. How you doing, Jacko?
Yeah, mate, not too bad. How you going?
Yeah, good. So just filling everyone in here that we've got a 2-1 lead in the series to Ireland. It's a 0-all score in the game, and this is huge for GB.
Mate, massive game here. Game's on the line here. It's real back and forth at the moment. I've been watching on the sideline for a bit, so...
That's a lovely territory kick there from GB, and the ref is pointing to the spot. That's going to be a 50-10, and this is where the game could open up, being 0-all at the moment. One down in the series. This is really where Anne Twishel, the 7 here for GB, would like to take a point and take an early lead in this contest, and I think they've got it here. I know.
No, great tag in the corner there from the Irish ringer.
Tomas McGrath has taken a cheeky one around the corner. As GB spread right to left here, the 7 Twissel. Late switch, he's hung onto it. Pushed it, it's a 3-on-2 short side. It's a great covering tag there.
On the edge again there, mate. Great tag.
Good scramble here from Ireland. Holding that 3-metre line. They're up at the 5 now. Bit of jinking going on here by GB. Hangs onto it. Fallon Doran, the 9. Takes a good tag. Seems to be holding the middle defence down well. And Twissel with the pill. 7 on his back. He's hung onto it. Switch back. We've got an open side here. They're man on. Late switch. And good defence.
Ireland stay really composed in defence here, mate. They're just letting GB play in front of them.
It's good lateral defensive movement here from Ireland, and that's big. Andy Harris with a great tag. Just got married, actually, Jack. Married to the love of his life, Grania. I was at the wedding. Beautiful.
How's the Bucks?
I didn't go. Had to work. But I did wear a cowboy hat to the wedding, representing the Aussie fam. And it's a kick through there from GB. Oh!
A bit too long there from Aaron there on the wing. Good attempt, though. Almost got there.
Good attempt. And here the subs come in from Ireland.
Big switches out there.
Jay Cole is going to take the tap from the centre with a 7-tag set. Rule introduced following the Rugby League, introducing it in the NRL. There's a tag there. Todd O'Brien at 9, and goes to Jackie Reels, the captain. Taking a simple up, get momentum forward. Assistant coach here, T. Newman. Shift now, Reels on the rat. It's a poor ball from dummy half to Gurj Sandhu. Back onto Podgy, shapes the kick, hangs onto it. Switch back, and Newman goes long to the manager, Angus O'Brien. Hangs onto it. The ref's called 4 there. Might have one more up their sleeve. Kick through for Reels up the middle. Let's get the bounce. He doesn't get the bounce, and GB scramble and recover there, Jack.
Great scramble there from Poster at the back there, mate. He's done well. Let's see if Ireland can get out of here. Oh, not Ireland, sorry. Let's see if Great Britain can get out of their end here. Now turn an easy possession over.
Still a 0-all scoreline here in this first half in the men's 30s division, and that's Levens. Jack Levens, a 14er coach. He loves to put his body on the line. Sometimes goes his way, sometimes against him. It's a big nudge.
Early kick there.
Good
Tom
strike of the footy.
Didn't get the bounce.
Oh, Reels, he good on his feet.
He's done well back there. It's done really well.
Really well to get this team on the front foot. And here they go. They'll bite down the mouthguard here, Ireland, and just push up through the middle. First with O'Brien. They've gone short side back to Levens. Loves a little kick for himself. That's forward pass. Come out of the hands forward. Not like the one, Jackie, I threw in the last game, but that one come out of the hands forward, definitely.
Big gust of wind apparently.
Big gust of wind, yeah. Pitch 2, there was swirlings all around the place. But GB with good field possession. Middle of the field here. Sandu pushing over. Good tag. Ireland seems to have more players on the field at this stage. They're everywhere. Great dummy there.
Good tag though. Didn't take it.
Push a big open side here. Oh, that's definite contact with inside pressure, and the referee's not happy with this.
He's going to have a word to him here.
He's going to call the captain in. The captain's on the field. Just having a chat to the whole Irish team here that's enough contact. He doesn't want to see any more for the remainder of this game. And GB have great field possession. And he's called him back. He wants him to release the ball on the tap. And GB now with the best chance they have of this game of footy. And GB go a short side.
Marcus got him early. Marcus read it well.
Good lateral movement by Ireland. Great shift to the ball by GB. They got numbers, a 2-on-1 short side. Good covering tag there by Angus O'Brien.
The lateral shift of the Irish defence is real on show here, mate. It's really good to see.
Late switch there by GB. Chris Cole just come back from Australia and was successful in the Irish Exiles Mixed Opens team that won the recent tournament down there in Australia. Congratulations, both him and Josh Fallendoran, representing the men's 30s. Got a 4-man open side here, GB. Runs to a 2-on-1 and great defence there by Podge O'Brien. Jackie, what do you see so far?
Well, it's a real back and forth game, but Ireland is staying real composed in defence, just letting him play. So GB just need to maybe try a little bit more here to try and crack this Irish defence.
Yeah, they're not offering a huge amount. They're playing simple footy and good footy, switching back against the grain, but I really think they're going to have to start going direct against this Irish lateral slide defence, and that's a wild ball on your try line by Newman. Probably not the option I'd take. Referees called closing the gap. It's a bit of a piggyback penalty for Ireland as they were going nowhere in that set of 6. Penalty went against number 1 there, Peter Ainsley. That's a good tag. Alex Saab, push back to the middle here with Chris Cole. Really sharp on his feet, Chris Cole. 77 back to Davern. Takes a settle.
Early shift here.
Fallendoran with the flat ball to Levens. Has a bit of space and wheels. It's a great covering tag there by GB. Shaking his head, not getting past me today, mate. They sprint back to the middle here with Fallendoran again. To Newman. Newman to Cole. Cole on the out. Switch back to O'Brien. O'Brien double switch. Newman. 3 switch. Oh, kick wasn't there, but it's a late tag the referee has seen against the number 6, Jack Knowles. Chris Cole here is going to take the tap. Really looking for the first score in this game. It's quite even. I think it's going to come down, Jack, to a little bit of individual brilliance to get this first try.
Yeah, I agree with you, mate. Like, Great Britain just need to try a little bit more in attack here. They're defending well, but there's a little bit more flair from Ireland as they do another triple switch. But well read by Tom Humphries in the middle.
Some late contact there. The referee's happy to play on his men's. And they're going to shift wide here to Doran. Switch back to Cole. Cole late pass, 2 pass to Chris Cole. Step, and it's great man on defence there by the winger. JC tries to sneak a cheeky one through the middle and they go to Dorn. Dorn, lovely little 21 play, 3-on-2, and he hangs onto it. Covering defence, unbelievable. Sejan Gurung, great tag. Newman with a 5-man open side. Hangs onto it, digs into the line. Too good, great read defence.
Great tag there by Tom Humphries in the middle. He was solid, I think he made about 4 tags in that set.
He did. His positioning's really, really good for this GB30 side. He doesn't panic. He occupies the space early and makes his tags. Good feet. And a great start to a GB set coming off their try line. Oh, he's had a little bit of a twisted ankle, or maybe the fat Fallendoran has trodden on that ankle. I've been trodden on by the fat. It's not an enjoyable experience.
It's not a good time there on the big toe there for Stannis, but I think he'll be all right. Stuff.
He's gone off the back of the pitch. I think he'll be all right. I think it's a stinger. He'll run that out. There's a bit of a laugh there between Fallendoran and the roll ball, so all's well and good on the pitch. No hard feelings. They take a single up the middle. Back to a short side here, GB. Oh, he fell for the dummy. Big Fats fell for it. Back open side. Switch back. He didn't miss that one, Josh. Twistle. He's got the ball. Can kick. He's a lovely peel. He's gone to the wing. He skipped 4 players. Reload. He'll still get a crack at the 50-10 here. Tom Antwistle. 2 pass. No. It's an attempt there.
Well read by the winger.
Great positioning as Tomas McGrath.
Bit of a short pull there.
He could get the penalty. Yep, Jack's nailed that. It was a short pull. Chase was good for GB, but the execution wasn't great. And gives... Oh, and that's it. We have a 0-all draw at halftime here in the men's 30s category, with Ireland holding the series down at the moment, 2-1. Jack, what did you see there in the first half?
Mate, it's real back and forth footy. Like, there's not many errors out there, so it's good to see some simple footy there. But I'd like to see a little bit more in attack from both teams there. Maybe taking someone on, a little bit more plays out there, just to try and break open this good defence from both teams.
And if you were the GB coach there in the huddle, what would your main message be before the second half?
I'd be really happy that they're executing well, they're getting down the field, they're getting to their 5th tackle. I'd just like I just said, I'd be saying just a little bit more in attack, just offer something else.
Well, hopefully that's the comms there from the GB coach and Ireland coach, and we'll be back with you in a minute here at the British and Irish Cup 2025.
He'd done this before. Yeah. That's good. That was alright, eh?
Good, good.
Nah, it's not bad.
Jeez, what have we done here?
Yeah, something that... There we go.
Sheps, you're leaking everywhere, right?
Thinking something, mate.
You're leaking something everywhere, big fella. You got some water going on. What it is?
Not much, bro. On the mic.
Magic on the mic.
That's good, actually.
Just getting some international relations back on track, eh?
All about racing.
I'll tell you what, they're not going to want me
GB
back
versus
on.
Ireland, we've got 2 Australian commentators.
Yeah.
No one's going to want me on comms here.
Oh, you racing in the last one?
Yeah.
He bang, bust through, he's about 40 out. I'm chasing back. Stay off. I'll get inside. As he goes, he goes, no, you don't. Boom, whacks a fullback, and he looks, he goes, no, you didn't, fat shit. He scores in the box as he's calling me fat. I was like, Reece, you can't do that, bro. I'm fucking telling your mum. He goes, I don't care, fatty. You never had me. And do you know what he did to me yesterday, too? Oh, I think he dropped me with a little cheap shot. Yeah. And the penalty went his way. I was like, fine, man. Back inside. And Reece like, you ready? I was like, nah. He went up, he went back, and boom, left foot as he ran past, he waved back. He's been cheeky. He's so cheeky, bro.
Put the pedal down, mate. Score in the corner.
He didn't score because he's too busy waving at me. Well, they give Keegan a band?
Yeah. No. Oh, yeah. It's a good game, actually. It's a good game. 4:30.
Oh, Pete's gone to hospital for broken ribs.
Has he?
Yeah.
Did he just get hit?
Bad one too.
What, just contact? Anything in or just running each other?
It was a kick through and it bounced up and they both sort of went for it.
That's a good game, actually. Thomas playing all right.
Who? Okay.
Yes, he didn't get a game yesterday.
Did he not?
No.
What, set him up for both?
Yeah. Got his cap this morning. Spanish was toasted on. Yeah, Neil, it's a good game. It's like back and forth, eh? No, what's that? Yeah, he was popping off, mate. I think he'll be right there, mate.
Have you been sacked, Jacko? We're back on.
Oh, whatever, bro. Cruise.
That's our spot.
So,
Yeah, we're sacking check. Let's go. This has been a good
Give
game.
a breather. It is a good game,
It
actually.
is a good game. Have a breather, Chef. Get yourself a coffee. You ready?
Yeah, mate.
Welcome back here to the British and Irish Cup 2025 Nottingham. We are live on pitch 1 with the men's 30s division. We have a 0-0 draw at the moment. We have Ireland 2-1 up in the series. I am joined with a good man, a good rugby league player, and a classic Australian, Jack Payne. What do you think is going to happen in this second half, mate?
Well, mate, the sun's come out, so it's setting the stage with something exciting here. I still think low scoring, which means it's going to be a real grandstand finish at the end.
I hope so. And look, I am wearing the green jersey today, and some of my old teammates, I did play with this team at the last Tag World Cup when we went down to Australia in the gold medal game by 2 points. And, you know, I'm with my boys, still a part of this team, still love to see them, but I'd also like to see Ant Whistle here bring it back, take this game and send it to a decider this afternoon in a 2-2 split. So we have 20 minutes on the clock, no points scored, just waiting on the referee's whistle. Just looks at his clock. JC is going to put the big steel toe to the ball and we'll have 20 minutes of action.
Bit of a right to left breeze here, favouring the Irish kicker here. We'll see what he comes up with.
Does have a big toe, JC. Gets a big run up. So Glenn McGrath coming off at the whacker. Great read by GB and to start the half well.
GB be looking to just get through their set here, pin Irish in the corner, and then back it up with their defence, I reckon, here.
Good start. Take a couple of settlers, ease back into the game. It was really a tussle of field possession and momentum in the first half. So we will be looking for the same kind of response here for GB and Ireland, not to go away from what's working. It's been a lateral set so far. And Twistle looking for space, doesn't see it, throws a lazy pass, and we're going to have the first points of the game to Podge O'Brien. An uncharacteristic mistake there by the number 7, Tom Entwistle. I think he was looking for a 50-10, Jacko. There was great field possession back by the sweeper of Ireland, and he threw that 50-50 and it went in the hands of Ireland.
Yeah, I think the positioning of the Irish sweeper just really put him in 2 minds, and he just didn't choose the right option. Now I think he'd be really kicking himself there, trying to get back here in this next set.
So that is 1-0 Ireland, and that was Podge O'Brien, a stalwart in this men's 30s for many, many years, I believe 2 World Cups. Congrats, Podgy, on a great score. And JC with the toe again from the kick. It's a good strike. Again, another good read by GB. Let's see if this set can end different for them. Tagged by Newman. And Twistle pushes his team forward. Great meters. JC, the kicker, makes the second. Ball is spread here. Bounce on the out. He's away, the link.
Good cover there from the 8.
Very good cover there. Tully pushes back infield there with Harry Greenholm.
Space on the left. Irish defenders read it well.
I'd say Entwistle now be looking for a bit of field possession. Put it on the toe. There
Much
it is.
Better set. Much better finish. He'd be much happy with that one, I believe.
It's a good strike. Funny bounce of the ball and a really, really good set. I think that's what he would have liked the previous set. And have GB now pinned. Oh, we've got a sniper. And Jackie reels.
He's back up. He's all right.
He's all right. We had a few snipers yesterday. It's always a scary moment when you see a player going down with no one in space. Ireland here trying to ruck out of the half with Fallon Doran, the fat. Little Goosey. Going nowhere. Reels from half to Newman. Newman pushes long. Outside Levens. Levens on the edge.
Space.
He's quick. Levens has a good short kicking game. He backs himself. Covered by the 15. Oh, I think he's got there.
He's done really well.
Downward pressure.
Refs having a think.
Refs having a think. He's going to call no try.
He's done really well there.
Oh, Jackie, I don't know. I think he got to the ball first. He had a bit of daylight underneath and downward pressure. I would have awarded that.
He's not happy there with the decision, I think, but he's got to move on here, and he makes the tag there straight up.
He does. And look, the referee was right on the spot. You know, he was right in the vicinity of that try. He obviously thinks that Levens didn't regain control of the footy before downward pressure occurred. So GB now rucking out of their half. The good first few tags gaining momentum. There's Levens. That's 3 tags for the set. And he hasn't let it get to him. He's tied back in with his defensive line. Newman, assistant coach. It was late wrap there. Looked to kick short. It's a wild pass to the left-hand side. You're going to have to regroup here. Back to the middle. I'd say be looking for Humphries for a kick. Kicking on the back foot gives Jackie Reels really good field possession. And here we go. Ireland on the strike with first tag. 5 metres outside of halfway.
Yeah, I think early in this half, Ireland are winning the field position battle just a little bit here over Great Britain.
Yeah, I think so. I think they look a bit more structured when Entwistle is out there. There's a bit more control. Here's Levens inside. Good nudge. That's played up. I think it's come off the leg.
He still might have regathered though at the back there.
That could have gone.
British sweeper.
Either way, it's really well done by GB. Levens does have a great kicking game. It was good vision by Fallon Doran to come back to the short side and open the field up. That wind's starting to pick up
really
there, Jay.
Picking up a little bit here, which really favours the Irish kickers.
Come across us. It's not going to be good for GB. Down a point and down a series. He's double pumped and gone. That's a good read by Fallon Doran. There'll be no marker there. The 8, Sean Curley rucks back up. He's got to get on side. And Humphries with a good strike of the footy by Chris Cole. Too much experience and great field positioning. Takes the first. 15 out. Curley at half. Gives to O'Brien the try scorer. Looks to go back short side to Cole. Spreads open to big Andy Harris. Rips long to O'Brien. Back against the grain. A few metres on offer. Great diving tag there.
Great diving tag. They just
Jack Knowles. Really good effort by Knowles. Chrissy Coles. Good chat to O'Brien. O'Brien on the edge. Great defence there. John Smithers. Peels back well to the short side and makes a tag. Chris Cole. Rolls. Odds to JC. He's going to go long here, and it's too high.
Ref's happy with it.
Ref's happy with that? No, he's not. He let it play out. He let it play the advantage. I like that. I like seeing the advantage played. The sweeper could have picked it up and ran the length of the field and scored. It didn't happen, so the refs called it back to the spot where JC's gone too high. And the 6 from GB, Jackie Knowles, will roll the ball. And the architect for GB is back on the field in Tom Entwistle. And he'd be looking to square this up here, Jack.
It's the best field position of the half for Great Britain here, so they'll be really looking to capitalise on this. They've gone backwards though off the first play.
I remember playing Tommy Entwistle back in 2018 when I was in the mixed. He's a really good orchestrator. He's got a great tempo on the footy. Great movement there by Smithers. He beat 3 defenders. Comes back to the middle of the field. Jack Knowles takes a single note. Ooh. Entwistle at half. This is Pete Ainsley. So Rapper. Sandu really good inside pressure and cover defence. Back out to Knowles. Knowles out to Charlie Coulter. He's gone to ground there. And we've got a big open side here on last. Tunga is going to crack himself. He's going to get there. Oh.
Great sweep play there. Great defence at the back.
Chris Cole, cool, calm and collected in front of the box there, saving Ireland from a 2-pointer.
Nick Stanners wanted to take him on and he stood his ground and gave him back his tag.
Here we are now. Ireland back with possession in Newman. Makes really good meters up the middle. Gets the penalty for his team. Fallon Doran taking no time. The referee was not happy that he was not on the spot. Goes back to... He's not happy again. The referee is pointing to the mark. JC has it. And the set has been moved again. Okay.
And now we're off.
Now we're off. We have the spot and the game has resumed with JC. John Colt. We go to Tom Newman on the open side. He's going to bang one up. Good tag there by Entwistle. Got a short side. I'll go open side to Doran. Rips to Chris Cole. Cole, he puts a bit of air on that. He's lucky to clean up the mess. I think there's a miscommunication there.
He's just stayed in the field of play here. He's done well to regather, to be fair.
Thomas McGrath back infield to Oisin Murphy. Murphy to Fallon Doran. Doran to Newman. Spread to JC. O'Brien. O'Brien smart, hangs on to it. The pass wasn't there. He's either going to run on the last or get back behind. JC's over the line. He's going to rip long here. A knee kick. It was not the option. The ref didn't like it. The follow through and contact. And GB have the penalty with Smithers. Take the tap and the single and get the set rolling here for the GB men's team. Late switch.
Late switch. Aaron now takes up the middle. He's got a bit of space.
Great meters there.
Good recovery though from Ireland.
I think the last 2 sets by Ireland have really been disjointed. There's too many voices and there's no one just putting their head down, bending their back and rocking up.
A little bit frantic for them.
Yep.
Maybe in the next set they can recover a little bit. Sniper again.
Sniper twice. He's back out. Chuck Norris is up there with the rifle. And here we go. This is GB's probably the best chance they've had of this half. Ireland, these players have been on for too many sets defending, so there's tied legs. It's going to be 6 more, I think. Ref's called it, seen what we've seen. They did lose a little bit of ground, but with 6 more, Entwistle standing on the spot, hoping for 10 metres march. Didn't get it, but his teammates got the metres back for him anyway with a late switch. Referee lucky he's called tag there. Peter Ainsley there was trying to throw the switch pass, and his teammate was not ready for it. And here we go. 3-man short side, late switch. 15, Harry Greenlow. Again, Chris Cole covering. Greenhull, apologies. Entwistle, 4-man short side. Goes back open, big dummy and go. Tom Newman's read that like a book. Short side raid, 17 out from half. And he has got there, GB with a square up. Alex Barb, hang on a minute.
I think he's saying knee down here.
I think you were right, Jacko. He's called knee down, a player in the vicinity of the tag, so that's a no try. He's going to call it out for a tag, and I think he had 4 fingers up, so it's tag 4. Very unlucky there, Barb, not to get that try. Will show us speed to a 2-man short side, and they've got there.
Aaron now finishes in the corner there, mate.
They have got there. That was a lovely bit of footwork here by the GB centre. Hang on. I might be a little bit of late contact there. He's having a chat to Tomas McGrath. It was really, really fine work by Sijang Gurung there. He got on the outside of his middle, goosed him to create early ball for his length to put a 2-on-1, and Aaron out in the corner. We have a game on our hands, 1 apiece, Jack.
1 all, mate. It's good to see. I think Great Britain just, after that first try, they've really relaxed. They really composed themselves, whereas Ireland are a little bit frantic. They'll be looking to compose themselves here in this kick-off set.
That's it. Just got to get back to the 1%ers. It's carry well. Get your roll balls clean. Downtime to be minimal. Get your team on the front foot. Definitely in the men's after playing in this team. And oh, here we go. It's a early break. GB would hope to consolidate after points. Got a big open side here. Reels go short. Andy Harris was screaming for the pill there. He's got a +1 with Jack Levens.
They've really set deep out here on the left here, Ireland. See if they can get out here.
It's a big focus we worked on the last World Cup was playing footy from our depth, being Australia's line speed was so quick. So it's good to see the boys still play from depth. Sandu, early hands.
Great hands.
Davern, big hips. He's a big man, Mihal Davern. Hard to stop.
Runs hard.
Runs hard. I wish he'd play rugby. Here we go. Big open side. Sandu, late switch. Reels the captain. Ooh, 99. He's claiming it came off GB. The ref's having none of that. He said that is all you.
It's going to be Great Britain's roll ball in the corner.
Roll ball. He's brought it 5 in. He's not giving them 10 out from the line, 5 in. And GB have stayed away from conceding there, and it's still 1 apiece.
They really targeted that short toe that whole set there. I was hoping they'd open it up a little bit, but maybe not the game plan, not sure there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jack. I think the open side was the option. You had the danger man of Jack Levens and Podge O'Brien out here, 1 try scorer and 1 unlucky not to be a try scorer on an open side, and they didn't go to him as a kicker.
Real early kick here, deep kick. Oh,
Reels,
that so well.
Great positioning by Jackie Reels. He is there every
Good
time.
chase.
He's an
Great chase,
effort player and a leader on the field. That's why he's a captain. Good meters by Curley. Nice little bit of contact there. Ref happy to let that slide. Reels out of half. Back to Levens. Levens. Oh, Humphreys. He's called him off. Levens needs to keep a cool head here. He's not happy. It's a penalty. Reels is confident he's got the mark. He's going to go with Podge O'Brien, and they're just going to take one straight up the guts. Start the set well on the front foot. Levens will go to half here. Flat ball to Fallon Doran. Steps back against the grain dummy. Looking for space. A little Kobe Bryant over the top.
Didn't get the pass away though inside.
But Gurang is lovely defence. He's shuffling his feet. This Gurang here. Levens to the line. Digs in. Harris out the back to Reels. Reels cutting space. Looking for a player under.
And Great Britain scrambles well. There's someone over in the corner there though. I think he's alright.
You have a man down. Jackie Reels just checked in on the crowd to make sure they're having a good time. He's back on the field.
Nice step down here to the left. Looks like they're loading up. No.
Oh, they love this shorts on the right. Reels again. Late switch back to the middle. Diving tag there. Darren Dickinson. Reels. Back against the grain. Harris. Levens. Great on his feet. Oh, another great diving tag there. GB.
Some real desperate tags here from GB.
They are. They're putting everything on the line. They know the series is on the line here. They've got to win this game, and it's 1 apiece. Harris out of half. Fallon Doran. Kick for himself. Gurang. I think Gurang's knocked that on, and he's got away with it.
He's got away with the trap and scrap there.
Put his body on the line, and exactly what his team needed. Smithers comes out now for GB with a dummy. Harris makes the tag. I think it's a really positive defensive set there from GB.
Really happy to be the GB coach there. They held him out there. Really happy.
Yeah, Smithers again on this short side. Late switch. Great timing on the play. Back inside to Gurang. Good on his feet. Fallon Doran's missed the first, got the second. Big open side here for GB. Benji Hayes is setting up for a switch.
Looks
And
a bit frantic there. Last tackle here.
we go to Tom Entwistle here. Going against the grain.
Real pressure kick from Ireland.
Oh, and it hasn't come off from Fallon Doran. Oh, Entwistle wouldn't be happy with that.
Really great kick pressure there from Ireland. Really
3
great
men
kick pressure.
short side. Reels outside of Entwistle.
And he's tagged in the corner.
Great D. Great D by the captain Entwistle. But Ireland have 3 or 4 tags here on GB line. They've got some big guns on the field. A big open side set, left to right. Jackie Levens will be at first. We'll go to Fallon Doran. Levens. Doran. Doran, flat ball. Newman. Covering
Great
defense.
tag
It's a
by Nick
great
Stanis
tag.
in the corner.
Really good. Back to Doran with a wrap. Shows. Sits it up. It's a 3-on-2 short side. O'Brien hangs onto it. Smithers.
Great scramble there on the edge. Great scramble.
Josh Smithers has been everywhere on this defensive line at that link position. McGrath. The ref's going to have a chat here to Smithers. He's called him offside or a bit of contact at the roll ball. And Twistle, the captain's having a chat to the ref. He's given the penalty to Ireland. That's another set for GB. If I was the Ireland coach, I'd be getting Chris Cole on the field right now. Chris Cole is probably the most dangerous one-on-one player this men's 30s team has. I mean, they strike all around the field with Levens, Reels, McGrath, but Chrissy Cole really is a danger man. Podge O'Brien at half. One who scored. Reels, he light on his feet. Big open side right to left. GB have got their numbers in the short. O'Brien to Newman. Newman, long till.
Well read there by Nick Stannis.
Out to Niall Malloy. Come back to the open side. Alan Levens. Short hole O'Brien. He didn't miss that. Well read, and that's fifth. Levens, not the play from dummy half.
Great Britain will be absolutely stoked with that defensive set there, mate. They'd be absolutely wrapped. See a few quick subs here, they'd be blowing after those few sets.
That's 2 sets of 6 in a row that GB have defended their line and pretty much defended the series there, Jacko. They are down 2-1 in the series. It is a 1-1 draw in this 4th game, and that could be what they need to just get up on top here and get this game back in hand. Sharp little run there from the 17, Alex Barb.
Ireland really trying hard to make sure they not get much meters here off their exit set. The line speed's really good.
Oh, Podge went for the all or nothing.
Got 6 again, GB do.
Probably not a bad play there by O'Brien. It was only second tag anyway. Hasn't surrendered too much field possession. GB go left side. It's man on. Quick roll needed here by Benji Hayes. Good feet there. Twistle. Rich long Smithers. Smithers on the out.
Aronow's got a bit of space.
Aronow, he's quick. McGrath well read, but he's got the kick away, Aaron. Oh, I think it's been tapped by Jack Reels in an attempt to stop the try, and the referee has pointed to the centre of the box. It's going to be an Ireland dropout.
He's done well there, mate. There's a lovely little kick there from Aronow on the edge. Backed himself. Love to see it.
Really, really good strike play on the short side. Jackie Reels just put the burners on, knocked it dead. Ireland to live another day. Could be a turnover in rugby league, Jacko. That'd be back to the Irish ball. It's going to be a roll-in 10. Levens to Mark.
GB haven't seen this good field position in a while here, so I'm wondering what they'll set up for.
Last time they did, Jack, they did score, and Twistle to Sheenan. They're loving this switch play, trying to get a middle defender wrong-footed and have the open side collapse. As Hayes pushes wide.
He's backing himself.
He has backed himself, and he's got there. He has got there. Don't have him on my team sheet. The number 10 for GB. It's a lovely try. Really, really good feet on the outside.
I love that he just backed himself. He got in the open and he's gone for the corner. Pitting the ears back. Got the job done.
He did. He backed himself. He put the afterburners on. Apologies, my friend, number 10 from GB. I don't know your name, but you're not on my team sheet. It was a lovely, lovely try. Great individual brilliance to take this GB team to a 2-1 lead and really open up the division now to go to a decider later this afternoon. GB to kick.
I think that try really comes from those 2 defensive sets that GB weathered on their line, and they're
100%.
really, really feeling confident now.
Yep, 100% Jack it was. They did the hard work. They did the dirty work that no one wants to do. The hard stuff on their line. There's a good bit of contact there. Ref's not happy with GB. And it gave them enough energy to keep tries out, get back to halfway. It probably got a lucky penalty or a lucky bounce of the ball. And, you know, the chocolates were theirs in that scenario in GB. Ireland are away with Davern.
Counter-attack straight away on the right edge.
They've got to go coast to coast here, Jack. They've been peppering a short side.
They set up nice and deep here on the left.
Bad ball from half. Newman, O'Brien, Cole. To Chris Cole. He's a danger man. Great tag, Garung. Really good inside pressure. This will be desperation here from GB. They know they can go to a playoff game if they can get the win here. Humphries pushing hard in the middle to make that tag. Back to the open side. Newman switches short side. Chris Cole. Pass wasn't there. And GB, the energy
GB
is
are
up.
really fired up. They are really fired up here. They've turned Ireland away 3 sets in a row in their half. They'll be absolutely cheering here.
This is huge. Now, this is about consolidating here. It's 2-1. They've got the pill. They've stopped the Irish raid on multiple occasions. They've just got to get to their kick and play percentage footy and win the territory battle here, GB, and they can send this to a decider. Garung.
It looks like that's what they're going for here. They're not doing anything too fancy here, so I think that is the overall game.
I'll be looking to Humphries. This guy has got a great strike of the ball. Forward. He's got a tag through line. They come back short side. Kick up. Good strike of the ball. Curley's got there early. And they're going to need something here. And that's the game. GB have done it. GB have come from behind, 1-0 down to square it up, 1-1, 2-1, and they have made the series to go to a decider this afternoon, Jack. 2 apiece. You can see how ecstatic they are. That was a huge, huge moment for GB and potentially an outcome for this British and Irish Cup.
Mate, you can see it on their faces already. They are absolutely stoked here. They've really worked hard in defence, especially in that second half, and they got a late try there, real good team try. Okay, and they'd be really confident going into this last game, I think, here, matey.
Yeah, that was great to see. And look, I mean, I'm an Irishman at heart, and I've played for this team, but it will go to a decider. 2 apiece now in the men's 30s. Hope you're all enjoying it, watching at home. The British and Irish Cup 2025 in Nottingham. We'll see you next one. Thank you. Good comeback. What a comeback. 2 apiece. Is it decider pitch one?
No, it'll be.
If it's the same time as us, move us and put the decider on pitch 1.
Pitch 2, it'll be.
Can you move it? Who's on pitch 1 at the same time?
Men's open.
Swap it.
Yeah.
Swap it. Put the decider on the comms.
That was a good game, mate.
Yeah, that was good. Thanks, Jack. That was good.
Cheers, bro. Good.
Yeah, cheers for stepping in there, Jack.
That's all right. I was sitting in my chair.
I was over with like the chat, and then I was standing there. I was like, "There's no one in comms." I was like, "I'm on here," and I'm running past. Like, Jacko, come with me. He's like, "Nah." And he's like, "Come on." All right. It was good.
I was like, no, I need to be over there, but I had to sort it out.
We only missed 10 minutes, I'd say.
Good fun.
I'd say it was only 10 minutes without comms anyway.
Yeah.
We got the last 10 in the whole.
Yeah. No, that was good. Cheers for that.
Cool. Cheers.
Branching out.
Yeah, mate. No, we need you back on the pitch.
Yeah, mate. Tell me about. I'd rather be out here for sure.
Wild. Yeah.
After all of this, is there like a presentation?
Yeah, but not on the stream.
Okay, right.
Yeah, so once the game's done, it's done. It'd be nice to get to the point at some point where we do stream the presentation as well. We did do it in 2022. I asked a couple of guys to play games on using BNI we 24/7 again while on the camera came up with me with a remote camera. So then the remote camera stayed down with the guys in front. In the end, did get up there, did it felt like something to use.
I just came to say, was it alright? When you left the supervisor?
I've not listened. I don't know whether people are jumping on comments being like, this is completely unacceptable to Aussies, but you know. Well, ref, mate.
Cheers.
Good game.
Yeah, it was a really good game.
Do you know who's got their game 5?
No, I don't know.
It's going to be big.
Yeah, it is. It's going to be huge.
I thought you wanted me the way you were running out looking.
You can have the gift.
I mean, oh my god. I can't believe I nearly threw that away.
Did you? How did you nearly throw it away?
The only point of me throwing an intercept off like a situation that I've got ourselves into as a team before, and I'm like, we can't do this because then the kickers make bad decisions. We got ourselves into it, and every time like there's like a bit of my brain where I'm trying to like think my way out of it. And I've told them like, if that's happening, just tell me to kick, and they all told me to kick, and I didn't. I threw an intercept, and they went up 1-0, and then we won 2-1.
Well,
I was going to say, I saw you some sick tagging as well.
Yeah, our defence in that corner
great.
was unreal.
That was all I came to say.
Thanks. You got team left. I know our guys, but obviously not the Irish.
Well, after that engrossing knife-edge contest in Game 4 of the men's seniors, our attention turns to women's seniors. I'm afraid after the the wonderful Aussie tones of Maddie Kennison and Jack Hain that you've got two Englishmen back on commentary with our slightly duller voices for this one. Tommy Entwistle, fresh from that triumph, joins alongside me as Lois Lau looks to inject some pace into this women's seniors attack. If you were following the series yesterday, you'll know that they had two draws, 5-5 in opening games of the series. They played one game today, and GB got up in that one, a 2-point victory, or 1-point victory, actually, I believe it was, showing just how close this series is as GB work towards the line, attempting to get their first score through Hayley Parrish, and now Gladding infield to Lois Lau. Just trying to find some space in front of the box. Towerton, who had a wonderful game on this pitch yesterday, trying to kick for herself to get a box try. And 2 points to open GB's account. Gladding steps back inside, so nearly through on the final tag of the set. GB will be happy with that as an opening foray into the Irish half. They do come up with nil points from it, but Ireland have the whole length of the field to go to have an impressive set, and they are not going to be able to do that. Change over GB here. Tom, when you've started strongly like that and then you get a second bite of the cherry, you've really got to make it count, haven't you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fantastic start in itself. Kick-off, failure to deal with the kick-off from the Irish, and that was a fantastic first set from GB. I think it's important when you don't come away with a score. It's not necessarily a negative result. It's just a really good way to start the match and be done at this end. And then, I'm not actually sure what the turnover was for there, but Ireland gifting possession back to GB, and this is a sustained possession in this area of the field. Looking for a 6 again call there, and I don't think they're going to get it. That's ball into touch. That should be Irish ball. Oh no. Yes, Irish ball. So
Ireland, they've got a second opportunity now to find an exit set. Gets them out of danger. And we can use this opportunity with you on commentary, Tom, to just conduct a quick post-match interview. An absolute nail-biter there and a must-win game for GB men's seniors. 1-1 after day one. Ireland took game 3 earlier this morning, and so you had to win that to keep the series alive. You did so right in the dying stages of the game. What were the emotions from the boys on the sidelines, on the pitch before that go-ahead score?
Emotions, I think, leading into the game and throughout the game, we're actually in a really good place. I think we addressed a lot of the things we needed to going into that in terms of fixing our structures and what we needed to do in certain areas, and just really pleased for not only the team but individual to get that score is Sam Button, who was initially going to miss out. Line break here, outside option, again more great field position for GB here. Let's see what they can do with it.
GB working the ball right to left. They had a bit of an overlap there, weren't able to free the hands. The final tag call goes up from the referee.
That's a great threatening line. I think phase before, Lois Lau, number 12, someone you don't want to be asleep on when you're defending. She's going to threaten you on that outside arc every time, and her little pump fake options, passing options keeps you guessing. You've got to stay with her as a defender, stay sharp.
Well, it was all a mark for Ireland just moments ago that forced GB to need to stay sharp as she beat her first defender. Ireland will be aware that the entire game so far has been played in their own half. They have to get themselves into a position to put in a good exit kick to relieve pressure. This one will go just the other side of halfway, and it's well dealt with initially by GB, although Kellen Arnold caught in two minds as to where to run. She eventually finds Sam Lawrence, and GB will return fairly swiftly to Irish territory as Towerton brings this ball to the left-hand side. No one outside Leah Gladding, so she has to hold on to it herself. Parrish take them back towards centre field. Towerton.
Gladding overlap here.
Well held by Parrish, and she's 10 inside the Irish half now as Gladding looks to pick and go.
That's really well defended.
Final tag.
Very dangerous off that left foot.
Of the set. Towerton with the kick. The tag was simultaneous, so no call will come there for GB, and Ireland doing a bit better to close that set out from GB than they had done previously.
Yeah, this is a great start to the set from Ireland, breaking down the left. Good cover tag from Rachel Livingston, but this is early in the count at the halfway line, exactly where you want to be.
That territory gain. Ireland are just inching up sets after set. That will give them encouragement. GB starting the strongest. That kick-off error from Ireland. Having a follow-up set after that, but now Ireland starting to find their groove, starting to flow a little bit better, and just needed that pass to go to hand there, where Patricia Dunn was unmarked on the outside. A Nationals winner this year with Cork, wanting to now taste success in the national jersey as well.
Yeah, it's a tough old life as a
Lawrence picks and goes, and she breaks through. She's into the Irish half. Has she got the pace to keep on going? It is in fact Dunn who gets back there and makes the covering tag. But GB can keep this moving on here. They need to keep the pace in the attack, not allow Ireland to have the time to get themselves settled and recover from that break from Lawrence. Really good heads-up play by her. Bryant just leaves that ball a little bit behind Arnold, and so it will be changeover, an Ireland escape.
Yeah, I think both sets ending in a similar fashion there. It's, I was going to say, it can be a tough old life as a winger sometimes. You often, teams will find themselves sort of flooding out to the outside edge, and in doing so they'll be eating up your space as a winger, and then often you get the ball sort of as an afterthought sometimes, often slightly behind you, and it can be very tricky to consolidate from there.
Just going back to that men's seniors match for a moment, we talked yesterday about the fact that you were the first GB men's senior side to get a match win against Ireland in the B&I. I'll come back to that in a second as
great sweeping from Kate
Merson goes sweeping backward, and she manages to turn here and make sure she's not caught too close to her own line. This is the deepest that GB have been in their own half.
Yeah, Kate Merson, one of those wingers that you don't want to give the ball to as an afterthought. Here she is. She's a very dangerous player.
Oh, she was through, but just unable to stay in bounds, and so Ireland once again escaping just by the skin of their teeth. And
yeah, just unfortunate there. Nice break from Samara. Fed Kate on the outside. Samara's realised while flooding through and trying to support that she's been tagged, so she's out the play. And just trying to communicate to Kate that she's no longer with her, and who could think in that confusion they've ended up just running out of room and sliding off the pitch. But nice endeavour there.
Flat passing from Ireland to manage to get this ball all the way to the left winger. Keeping it alive there as well in the spin.
It's a bit of a gift there to Ireland. Late tag penalty, not really under pressure at all. Numbered up and chasing out to the outside edge. This is a great opportunity for Ireland to get their first score of the match, starting a set deep in the GB half.
Yeah, the furthest up the field they have been when starting a set in this match, as Bedford has eventually find the tag there. Long pass, space on the left, but not able to get past.
Yeah, Megan Davids looking very comfortable out there.
Far wing.
Possibly a little confusion in the shape they're trying to run there, Ireland, but a lot of excitement here on the sideline. But
yeah, Liz Williams was a very dangerous player for Ireland in pitch one match yesterday. She's continuing to prove a threat in this one here.
Obviously missed that one, Will, so talk us through some of the players to watch. Who were the scorers in that one? Was that the 5-5 you did yesterday?
It was a 5-5, that match between Ireland and GB. I mean, for me, apologies to the Irish viewers, but my attention was almost entirely on the player on the ball there. Charlotte Towerton had an absolutely exceptional match for GB yesterday, and arguably I think Ireland, in a real team performance, would have won that game were it not for some of Towerton's interventions, bossing the GB line in the middle.
It's good to hear. She's an extremely important player for this team. Very threatening. Here we go.
Bedford, can she distribute out to Meg Lewis on the wing? Formerly of GB Mixed Open, she moved up to women's seniors last year. And now
got to get rid of it.
Finding her way into the starting lineup. That loose ball is not going to help. Litcher lets it go through to David. She needs to get it away so that GB can get a kick in here. It's Nikki Bryant who puts in the kick, and Bedford will go herring after it. So will Lewis on the wing. This one's just going to sit up and present a bit of a challenge for Ireland.
That is an absolute brilliant recovery of that set. Like turned down the opportunity to kick the first time. Ball went to hand. Nice calm and composed from a number of players there. Just staying calm, feeding the ball back inside and getting it back to Nicky Bryant. He took the kick on the second time of asking and really stuck it in the corner there.
Yeah, it's that kind of calm-headedness that just reinforces for me when I'm in the commentary box exactly why I'm here and not on the pitch, because I would have made an error there. You've played with me, Tom. You know I would have made an error. Whereas GB Women's Seniors benefiting in the end.
Yeah, I think playing both outside and inside on the same team view could be described as all sorts, licorice all sorts style of play. Let's say it's exciting. I'll give you that. You never know what's coming next.
I was waiting for there to be something that wasn't absolutely scathing there. I guess I'll take exciting.
I've always had a lot of fun playing alongside you.
Gladding almost able to escape there, but she does in the end win the penalty for GB.
Yeah, players like that, like Leah, they're just always threatening you one-on-one. She's very sharp off the left foot, like we said earlier. Fantastic feet. That's a great
Through
switch
goes
line.
Litcher towards the box. Crucial tag made by Laura Delaney to keep this game locked at 0-0, but still GB come.
Karina has been doing that for years. I'm sure the Irish team were well aware of her threats. And that's 6 more.
6 more for GB.
Yeah, Karina absolutely fantastic there. We'll hit lines for you, those middle players. They know she's a dream having her outside them. She's always going to be running hard for you, looking for options. Just need to stabilise here. GB, they've had a repeat set, so there's no rush here. They're in a good area of the field. Just reset up. That's classic Lois Lau, that.
Oh, but the interception for Ireland. Litcher just not able to hold on to it, and Ireland alive to the opportunity. Will now try and come away with it. Delaney caught by Towerton, but no. Push back to the left-hand side.
Yeah, that was a great defensive read there from Ireland, just to get up in the line of sight of that pass. End up intercepting or forcing the knock-on, getting the turnover.
There goes the captain, Fiona Brown-Eisen. And then the kick is just going to head out.
Oh, no, well, referee has said that's over shoulder height, which I think is a tad harsh. He's a fairly tall man.
He is the tallest or second tallest person on the pitch right now. Yeah, I felt that was just the right side of the shoulder height, but...
Yeah, tough call for the Irish there.
Lawrence, a loose ball, and GB really need to stop giving Ireland opportunities here. Their last set came to an end with a loose pass, just hung in the air and was able to be grabbed by Ireland. That nearly happened again there. They only hold a 1-game lead in this series. An Irish win here would, as with men's seniors, take this to a deciding 5th match, and that is what happened in women's seniors last year. It all came down to their 5th game. The best the Irish could do is draw the series at that point, but they could still win it with game 4 and 5 here.
Ref hasn't spotted. Lewis has got one tag. It's on his blind side there, but he's spotted it after the fact, and we're going to come back. I think GB probably needed that just to slow things down. Bit of shenanigans going on at the ruck. I don't know if you picked up on that. Number 5, Olamar, defending really well, but causing some trouble.
Oh,
decent short kick attempt there. Not an ideal result, but yeah, good to threaten.
Nearly set up for Towton, but as it is, Ireland and Olamar will have a 7-tag set to run back at GB here.
Yeah, she looks sharp. I think just on the short kick at the line option there, I think you need a bit of a better kick hole, and it looked like they had their sweeper just sat about 3 or 4 metres in shallow behind the defensive line, just hovering in the box, so maybe they're starting to get a bit wise to Charlotte's short kick threat.
Tina Thornton has bussed Ireland into the British half on the occasion of her 50th cap. Fantastic for her to reach that milestone for Ireland, and shows the experience that they have in this squad. Birmingham tries to wind her way through, but is caught by Gladding. And Ireland keeping this attack moving forward well. Even with Thornton having head to the bench. Tierney.
I'm just trying to work out, Will, if you're deliberately missing some of these Irish surnames. Quite challenging for me.
As the kick there, chased by Birmingham, was picked up by Gladding. And GB see out the latest Irish attack, but Ireland should take a lot of confidence from that one, a lot deeper into the British half. than they have got for a good few minutes. And the pressure that they're putting on GB is starting to tell. But could Merson find a little gap here down the left wing? No, an excellent tag by Williams. Towerton with Lawrence outside her. She goes back inside to Bedford. That pass is loose, but Merson's there. Contact off the ball. And in fact, the decision is that the tag was late as a result of that. So penalty to GB. It was Ma doing everything she could defensively, and unfortunately in the eyes of the referee, for her coming off second best as Lau slides her way through and looking to beat the sweeper here. She has beaten the sweeper.
Go.
She's still looking for help. Oh my goodness. That try by Lois Lau right out of the top drawer of a player who has been there and done that on the international stage so many times. How does she still keep delivering highlight reel tries? I do not know, but that is another one for her collection, Tom.
It's just what she does well. I think we highlighted earlier, she's always going to threaten you on that outside arc. She was looking for passing options there, made the initial line break. I thought she was looking for help, but she can do it all herself. Fantastic try from Lois.
Well, I think, you know, the Irish were pretty confident that looking for help is what she was doing as well, and that's maybe why they just slipped off the tags on each occasion where they could have grabbed them, and in the end she glides through. And
yeah, that's part of her skill. For all the, you know, I was going to say for all the youngsters out there, I'm not sure how many are watching this stream, but for all tag players, keep that ball in two hands, show the defence that you are a threat in multiple ways. We often talk about being run, pass or kick threat, and it's sort of on the player individually to see which of those is their priority. But here we go, great hit.
Yeah, this is a really good break here for Ireland. And were it not for Litcher's tag, then Laura Tierney, the 27-year-old from Cavan, would have been all the way to the corner there. But Ireland, they are on the front foot now, needing to strike back quickly after the score by Lau gives Great Britain a 1-0 lead. Brown Ison and back to Hogan on the left-hand side, one of the newer players in this women's senior side. Yeah. Closing the gap is the call. And Ireland taking a penalty quickly. Really good heads-up play from Val Power. Front of the box now. Tierney and on to Birmingham, and Birmingham goes, but the tag made by Meg Lewis at the last. Ireland still with tags to play in this set, however. And surely that ball got it down. Yes, it was. And that try for Niamh Byrne will stand. And Ireland level things up, one apiece.
Yeah, I hope the audio feed picked up the bell there. I've noticed this bell following around the Irish women's seniors all weekend. So it's great to hear that ring out when they score a good try.
Yeah, you always know the try has been awarded, and I think maybe sometimes the supporters are using it to encourage the referee to just make that decision.
It's all good sport.
It's all part of what good support can bring, as the two 19s ran against one another there, Emily Stone and Liz Williams.
All numbers here, good advantage on the late tag. That'll be 0. That's a nice play from Sam and Charlotte linking up. Obviously played with each other for a very long time.
Hunter with Litcher outside. Goes herself and is caught by Brown Ison. Towerton will. Right, she thought about the distribution, but could see the option wasn't going to be on as Ireland shut down.
Yeah, Niamh Byrne alive to that. She's just made another. No. Not very pleased with that by the look of it, Niamh.
Bryant will think about the kick and instead hand off to Towerton. Good step by her. Great short kick.
Well there, Laura Delaney, the Irish sweeper. Well positioned in terms of where she was, left to right in the field. Nice and central, occupying that short kick threat. And they're around the halfway line, and the line speed was up, so it would have been very hard to get a 50-10 attempt away there. Giving away a penalty for wrapping. On the back foot now.
Always going to be the call in that attempt to tag Tina Thornton. She's a dangerous runner.
See, I like this shape a lot more. Ireland seems to have a couple of different shapes they're running out in their exit. That one where they kind of skip a pass out to a first receiver who's got an inside and an outside option is drawing up multiple defenders, and then if they can get a quick ball off that, they can get some nice front foot ball. Referee's going to call the half time there. But yeah, that shape looking a lot more threatening. Some of the other times they're sort of running this front door, back door block shape, which we've just seen the front door option either be shut down immediately or run through the line with no real threat. I don't think it's as threatening.
And as the half-time hooter, the half-time whistle sounds out around pitch 1 here at the University of Nottingham. A surprise to absolutely no one, except possibly those of you who are completely brand new to tag rugby. These two teams find themselves locked up at 1 apiece. GB leading 1-0 in the series, but with a game and a half still to play, this could go in either direction. And the next 20 minutes will be absolutely critical, not only in this category, but potentially in the overall British and Irish Cup result. GB choosing to take their huddle on the pitch. Ireland heading to the opposite sub-box. They're ready to go for the next half. Coming up in just a few minutes' time.
You still doing the scores on that?
No.
Yeah, see. I mean, yeah, obviously, whoever does it has to look down, but yeah, I was finding I was doing a lot of looking down and missing stuff.
We need some consultation.
That's easy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just remember you can't take anything back when you've said it live.
Yeah.
Hey man, I wanted to say she was playing really well, and I was like, that's me. I don't want to butcher that one.
Another thriller. 1-1. Lowest allow, of course.
Crazy stuff just goes through like that.
You took that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Shooting nothing.
In the 2 decades she played tag rugby before.
So it's 5-5, 5-5. They won 3-2, and now 1-1.
Is that rubbish?
There you go, you alright?
Who are you involved with now?
Oh.
Who are you involved with now?
Men's seniors, and we play for 2 months to game 5.
Remember the tempo? British Tint King.
Yeah, first one scoreline and finished 8-4, but we threw a box and stepped on the final play, like looking to chase the game.
Each being I won it.
Second one we won.
I can't remember.
Yes, oh, without a doubt.
Coming back next year?
I think we won fairly close. Don't you have in mind like it was a weird one, yeah. We won 3-1. But there was a long break when someone had a neck injury. Stop and then like change pitch and play the last 3 minutes. And I'm like, I was like, that's not good for anyone. And then the first one this morning we lost all 5-3. That was a thriller. And then the one we just won, Hazen and go to BA5, we won 2-1. Okay. So,
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
extremely close.
Yeah, I mean, that's the right thing.
No, that on pitch event. So the game we won yesterday was the first time men's seniors has beaten Ireland men's seniors.
Okay, so on paper then.
In 6 years. So we're there. We're there and thereabouts. Last year we lost 5-0, but the first 3 games we lost by 1 point. Yeah.
Come on, let's go! Big win! Come on! Heads up! Come on, Ireland! One fashion.
I think they're going to edge it out. What? I saw that. So, see, not on the wing.
Ready and waiting to tee off in this second half is the former All-Ireland Golf champion, Val Power. Winning a team title. 38-year-old from Waterford. Here's the referee's whistle. Gets out her sand wedge and puts that right towards the British line. And Livingston didn't want to risk knocking it on, so in the end it's Litcher who does gather it. And GB deal with what was quite a dangerously bouncing ball fairly effectively. Meg Davids up to the line, and Lau goes through again. Gagan with the tag. Towerton puts in this kick to Birmingham, who tries to step past Litcher, and yeah, not only good set completion, but then the chase there to keep Ireland in their half on that first tag.
Yeah, great start to the half. Valerie Power with the kickoff, just really brilliant kickoff technique at the start of the half there. It's a name that I've heard a lot, but I've never been able to put a name to the face. Obviously never playing in the women's seniors category. But I've heard her win lots of player of the tournaments over the years, and it's good to see her in action now. It's great kickoff technique from her.
Going for the touch finder on this occasion. So both sides in their opening set of this second half completing
this is
just
exactly
inside opponent's territory.
Exactly what we want in a 1-1. They're going to start with a bit of an arm wrestle.
Gladding will pull it back to Towerton, who didn't have much time but does really well, and then finds Gladding again, and on to Bryant. She's still going. Litcher. The simultaneous tag on Bryant means that GB are into the Irish half. Bryant again now. On to Hunter. She frees the ball to Towerton. Marr with the covering tag. Ireland's line able to get set as that roll ball was just a little bit slower from GB. Bryant looking to call a play to the right, but it goes instead to Towerton, who not for the first time kicks, attempting the short kick and then winning the contact penalty as a result. And it's often a secondary outcome that you can achieve on a short kick like that, Tom.
Yeah, I think fair call. Oh.
GB going for the corner.
I think you'll give it as a tag.
I would...
No. Yes.
No, we're just...
Tag.
Yeah, tag is given. Hayley Parrish almost looked to jump a little bit. She went for the corner there, so... It's lucky that GB still have possession, but Towerton goes towards the line again and keeping this moving to Litcher and the box for Great Britain. A 2-point score to open their second half account, and they move into a 3-1 lead. Game breaker.
Yeah, brilliant. I think that is the same shape. I was commenting on Ireland using it as an exit shape, so I think it's really got its place in line attack there. Karina Litcher running that front door option, but the key detail and deviation there is she stepped off her left foot and kicked back out rather than just angling all the way in, which means she can throw her hips and really challenge that player. Great pass, didn't quite spot her through that, but brilliant pass, brilliant line. Box try, that breaks things open.
Fiona Kennedy kicking that one deep, and a bit of confusion for a moment between Thornton and O'Shea as to who was going to collect the ball. It was O'Shea who came away with it, and then Thornton who plays dummy half to this Irish set moving forwards quite nicely. It's Thornton again there. See why she has reached that 50 cap milestone. Such a powerhouse in this Irish women's seniors side. We've had so many incredible battles with Great Britain over the years in the British and Irish Cup and at the World Cup as well. They were bronze medalists, were Ireland in 2023 when GB were able to go the distance, beating Australia in the pool stages, and then again in the final to become their country's first ever tag world champions. That's why they have a gold star above their crest on their singlet. The only team in the GB setup to have that, as Sam Lawrence runs his courts in this latest GB attack. Kennedy as well. Ireland managing to get good line speed here to just pin GB back. So as a result,
call that shoulder height as well.
Yeah, Bryant goes for the kick and a little bit too much on it, just lifts over shoulder height, and Ireland will be able to bring it all the way back into GB territory.
Yeah, a couple of borderline ones on above shoulder height. Good to comment earlier that Bill's a tall man. Kennedy's not got there in time. That's play on. I think that's one slightly above shoulder height kick now for each team, so on as even. Great field position now for Ireland to attack into.
Thornton will go right.
We've got a great
made by Stone.
Some great support for Ireland over on our left here. Well, really starting to get vocal with this good field position. They know they need a score here.
Thornton
going. That's it.
For the line.
No.
Well, yeah, I thought she looked to have batted it down outside the box.
That's it, that's
the
done.
try is awarded on the second go. It is a single pointer for Ireland.
And there goes that bell, Will.
Ellen O'Shea, as she so often does, involved at a crucial moment to pull one back for Ireland. 3-2 behind now. Just a single point.
Was it one? It was very close to the box, that.
It was very close to the box. I'm pretty sure the signal was for 1 point from Bilal Mack, but...
Very unfortunate not to convert that, but she had to take her chance very sharply there. Really difficult position to defend when you're that
Meg
close to
Lewis
the line.
slices through, twisting her hips, but Potterton scrambles back to get her. Emily Stone. Now finds Kennedy, just slightly behind Kennedy, so she goes for the kick and she sends Hunter chasing after it. And a tricky one for Ireland to deal with. Delaney does do well, but she is caught by her opposite number, Kennedy.
Yeah, really nice from Fee there. Number 3, Fiona Kennedy, coaching her with South Women's this year. And that's exactly what you want from your middle players. Nice little exit, get up towards the halfway line, put it on the toe, and make Ireland exit out from deep in their half. It's a good play.
And then bring it back left. Early kick from Val Power. Takes a ricochet. Makes it harder for Emily Stone. She's got to get back there. She does well. She has a bit of space, and she does also have support in the form of Kellen Arnold on debut this weekend for GB. Kennedy. Lawrence will feed Lau, who's running up flat onto that one to try and inject some pace into the GB attack. Gap closed on her as Lau goes to ground, and so GB will restart their set with a penalty tap here, taken by assistant coach Sam Bedford.
Yeah, again.
She goes left and tries to find Parrish, but tag made already.
Really good from Lewis there, winning her team the penalty and then immediately subbing off. She knows her job's done. Again, it's what we've spoken about earlier. It's that outside arc, ball in two hands, threatening. Her inside defender is having to work hard to try and recover back. The outside defender is a little unsure. They end up stepping in slightly, and that's a closing the gap penalty. Easy to award for the referee.
Towerton.
Great cruise.
To Livingston, they pull it back.
Oh, unfortunate there.
Spilt forward by Parrish. Means Ireland.
So yeah, one of the things with sort of changing the play and switching and going back at the ruck, nice little shape play for them there. But you've got to have all your players on song. We talk about reloading and realigning on that short side. So often you can run the best cruise you've ever run, but if all your players back at the ruck weren't quite on the same page, they'll still be ahead of you, and it's very hard to then get momentum back. Little knock on there. Unfortunate for Ireland. This is good. This could go either way. This is a good arm wrestle.
Tom, do you know what the play read is on that one there? Val Power tapping her head before she called that last play at dummy half.
Oh, no, I didn't even spot that. Do you know what that is?
I'm not sure what it is, no, but any information could be used positively by GB.
I could have a wild guess. I think something we've spoken about this year is players having a little mental reset button for themselves. So I believe she was involved in the turnover there. She might just be tapping herself on the head to tell herself to get back in the game, something like that. We'll have to ask her, Will.
Towerton picking down to Birmingham. She does well. Awkward bounce. Towerton and Bryan up there to make the stop, and Ireland picking and going and spilling forwards. GB taking over, and it's the most recent scorer, Litcher, who will go now. Davids,
stay calm here,
dummy
GB.
half. Space for Towerton to run into. Space for Hunter to follow up, but Towerton takes it into the line herself. They come back the other way now. Lau.
These are good shots to fire. Just want to take your time in this area. There's no need to rush through the set. On to fifth now. You want to take it to that corner and get turned over here if you don't score. But
why worry about where the turnover is, Tom, when you can deliver like that? Lois Lau on a plate to Kate Merson, who takes the try in the corner, and another point to GB's tally.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, the listeners at home probably getting a bit bored of hearing the name, but she is She's one of the goats, as we say. Lois, yeah, right option there, scooping, taking the ball to the edge. If you don't score, you turn over, and it's the hardest place to exit out from. But she again draws in the attention of a couple of defenders, and Kate Merson is on hand, as always, to finish and dot it down smartly for a score.
Ireland lucky there that the GB chase wasn't quite able to get to the loose ball. So their exit now from deep in their own red zone. And comeback needed from this Irish outfit.
Yes,
something they have been able to achieve in the past, including in this series this weekend.
Massive pressure on the Irish set here. Again, they lost both their shapes. They've had 2 shapes they've used in exit so far, and they lost both of them there. That entire set was 1-out hit-ups. Really easy for the GB girls to get up and in their face. They force an early kick, and it's about the halfway line. We'll have a turnover.
Can't speak there, Tom. A reasonably good kick, though, from the Irish, given that the exit set hadn't worked and they were stationary, to manage to get it up to halfway.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes you have to make the most of a bad situation, and anyone who's watching our line break here, the new Emma Stone.
Emma Stone is through. She's caught just at the end, but that's a massive gainage of ground for Great Britain. Litcher just holding on to that to keep this play alive, as Gladding is the latest one sent up into the Irish line. And Kennedy,
here we go.
Livingston outside it. She pulls it back to Bryant.
Livingston probably through there if she tried that little trick Karina did earlier, which is just to straighten back out. If you're angling in all the time, some of the defenders discount you. McDavid, Lewis threatening the line really well there. Again, back to 5th, so I'd bring it out to this right edge. Have a crack at the line here. Don't like the short kick.
Kennedy, she did get her hands to it, but only to knock it forwards, and so Ireland will escape. Perhaps the Irish let off a little bit there, that GB was... No, GB still have play here, and Kellen Arnold will score for Great Britain to extend their lead in this Game 4 clash. A win here for Great Britain ties up the women's seniors category for them. Believe now they have moved to 5-2.
Yeah. I'll be kind to her, but probably a bit of outcome bias for P there. Short kick, the wrong option, that close to the line, very hard to regain it. But they've regathered the ball, and then fantastic play, spreading their arms through and feeding the winger. Great little try, but penalty given in the return set. Saying in that earlier exit set from Ireland, they need to regather some shape, have some options. You can't send one-up runners into a set defence like this GB team will have. This is much better movement off the ball, off Valerie Power. She looks like a very important figure, organising and getting people moving around her. Needs to be coming onto that ball. That's unfortunate. You can hear the right messages from the Irish girls. You hear that on the sideline that they're giving to each other. They just need to execute now.
Julia Melling not able to find the most recent try scorer, Kellen Arnold, on the right wing. And so, with Ireland having just coughed up the ball a little too easily, Great Britain return the favour. Al Power pulls it out the back.
Lovely ball.
Birmingham with pace here and still support on the outside. She's gained a good 15 metres for Ireland there. Power again.
Yeah, threatening every time, whether it's ball in hand running herself or with passing options. We've already talked about her kick earlier. It's a very well-rounded player. Threatening out to that right edge with a nice out ball, and then Kate and Lois really putting a shift in to get out to that side. Short kick here, regather. That'll be given simultaneous, I believe, and it's going to be Irish ball for 5th tag. Yep.
GB really crowding the ruck there. They don't want any scores around it, but it does mean that they are going to be exposed on this left-hand side. And if the pass goes to hand, it did go to hand, but the tag was exceptional from Arnold. This now is final tag of the set. The kick coming in from Ireland, and it's just going to go long for Laura Tierney.
Now we've got penalty advantage offside, but again, short kick there, the wrong option to end the set. If you get it wrong, 7 tackle, but the Irish have been rewarded with offside from some very ambitious but exciting attack play to this out to this left edge. Great scoop and challenge here. Ireland in a great position, just need to work through this set, take some good shots. Valerie sent the marker the wrong way, left corner. Knock on in the grounding, really unfortunate. That was a great attempt at the line there. Yeah, unlucky not to come away with a score there, Ireland. That would have made things very interesting. They'll really need to pin GB back here, stall their exit, force them into an early kick. But these are great early meters. Slow ball here, no marker. Charlotte picks and goes. Offloads to Julia. Ooh. Referee got away with a knock on that.
Melling, of course, trained with Women's Open this year and then has moved up to Women's Seniors for the British and Irish Cup itself. Now making sure that Livingston is presenting a threat on this right-hand side before going all the way over to the left.
Much better.
Great passing play here. Just got to hold on to it, Merson. She does so. GB up to fifth tag and well inside the Irish half now. What can they do to finish this set? Towerton going for the short kick. I'm not sure she got a boot to that one. And so that will bring the set to an end. Ireland holding out again there. 3 points down at the moment. They just were in such a good position to score. And we'll hope that they can work their way down the field here through the efforts of Patricia Dunn.
I think very apparent now at this stage that the Irish are over addressing the threat of Charlotte's kick threat. Short kick, I think it'd be really nice. She's got the ability to play late switch reads, cruise shapes. I think you want to see a bit more of her having the opportunity to go into a kick hole. The Irish are going to over collapse because they're worried about it. They've got a sweeper in there and everyone's turning their heads to go back on the short kick. Maybe see a dummy that short kick and then give it to another teammate. Bit of discussion going on here.
Tap and a 10-metre run at the defensive line for Ireland as Niamh Gagan was sent galloping towards Livingston. Thornton tries to twist past Bedford. Nearly shepherding there.
Bit of confusion.
Yeah, Thornton ends up being tagged earlier than she would have liked. Ellen O'Shea tries to get past, but Towerton equal to her in every way. Thornton does get past Livingston. Bedford's there on the scramble.
Fifth here, going to go to the work, go and work to the right edge. Yeah, I don't mind that. That's very tricky to regather.
Oh, Ireland have done so well there.
He's going to award that.
Leaping in the air to take that ball out of the sky. Liz Williams, who had such a strong game on pitch one yesterday, the Canadian, she delivers again in game 4. A point to the Irish tally. And they are closing in on the British scoreline. 5 points to 3 now.
Really nice option from the Irish there. So we've been seen a couple of short kick options that have been trying to be executed a little too close to the try line. That's a nice example there where she's got about 10 metres to play with. The technique is good, so it goes into the pitch, bounces up. You want to force the GB team to have to make a difficult play, which is to take receipt of the kick when it's challenging. They've obviously failed there. Fortunate bounce of the rugby ball, goes high up in the air. Ireland capitalise and get the score.
The final minutes of the match. Rapidly running away now. Great Britain on match point. Ireland needing to shut out this set. Needing to have one last chance to assault the British line and try and take victory in game 4 to keep the series alive. They've got an overlap on this left-hand side. If they can straighten and deliver, the ball just left behind. So frustrating for Alice Riordan. And Great Britain will not need to rush this roll ball, although they should have someone at dummy half. Otherwise, they could have coughed that one up needlessly.
Too much. Chest pass.
Good delivery to McDavids on the right-hand side. Another who's moved over from mixed open, Litcher to Bryant. Pulls it out the back to Towerton. Caught in midfield by Thornton. Those two are enjoying a good battle in this game. And
yeah, a bit of tit for tat.
On to Bryant. The 10 singlets.
Just need to stay composed here, GB. They're still in the driving seat. It's going to take a box score to level this up. And
Towerton managing to get that one away. Lots of attention on her by the Irish defenders, and Stone still going here. 10 out now. pulled back inside by Lewis. Bryant onto Towerton, twists her hips. There's the hooter. There's the whistle. There is the series for Great Britain. They win it 2-0 after 4 games. Only pride left in it for Ireland when it comes to Game 5 later this afternoon. But that is another 3 points for Great Britain towards their overall series tally. And they inch closer to putting their hands on the cup for a 3rd successive year. It is still all alive though. Men's seniors, we know they are still all to play for. Women's Masters and Men's Masters the same. This cup could go any way, but the series, as regards women's seniors, belongs once again to GB, a category that they have dominated despite the incredible contests we have witnessed over the years. Tom, sum that one up for us.
Yeah, it's great to see. It's always a very close match when these two encounter each other. I was actually joking to a few of them yesterday when they've had 2 games, both drawn at 5 apiece, that we might be set for another series that went 4 draws and then was closed out with a 1-0 victory with Francis Wareown, who's now in GB Mixed Seniors, scoring the buzzer, final play buzzer beater try, and just getting her shoulder in the process, so unable to join the celebrations. But yeah, really clear there's a lot of respect between these two teams. They've obviously been at each other for a long time. And yeah, also a little shout out to see Kirsty Clark, the talismanic Kirsty Clark, who's having to occupy a more off-field coaching role this year after injuring her knee. Obviously excited as ever to see the series clinched out and coming onto the pitch with big celebrations there. So yeah, it's good to see.
Yeah, she actually apologised on behalf of women's seniors to the rest of us in GB, to all of you watching, for the tension that women's seniors put us through year after year with the close contests that they have with their Irish counterparts. She said she realises this year how agonising it is to have to watch from the sidelines when the margins are so fine and so close. But on this occasion, Great Britain do again wrap up the series. They lead 2-0, an unassailable margin in this one. Ireland will look to take some pride in Game 5, with GB knowing that the job is done as far as women's seniors goes. We're going to take a little break on pitch 1 now. The action continues on pitch 2 and 3. Mixed seniors will be kicking off at 4:20 on pitch 2. Mixed open at the same time on pitch 3. We'll be back here on pitch 1 at 3:20 for men's open Game 5, followed by women's open at 4:10, and then the final game of the day, in fact the final game of the 2025 British and Irish Cup that we'll be bringing you, is mixed open on pitch 1 at 5 p.m. this afternoon. So we do hope that you will head over to pitch 2 or 3 for the next game, and then join us again on pitch 1 for the opens teams later today. And Tom, you'll be joining us for a couple of those, but in the meantime you will have your Game 5 on pitch 2. Men's seniors Game 5 pitch 2 at 3:20 if you're wanting to watch that one. An opportunity for a historic result, Tom. We talked yesterday, one game that you the first time that GB men's seniors had managed to get a win over Ireland men's seniors in the BNI since 2019. The first time you've managed to get 2 wins now, and the first time you're taking the series to a decider. How does it feel to have led your team to the cusp of that?
Yeah, I think probably just proud sums it up. We put in a massive amount of work. Definitely got to shout out Dave Dunk for the work he's put in on the coaching side of things. I think, can't name check them all, but so many of the boys have stepped up massively in terms of being open to feedback, open to learning. We took an approach with this cycle, so last year and this year, where we would, our selection would prioritise players with core rugby skills, and we would try to teach them tag. That time can be testing and challenging, but I think it's starting to pay dividends now, and we're seeing that it's starting to pay off as we've got skillful players who are able to play tag and a good brand of tag. So yeah, really exciting to be heading into a decider. They're a good bunch, the Irish boys. It's been very competitive. Last year also very competitive, but obviously we were edged out very closely in those games, so nice to be really in the fight for it this time around. And yeah, looking forward to it, and then also looking forward to jumping back on comms later. I think that mixed open game is absolutely a must-see. There's some really exciting players in that one. Especially going to shout out Alex Ryan, who was unable to play with the team yesterday due to his commitments to the men's under-22s, both as a coach and player. but I saw a little snippet of him playing earlier, and he is on fire as ever. Really exciting player to watch. So we look forward to seeing more of him later.
Well, thank you again, Tom, for joining us for this one. As I say, look forward to later on, and I really hope that the next conversation we have is me congratulating you and the rest of men's seniors on a historic win in that category. Best of luck for your Game 5, and as I say, do join us again on pitch 1 at 3:20 for the Men's Open Game 5.
Thanks very much, Will.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah. So, the Islands have been to the doctor and then hearing of the concussion.
Where am I looking at? Clinical summary. Cool. That's great. Sorry that it means that you missed a couple of games this morning. We just have to. And obviously, none of us are medical professionals, whether the physios and the first aid staff are. So they've said that players need to be up a bit to not return to play. You've got to follow what they say. Appreciate you going to clear down whether you do fight like that. I hope you won't. We'd like to get to the point where we have a doctor that does like to say what's wrong. So no profile and leave working doing that after bringing that, and good luck in game 5. Thank you. Probably a hell of a contest, right? Cheers. Thank you very much. Do you want, obviously this is some personal details on, so. Thank you. Yes, yeah, you're right. I'll go compassion that I'm aware of. Not that, well, let me just check WhatsApp quickly, actually.
The refs have been told on WhatsApp that he's cleared to play. Great. Just send me over the list.
I don't think there is one at the moment, mate. I think they're all clear or not playing already.
That's fine.
Hey Angus, how you doing?
Good, how are you?
Yeah, good, thank you. Right, sorry, let me just grab my water and phone in and I'll...
Are we doing any filming in this break? Or?
Yeah,
Leave it to the end.
I think leave it to the end.
Yeah. After that.
Going forward, obviously.
Aggressively flat, please, so.
I reckon we'll do.
I think we'll do right.
I'm seeing Lucian.
Nothing hot when you like. But 6 months ago, but I do no longer bet. But it looks so cute. Look like.
No. I've seen your pictures, Michael.
Yes, but your dog is really cute, but does he look like a sheep right now?
No. These people know they've got 5 more minutes, yeah?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they're gonna stand up only on the ditch for 5 minutes.
What about the rough man?
What? Yeah? What? Yeah.
join us for Game 5 of the Men's Open Series here at the 2025 British and Irish Cup. Great Britain coming into this final game, having won all 4 of the preceding contests in this category, as Dean Irvine attempts to burst up the middle of the field, and a decision on the contact call goes against him, and he's going to be marched an extra 10 as well, having disagreed with the referee on that call. Great Britain, as I say, winning all 4 coming into this one. They have previously swept the series against Ireland in the old 3-test single-day British and Irish Cups. In the era of the 5-test 2-day B&Is, they have not yet achieved a series whitewash, so an opportunity to do something they have never done before ahead of them now. Ireland, since that penalty, working their way down into the British half, and they're going to get a second successive call here. The tap taken about 15 metres out. In fact, they are going to have to go back and just take it one more time. Isaac Sawyer finding himself on the ground and not getting up particularly quickly, so GB physio is on to make sure he's okay. Just a pause in the game for the moment as Connor Williots comes on in place of Isaac Sawyer. Hopefully Isaac will be good to return to play, but he will be fully assessed by the physios, by the medical staff on site here at the University of Nottingham before allowed to do so. In the meantime, Great Britain continue in possession. Bit of a loose pass there to Irvine, but he's done well to recover it before being tagged by Rory Murphy. His vice-captain, Elliot McDermott, passes to Turner, also filling that role in the leadership group with GB Men's Open. Irvine shaping for the 50-10. That final high bounce is just going to fall in field and allow Sam Reed to get up there and make the tag on the far side. Dante O'Reilly following up there as Ireland look to escape their own red zone on this play. Vice-captain Mark Bateman taking up the final run before the kick, and Sam Reed's done really well recovering that in his final appearance for Great Britain Men's Open. Or so he says. The man has 41 caps to his name. It feels to me that that's very, very close. In fact, close enough, I would say, to 50. To have another crack in the GB jersey next year. But if this is the last time we see him in British colours, moment to pay tribute to what has been a wonderful career at the international level. Sam Reed of Hammertag, playing in the Acton Monday leagues. I know he's got a partner and a couple of dogs back home watching on, cheering him on. We've loved seeing him in GB colours. Sure they'll love having him at home if indeed he does choose to stay there when the team heads to Australia for the World Cup next year. Irvine fires out to McDermott, who goes for the dive, and in the end quite a simple score for Great Britain to move them into a 1-0 lead. Changes being rung. Ampel, Milford, Goldie, all heading onto the pitch. It's the strength and depth that the GB Men's Open have now. Every single name comes on and off this pitch for them is a headline name. Ampel shapes for the restart. Big bounce there, but well dealt with by Dave Ahern. It's a decent first run up. And then on to Ed Mead. His first tournament for Ireland. It's been a decent one for him, although the results haven't gone Ireland's way. He's putting a good showing of himself. Ireland trying to work the ball to this left-hand edge, but Turner up there ferociously in defence, and now McDermott, they're really getting no return for their efforts on that side, and in the end a little bit of frustration. The kick over shoulder height from Louis Keys. It's going to hand possession back to GB in the middle of the Irish half. Goldie. This last year was a really important and emotional weekend for George Goldie, finally making his debut for Great Britain after being at the level that would have got him selected for so many years, but struggling with injuries and in fact getting injured in a warm-up game on the Saturday before the 2021 British and Irish Cup. Great to see that not only did he make that debut and have a great tournament last year, but that he has managed to stay injury-free and return to play at the B&I 2025. Hopefully even more to come in his future. In 2026, a huge year for Tag, as Willits now is the one sent towards the line. We'll keep coming to this left-hand side. It is now Goldie. Tries to carve around. 5 out as Milford will bring this ball back infield. Ampal stepping. Milford as well, and there's possibly a tug on the shorts, but not given. Mead did enough there, going for the tag for the referee to be happy. Stone, and it's going to be 6 again. Lucason's hand just coming in there. No, it's Lucason because of the pink hat. I had a chat with him this morning and said we were discussing the hat on commentary yesterday. Asked him what the reason was for it, and he says it is so that his girlfriend can spot him when she's watching, and really makes him distinctive on the pitch as Goldie nearly manages to get through there. Merchant working hard on this left wing, not getting any ball yet. Maybe this time it will come to him, but no. Mead was so quickly up. Milford was never going to have time to free the hands and get the ball out to the touchline. Blake to Williams. Real injection of pace when he gets moving. That ball just left behind by Josh Roberts. He was one of those players that took a sabbatical last year, so good to see him back in the GB jersey. One of many that will be heading to Australia in late October to play a 3-test series out in Sydney. Fantastic to have been able to have that opportunity for GB. Australia taking quite a bit of planning to get the tour off the ground, but so important for GB to test themselves against the best that the Southern Hemisphere has to offer a year out from a World Cup that will take place in the World Champions' backyards. As Ireland's now working their way towards halfway and over it with Dave Ahern. This is their strongest set for a little while. Bateman with the kick, and that one's going to run away from him, but he knows that he's going to get a call here from the referee. Just wait. It looks like the referee is signalling that there was a shoulder in from GB, so Ireland will benefit from the contact penalty. GB setting a... No, I thought GB was setting a defensive line, but yes, they are. The referee stayed on the spot there. I thought he was perhaps himself to be positioned in a green defensive line, but no, in a blue one. And Ireland are able to come away. Look down this right-hand side. A nice spin and a slightly wild pass from Henry Start, captain of the back-to-back Dublin Tagfest champion Springboks outfit. And darting run from Clinch up towards the line, and that pass just needed to go to hand. It didn't for Ireland, it didn't for GB either. Tom Stone looks down at the ground in frustration. We were talking earlier about his interception back in 2022. He remembers that fondly, and perhaps for a moment he thought he might have the same on that occasion. Lovely step back inside from Willits. Blake sends it right. Irvine So there's anything that Williams can do, he can as well. O'Reilly. O'Reilly's through with the twist of the hips, and can he beat the sweeper? That is a wonderful effort by Ahern to get there and make that tag. It's a try-saving one. And on a really challenging player to stop as Sam Reed goes for the line. He is tagged just short. How much it means to him and to this entire men's open outfit. It's such a team unit. If Rideau could score in his final game for the side. Blake caught in midfield. His options sort of ran away from him. And that is the end of the set. Ireland looking to go quickly through starts. The kick coming in from Ireland. They've 2 chasers after it. And this has worked quite well. Tag was just made. Bateman before he could get the ball away to Kiernan. Now does dart up that left-hand side. And Bateman will bring it back to the right. And Budds caught by O'Reilly, who slightly walks the mark forward. Options on this right-hand side disappearing until Lucasen gets there. And Waters eventually makes the tag. On to Crumblish, and then he offloads to Budds, nearly through to the line. Bit of confusion in midfield for Ireland. Nearly looked like allowing GB to come away with it on the counter. They'll be called back and we'll have the tap, or the roll ball, sorry, on the 10. Good pace on that first hit. O'Reilly thought he'd been tagged, and it's only actually as he moved his hips back to get a quick roll that the Irish were able to effect the tag. De Jonge, can he find some space here? He's so good at creating it where there appears to be none. Stone. To Reed. Tag triumphantly flung down by the Irish defender. And back to McDermott on this right-hand side. Puts in the kick. Reed to chase. This one just going to go long. And no 50-10 for GB. Instead it's going to be a 7-tag set for Ireland, starting on their 10-metre line. See, McDermott would have preferred the 50-10, but not a terrible result to have Ireland starting on their 10-metre line when GB's set was coming to an end inside their own half. Start. Thought he could get round the outside of Waters. So even with just vision in a single eye, Waters is able to make sure he doesn't lose sight of the tag, doesn't lose sight of his man. He's able to get there defensively. Reed wears that one off the body, and he's done really well. Wears more off the body on that occasion. He's gone to ground, as has Connor Clinch. So the game will just pause for a moment here as we make sure they're okay. The speed Clinch was coming in, I thought it was Reed that was going to take a bigger brunt of that impact, but actually Clinch then ricocheted off and hit the ground quite hard. He is back up on his feet, which is good to see. But, didn't look the most enjoyable collision for Clinch. O'Reilly nearly threw in and a pull on his short, so he will get the penalty. But the tag's been called rather than the penalty. Turner and a run through. Great pace, as always. O'Reilly out to Roberts, and the whistle goes. And you can see from scenes over there, I'm not sure if the camera will be picking it up, but quite a bit of dust getting kicked up on that far side. With the pace that Roberts and Reed and O'Reilly are able to generate. We've been really lucky with the weather this weekend. No rain to speak of at all. And the temperature is quite cool, not too sunny, so shouldn't have too many sunburn injuries. We don't have players struggling with the heat as well. Ideal conditions to play tag. No wind in the air. So Hearn will place this one down to start Ireland set of 6, 10 short of halfway, and he makes 7 metres. And then clinch up into the British half. Keys loses his shorts a little bit, but the tags were taken first. Lucasen calling for the ball on this near side touchline. Can Ireland move it through the hands and stay very central through clinch first of all, and Ahern then sends it back the other way. Big cutout pass now to the wing, and a kick coming in as well from Owen Hallahan. It's going to beat everyone to the try line. 21-year-old playing for Ireland for the first time this weekend, full of inventiveness, a lack of fear to try new things. And unfortunately for him, that one not quite paying off on this occasion. Harkins now. Good hits up early in this set for GB. Ampel decides to look for the 50-10, and that one did go perfectly the distance, but it was just on the borderline of being above shoulder height. So that is the call. Ireland will have possession the right side of halfway as far as they're concerned, and Ampel, I think, a little bit gutted with that one because its line and length was absolutely perfect, just a little too high off the boot initially. Turner with the tag. Need. Inside now to Keys and Kiernan, and surely a jump there, but not given by the referee. And Ahern straight into George Goldie, who stays down. I think he's fine though, just take a moment to catch his breath. The decision is that Goldie was set, and it's Ahern that's gone into him. So GB will be able to play this one out from their own red zone. Goldie goes for the fake pump to Milford, try and get through the gap, and has then been called here for walking the mark forward a little bit himself as the ball carrier. Maybe shook his head in slight disagreement with the call, but no more than that, and the referee not only has walked him, but is going to have another word with him here, which I think Goldie accepts the decision and has apologised to his team. Referee just making sure he's fully laid down the law. Lucasen, one step past Ampel. Despite his very agile running style. Just dropped off, and this is going to be a try for Coleman and a try for Ireland. Bateman, sorry, who's gone over and put Ireland on the board. Well deserved that try for Ireland, a single pointer to level things up here. It will be a big point of pride for them that they do not want to go down 5-0 in this best of 5 men's open series here at the British and Irish Cup. Just as with Great Britain, they are on a journey to the 2026 World Cup. Each tournament, each match provides a learning opportunity for them, a chance to develop to a higher level. Ireland were the bronze medalists in the 2023 World Cup on home ground in Limerick. They will have designs on reaching the World Cup final in Australia in just over a year's time. At the moment, Great Britain are a class above them, and we know already that Australia and Lebanon, New Zealand exiles, New Zealand themselves, if we see their teams in action in 2026, will present very stern challenges. It's going to be an incredibly hotly contested category. All of these players will want to be a part of it, and Tom Stone, with runs like that roll back the years and allow him to just slide through the defence untouched, will do his prospects of booking himself a plane ticket to Coffs Harbour absolutely no harm. He enjoyed that one, so did his teammates, And with Ireland having just levelled the game up moments before, Great Britain are then able to restore their lead on the stroke of half time. They go in for the high fives. Ireland, though, just a point behind at half time. Plenty of opportunity for them to claw their way back into this one in the second half. Yes, we'll just suddenly thought about if this gets picked up on the street, whether it takes the street down. Then probably like you get to check whether it picks up on the street.
Okay. I will speak to Paul reminds.
Yeah. Don't go, Rido. Don't go.
I've got to look after my family now.
Nine caps. 9 more caps.
I know. There's not enough games.
Back underway, second half. of the men's open competition. Tom Stone scoring for Great Britain on the stroke of half-time. Pushes us to a 2-1 lead in this one. Pushes Great Britain, I should say, to a 2-1 lead. As De Jonge gets the tag. And Ireland, yeah, they were always going to be called for that one. Conor Purcell just lifting his left hip too high as he tried to twist through the gap between the defenders. Penalty, Great Britain. De Jonge with a little roll forward and then he finds Irvine. On to De Jonge again. He's through. What a tag from Crumlish as De Jonge head down towards the line. The Dubliner, the last man to be able to stop him. De Jonge, O'Reilly, even with the kick to himself. Short kick that didn't quite work out for him, but in the end, GB will still maintain possession due to the penalty call. Irvine stepping one way and then the other athletically. Tag was taken just before the line. Goldie will send it to Ampau and on to O'Reilly. He is the latest to try and twist through. Crumlish again with the tag. De Jonge goes to this right-hand corner. De Jonge goes over, but the tag has been made. Ampau on to Goldie and on again to Waters. So that pass had gone to hand. It would have been a try for GB. They will maintain possession from the sounds of the referee's whistle. Cheers coming up from pitch 2, where a lot of the crowd has gathered to watch the 5th game of the men's seniors series. With a cider over there. Milford. And now Irvine sent running at the defence by Ampau. Tag eventually made. Milford goes back the other way. Goldie brings some pace onto it as well. Ampau. Irvine to O'Reilly. O'Reilly will go and he aims for the box as well with the dive. Ireland appealing that the tag was made before he grounded the ball. The referee and O'Reilly, however, were of the other opinion. But O'Reilly was able to dot the ball down in the box for a 2-point score. Great Britain's lead extended now 4-1. Restart high, and Lucasen does well as the ball bounces. Ahern twisting. Irvine equal to it. And then again, will feed to the left-hand side. Call is simultaneous, which is why they're able to play on here as Ahern puts the kick in, chases after it, and that's just got the other side of Reed, who then goes to dive on the ball as Ahern was right behind him. The referee's got a little bit to sort out here. And in the end it's GB who will have the penalty. So the referee feeling that Ahern made a little bit too much contact on Reed as they both went after the ball. Reed, of course, entitled to dive on it as the defending side. And GB already coming away quickly in this next set. Irvine into De Jonge. Blake caught by Ahern, who really is leading from the front for this men's open outfit. One of the most experienced players in it. Some have moved across to Ireland mixed open, some like Paulie McCullough actually switching across to another country, and this kick from McDermott is going to work perfectly for him. The ricochet really unfortunate for Ireland, and the bounce absolutely ideal as far as the North London Nighthawk was concerned, and he was then able to run into the box for another 2-point score. And all of a sudden, Ireland, who found themselves just a point down at half-time, staring the wrong side at a pretty imposing scoreline. 6-1 to the team chasing the clean sweep. This restart crosses the force field. The drop out takes it all the way to halfway, all the way to Usman Merchant. Blake into Williams. To Blake. McDermott running into the defender there, who will get back to his feet. Connor Purcell looks to be okay, and he does win the penalty for his troubles there. A conversation between McDermott and the referee. And on to Kiernan. Bateman decides to send it back to that short side because he feels that Kiernan has the pace and the agility to get through the smallest of gaps. And he does so. Sending players over to the left-hand side, and Bateman then goes right, and his kick, unfortunately for him, is absolutely on a plate for GB to recover. They close out that defensive set. McDermott, ball in hand once again, distributes to Williams, who flings it over the top. Stone plucks it out the air, one-handed, and now on to Merchant. Just as we thought we might get the chance to see him run at full speed with ball in hand, the tag was made. Great interlinking play from GB, ends up with an interception by Connor Purcell, who's going for the box. The chase back from GB is excellent, and it is Merchant in the end who's the man who makes the tag, and then a second one in a row, that time on Shaunahan, brother of David. Kiernan, Ireland go for that far corner. And Lucasen dances round. Lucasen goes for the box, but George Blake was there at the last. And I think that attempt for the box is going to be ruled out for contact against Ireland. There wasn't sufficient space for the dive to be made safely. Contact was caused by Bateman. No try. High risk, high reward, but safety has to be the number one concern for the referees in that situation. And that's why the rule book forbids dives too close to people's legs on the try line. Some nasty injuries have resulted from that in the past. Luckily on that occasion, all the players are fine. The scoreline is as you were. McDermott was at a disappearing gap, and now it's Turner who beats his defender up to Lucasen, who's in a sweeper role, but Lucasen does a fine job on that occasion, and now will have to be called into action to chase down Harkins. In fact, it's Hallahan who actually is the man who gets there in the end. Turner, Williams and Ampal to Harkins, to this left wing, where his Yorkshire mate Waters was waiting, but Harkins worked his way back in field. Goldie flicks to Turner. He can easily score from here. It's what he does. It's what the end result will be. So many times he is able to get the result that close to the line. He just moves laterally at speeds that some people aren't even able to move in a forward direction. Almost unstoppable. And another try for GB, a single point to that one. 7-1 to the team in blue and red. who are closing in on the whitewash over their Irish counterparts. Good chase from GB on that ricochet restart. Means they have hands on the ball once again. That one flies over the outstretched arms of Irvine, and Goldie's still going, finds Waters. Stopped in the end by Nell. One of the South Africans in this Irish side. Goldie again going. Milford with the pick and go, but called for a jump. So penalty Ireland. GB unable to add to their score in this latest visit to the Irish red zone. Just wanted to check he had his tags on there, did Henry Starks, as he caught the ball, looked down, found they were there, decided to go, but by that point British defence able to close in around him, and very little ground gain. Oh, good stuff there on the bouncing ball, not to knock it on. The tag was made at the same time, and so Ireland forced to kick long now. But if the chase is good here, then it's not the worst result to end their set on, given they hadn't really made any ground by foot. And I'll be happy with that as an end result. And Ahern showing real enthusiasm to get there and make the tag. This momentum then carried the tag forward a little bit, so had to come back to where it was actually made. Irvine was in the right place. And Goldie now keeping this ball alive and taking a knock as a result. And Ahern also feeling that one. I mean, it's been a long, tough weekend of elite level international tag rugby. Even without little bits of contact, even without falling to the ground, the bodies would be hurting. Each match, 40 minutes, 200 minutes of tag rugby per series. Players obviously aren't on for the whole of every single game, but they're still racking up some serious numbers over the weekend. Big calls coming in here from Hallahan on the left wing. He wants to see more of the ball. He doesn't want it to stay tight on that right-hand side. He thinks in his youth he's got the pace to beat Reed on the outside. He's not going to get a chance. Not on that set. Comes to an end. GB take over once again. O'Reilly thinks about distributing, but instead takes the tag from Ahern. Williams not happy with the options to his right. Goes laterally to his left, and O'Reilly called into action once again, and he sees a gap open up in front of him. He's got such a nose for it, and he's still going. Just trying to do his very best to stay on the ground at the speeds he was reaching there. Williams to Irvine. Doesn't really have any options to his right, so he will send it back to Williams on the left. Irvine picks and goes and flings it to De Jonger. He pulls his hands back at the last. Knew he wasn't going to take that one cleanly. Lets it fall for Reed, and then that ricochet there ends up in the hands of De Jonger. Reed plays dummy half, and some stationary passing from GB. Just try and send Williams up a little bit. The Irish defence holding firm for the time being until O'Reilly does exactly what he did further down the field. Swerves right, creates the gap to his left, and is able to just power himself back through it and run for the box and run for the 2-point score. Vintage Dante O'Reilly in this match. We are treated to a bit of a clinic from the big man. GB moving 8 points clear now. One shy of double figures. Turner, just make sure he's happy with the placement of that ball on the halfway line. Good end over end kick. One difficulty for that for GB is it got to its Irish recipient so fast that the chase was only up to the 10-metre line inside the Irish half, and so they're able to start the set in a fairly decent position here. 3 tags gone already, however, and not much more ground gained. That kick has worked out really well for Ireland, and they'll go again through Rory Murphy. The second attempt not as successful. The referee's going to bring them back here. It's just showing exactly where he wants Keenan to take that tap from. It's a late tag call after the kick. That's why Murphy had gone through with only 1 tag. Had he regained it cleanly, he would have been able to carry on, and the other tag would have needed to be taken by the British defenders. He wasn't able to regather it, and so we went back for the penalty. The latest kick on this occasion from Connor Purcell, easily fielded by Waters. GB see out the latest Irish sortie. Willits, oh, I was just about to say, just keeps his balance, and in the end, no. Little scuff of the knees as he goes down there. Merchant tries to launch his left hip forwards towards the Irish try line, and his right hip staying behind and getting caught by the defender. Nice pass from McDermott out to Stone on the wing. He's unmarked and he's up over the solid white line. Get Britain in the half of the field they would want to be. The kick comes in from Willie. It's not able to be fielded by Ireland. And over the touchline it goes to end GB's set. Ahern. There's his tag taken. There was a bit of a shortfall in there, but not called by the referee. The play continues for Ireland. Tag count increasing. There's the kick from Bateman. Short one, and he did get his hands to it. So did Willett. So the referee needs to judge here who was the man who first had possession of the football. And he's giving it to Ahern. Sorry, giving it to Bateman. Great speed from Ireland. Seem invigorated by that latest call. Mead and Buds powering them up towards the right touchline. Now they come all the way to the other side of the field. Sean Ahern launches himself between Harkins and Roberts, but tags made on both sides. Means that GB hold out just a little bit longer, and that grubber kick all the way across from the left touchline to the right. Just beating everyone in the end, and Ireland unable to score once again. Just a couple of minutes to play. And unfortunately on pitch 2, despite an incredibly valiant effort through the weekend, men's seniors look like they are going to come up agonisingly 1 game short as far as Great Britain is concerned. Ireland leading 5-1 in the 5th and deciding match between those two sides. As Ampal sends a kick for Sam Reid to chase, and actually cut back in at the last moment. Could almost have worked out perfectly, but as it is, it goes dead over the goal line. 7 tag set, Ireland. Yeah, Great Britain men seniors, they hadn't won a game against Ireland in the British and Irish Cup since 2019. A solitary draw in 2022 at West Park in Leeds. One time, the scoreline at the end of the 40 minutes wasn't in favour of their opponents. But this year they won a game yesterday. They won a game this morning. And they gave themselves the opportunity in a decider to win their category and add another 3 points to Great Britain's total in the overall British and Irish Cup points tally. But those 3 points will go the way of Ireland, with the hoot coming any moment in that one. The 3 points in men's open, well, we knew they were going to Great Britain from the end of the first game of day 2 here at the University of Nottingham. GB deciding that was not job done for them. They wanted to get its first ever 5-0 clean sweep. And while things were a lot tighter in the first half, nearly ending 1-1 before Stones try on the buzzer. It's GB who have then had the far stronger second half, scoring a further 7 points. A couple of box tries through Dante O'Reilly, helping to boost that tally out. And Ireland unable to find an answer as Waters will go down towards the corner here, but Lucasen right at the end is there to prevent the score. That ball just dribbling backwards off the ground, and Irvine is able to pick it up. Ireland appealing for the knock-on. Referee felt it went backwards into Irvine's hand, who did look up and check that everything was okay, as Ampal now puts in a little kick to himself. Bounces back off an Irish shin, and O'Reilly's able to clear it up. Good tag made by Ireland. GB losing a little bit of ground. Irvine over the top to Waters, who has to take it a bit stationary, launches into a dive, and I think that's another excellent tag by Ireland. It is. That will end the game. Great Britain are going to run out victors in this 5th test by a score of 9 points to 1, and in the series overall 5-0. So a comprehensive triumph for Great Britain in men's open, going a step further than they have done before in this contest. It's an Ireland side bringing a lot of new players in and doing their best to take some pride from the weekend. They'll regroup, they'll be disappointed, they will come back stronger for the experience, and Great Britain will turn their attention now to the tour to Australia that they have coming up in the autumn. They will play the world champions, the team that they came up just short against in the semi-final of the 2023 World Cup. And that will be in preparation for the 2026 Tag World Cup that will take place in Coffs Harbour. 9-1 here in test number 5, 5-0 to Great Britain overall in the Men's Open series. Coming up in 3 minutes time, we'll have game 5 of Great Britain Women's Open v Ireland Women's Open, where GB is also looking for a 5-0 whitewash. Join us for that one. You're tired, mate?
No, I'm just wondering.
Final game kicks off at 5, so probably 5:45. And then, yeah, I'll do a quick wrap up at that point.
I'm just going to be everybody want to go out.
No, I don't. Game 5 of the Women's Open Series here at the 2025 British and Irish Cup. As I mentioned, GB 4-0 up after 4 games, and Ireland looking to avoid a whitewash in this category as well. They've got first use of the ball. Tua sends it infield, and then it's gone backwards there for Ireland. So work to do at the start. There is space to the left, but instead they decide to kick right, and that one's going to find touch. In the end, it does get a little bit over halfway, but for a moment, it looked like Ireland were going to have gone for a touch finder inside. That would have found touch inside their own half. As it is Great Britain already in that half, and the ball nearly making its way to Leah Williamson, who went for the tackle that had been made first. Ash Carson trying to slide through the gap. McGuinness scoops to the left and ends up sending it right, and that ball just hanging in the air long enough for Rachel Healy to get there, run into the gap that had opened in front of her. Now Wilson onto McGuinness, and Entwistle just sends that behind Healy. Actually, there was a hand in there by Ireland. I think it was an uncharacteristic pass from Entwistle, who now has hands back on the ball and steps to her left and will dot down for Great Britain's opening score. Cheers coming from the sidelines as the changes are made for Great Britain. And unfortunately for Nottingham, getting myself completely confused there. Unfortunately for Ireland, an all too familiar feeling early in the match to have conceded a try to Great Britain and find themselves chasing the game. Coleman caught by McLaren, and then the pick and go by Buckley. Back to Coleman. Kick blocked. Ireland are the ones who are able to clear it up, even if the tag was made by Lucy Saunders immediately on that other side. Coleman involved in pretty much everything so far for Ireland. Buckley injects a bit of pace. It's up over the halfway line. Consecutive tags made by Louisa Brown-Aroba. Saunders is back and dropped from her wing position to sweep. And able to take that one cleanly. Shipley in field to Hillman, who absolutely starred on this pitch yesterday. Brown-Aroba. It's a little bit of a shoulder from Buckley there. And on to Georgina Blenkin, another whose performance on the show pitch. She got a good few cool outs yesterday. So McLaren now goes chasing after that kick, and well controlled in the end by Hannah Moran, and Ireland pushing over to the right hand touchline, and Fitzgibbon trying to make a bit of ground, and still they come. Shipley, who was involved yesterday with the under-22s, playing for Women's Open, able to be there defensively. The under-22s sides in this tournament able to use one player that was also going to be involved with the Opens teams, but the under-22s player could only play under-22s yesterday and only play Opens today. So Shipley was that one for the women's and under-22s and Opens from the GB point of view. Great to see her playing for the Opens today, getting her opportunity against this Irish outfit. Walker flicks it back to Entwistle, just not able to control it. It was a little bit over her shoulder as it arrived to her hands.
Tag made on Bannon. And now play dummy half and deliver the ball to Pua, who switches it back to the left-hand side, and it's Bannon once again. Pua out to Coleman, Keeler Coleman. Sonia Pua sends it back left. Bannon is caught by Blenkin. The arcing run coming in. Lots of pace, lots of enthusiasm from Laura Buggy. Blenkin alive to it, just stepped to her right, made the tag. Coleman out to the right-hand edge and had that last pass from Goggins gone to hand. Ireland would have found themselves level on the score sheet in this 5th and final test of the weekend for them. And Twistle finds nothing she likes to her right, so goes back left, and now Wilson decides to do the same. Carson. Broadly onto McLaren. She's caught by Carroll. GB making a decent amount of ground on their carries there before McGuinness puts in the kick. Will land fairly between the two 10-metre markers on that left-hand side of the pitch. And Ireland will have an opportunity to run back at GB here. Or they would have done if the ball had not been knocked on. It's really unfortunate for Ireland. Sub being made. Coleman heading over to the sideline. That sub was actually called for by Alex Davis. Looks like blood for Coleman. That's why Davis has sent her to the sideline. As McLaren picks and goes to the left. And offloads too broadly just before the defender came in. Alexander tries to go through the gap. The defence equal to it. McGuinness. Couple of fakes. And then eventually over to Healy, but the tag had been made, so we're going to come back. Final tag of the set. Can GB add to their 1-point lead? And Twistle. And over the top. Broadly chases back after this loose ball. And the set will come to an end for GB. Ireland will hope they can go a little bit further than they did last time. And they do. Nice for Buckley there. The first thing you want to do when you knock the ball on is get your hands on it as quickly as possible and make it a nice bit of ground on the first tag of the set. She did that, and Ireland already 10 short of halfway. There's the kick. Alexander perfectly positioned to receive it. Something that the sides really worked on is their positioning to counter on those kicks. It's such an important part of the game. As Wilson now links up with Freya Entwistle and the ball on to Ash Carson. Healy keeps this moving. Poppy Barker tries to step inside from the right touchline. Keep the attack going on in. Carson. Entwistle pulls it back to Wilson. Does the same for Carson, and quick hands here will keep it alive to Brown or over, but Davis calls them back to where Entwistle had been tagged. Carson to Wilson, who puts in the kick for Healy to chase, and that almost sits up. Just bounces over the try line. Frary and Twistle involved quite a few times in that attacking set for Great Britain. And speaking of the Entwistle crew, we are joined once again by Tom. Tom, brilliant to have you here. The GB team scored early in this one. They've got a 1-0 lead as they look to chase a 5-0 whitewash. They were able to achieve that last year in Ireland, and looking to follow up again here in Nottingham. Just over a year out from the World Cup. How much of a boost to their mindset do you think it could make for GB to whitewash the Irish in a B&I series?
Yeah, it's interesting, and I mean this with the best of intentions, but I don't think the GB girls will be too worried about series leads, scorelines, things like that. They're really focusing in on performance and developing the tools and the skills they need to go and compete with the best in the world over in Australia. So obviously, no one's going to turn their nose up at a 5-0 win. They'll absolutely still be targeting a win in this game to close that out, but definitely the chat will be about, are we developing our tool set? Are we working on the things we will be able to challenge the Australian teams with, and seeing if they can put those into practice consistently when under stress by what is a good Irish Women's Open team. It's tough coming up against this GB team because they are very set, they're very experienced, and they're several years into having this group of players together, so it's a tough challenge.
But I'm sure you've reviewed quite a bit of the tape for Great Britain Women's Opens with your role as South London Women's Open head coach. They, of course, took the Nationals title here at Nottingham earlier in the year. So no doubt you'll, after you get back to London, you'll have a chance to watch the matches this weekend as Healy goes for the interception. Doesn't quite stick for her. And I'm sure you'll agree with me that the manner of the victories, as you're talking about there, has improved year on year, match on match for GB Women's Open. There's so many facets of their game where they are just at an unrecognisable level compared to where they were just a few years ago.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. They've really got a lot of strings to their bow. They're a very, very well-rounded side at this stage. And I think, I can't say exactly how their rotations have worked and things this year, but they're certainly looking to kind of develop that pool. I know they have through training in terms of, what coverage do we have in different positions, how flexible are our players, what utility do we have. While tag is a game that does nominally have positions, this team has a lot of players who are kind of total tag players, as it were, and can play across the positions and do a number of different jobs. So I think that's definitely something they'll be looking into.
Well, the jobs they're having to do at the moment are all defensive. Ireland has been down in their red zone for quite some time to defend multiple sets, and now they will have the opportunity to have ball in hand again.
Yeah, really good phase of attack there from the Irish, and GB's defence up to it. Some tough assignments there, some people challenging the line well. It'll be interesting here now to see GB shaping their exit and what they can cook up.
And here we go.
Opportunistic line
Mabel
break from
still
Mabel.
managing to twist her hips, and suddenly, out of nothing, Great Britain gain 30 metres, gain territory, and Blenkin picks and goes herself. McGuinness will want this ball in her hands now. She's got Walker outside her. She's calling for it as well. So McGuinness puts the kick in, and that almost sits up perfectly for Lucy Saunders. It's spilt forwards, but that would have been a lovely play if it had worked off, Tom.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of sort of kick and hope. I think it's a nice threatening thing to have your wingers like Georgina Blenkin with the ability to scoop and take players on. But if you get a nice quick fast break down on the right wing, picking and going and keeping the ball stalled there for an extra phase, meaning that they were on fifth with kind of nothing set up, no momentum, nothing planned, meant they had to go to the kick. Helen's got a great boot, and you can see her talking to Jade the other middle. We're kind of out of options here. How about just hammering it across the field and seeing? And unfortunately, Lucy Saunders not quite able to control it.
Yeah, I know you're not a fan of kick and hope, as we mentioned earlier. We've played together, and you were very selective with your words to describe my playing style, but I'd say kick and hope is one of my favourite moves in tag rugby. In fact, most of what I do is hope. It's
all about how much you believe. Well, your hope is stronger than others, so you can kick and hope. At this level, a bit less kicking, a bit less hope.
Ireland find themselves in a good position here, though, in front of the box, and just need to be careful not to fend that and undo their good work.
Yeah, I think what you'll see a lot of here, obviously a bit hesitant to put the commentator's curse on the GB girls, but when you're this close to the try line, any sort of half miss or half line break can turn into a try. So what you'll hopefully see is there'll be two defenders shutting on the ball player when they make that dart to the line, so there's a bit of protection there, a bit of extra coverage.
Unfortunate that final pass was forced in front of Moran and over the touchline. So again, the latest Irish attack ends without a score, but it was another where they did make it into the British red zone. So a measure of success from that. Mabel still on this occasion not able to break down the field, so Walker will send it into McGuinness, who considers McLaren as an option and then takes it in herself. McLaren, every time she picks and goes, she brings such pace onto the ball as Shipley sends this back in field to McGuinness. This kick, a more conventional one, but finds the Irish defender and could actually end up with an Irish score. That's a great chase from Grace Goggin, the captain of this Irish women's open side. Really herring after that ball.
No. Surprised that wasn't adjudged to be a line drop up there. Looked like
Yeah.
Ellen might have got the last touch. But, yeah, they've dealt with that well. Yeah, Sophie's an interesting one. This team, this GB Women's Open team, have had a couple of Aussie imports over the last few years. And, you know, while we love having talented players come in and, you know, through assorted ties being allowed to represent GB, but obviously you tend to lose them unless they settle down here long term. And Sophie's the latest in that. She's about to head back to Australia pretty much off the back of this this tour, but players like herself and Laura Daly over the last few years have really given this GB side that extra little bit of Aussie flavour and style in how they play the game. That's their little yo-yo wraparound play that they've been working really hard on this season. I've seen that come off to fruition a couple of times this weekend.
Yep, winning the penalty a few phases ago with the late tag on Rachel Healy, and that's one of their original Aussie imports. Anne Broadley, she is one that has stuck around for a while and so integral to this side now as Walker sends it to McGuinness. Barker again looks to set back inside, but not for the first time. Lorna Monaghan able to make a good tag, and McGuinness,
so
she's only got one tag on.
Yeah, very similar field position here to where they ended that last set. Let's see what Jay's cooking up. See, I'm not sure about that. No played, yeah. I think they're looking like they could have some better options on fifth here. A couple of sort of led to knock-ons or turnovers in the midfield, but that is a gift from Ireland, giving possession straight back on the halfway line.
For a moment, it looked like it might just hang in the air enough for Barker to make the interception. Healy goes, and she's going to try and link up with Barker again here. Monaghan doing really well. Monaghan, I should say, doing really well on that wing. McGuinness steps back to her right-hand side. Big pass out to Walker. Uses Shipley as a decoy and then on to Broadley. Alexander, she'll get herself involved in play by coming in at dummy half. Otherwise the ball was not making it to her on that left wing.
So yeah, much better field position here. They should be getting into full attacking mode. That's nice. Big dummy. That's the Irish player coming across. Referee lets it go.
Yeah, a bit of a bump there. I'm surprised that a whistle didn't go. In the end, Ireland get the turnover on tags just afterwards. So the score remains 1-0 to Great Britain.
Yeah, fifth tag scoop into the corner. Decent end to the set. Ideally, you'd want to be finishing it in this right corner here, which is away from the Irish sub-box, to make it more difficult for them to come out in the subsequent exit set, which we're into now.
Coleman, two runners outside it. That looks to come off the knee.
Yeah.
And that is what Davis has seen as well, calling a knock-on. It's a good chase from Coleman, though. It could have created an opportunity had it not been off the knee, but as it is, Great Britain will pick and go through Freya Entwistle.
Out of dummy half. There she goes.
Finds Shipley. Quick ball here for GB from Entwistle's tag. Could catch the Irish napping. They are set, but Wilson finds a hole where here there was none.
I know Wilson, another one, very similar in vein in terms of player and what they bring to their squad to Lois, who we commentated on earlier, Will, in terms of, you know, for all you youngsters at home, balls in two hands, she's always got options, and that makes her tricky to read because there's multiple threats off around her. Yeah, she's a wily old fox, is Hannah Willow.
Nearly wiling her way to the line there. She's also such an inspirational leader, was captain of the side in their previous World Cup campaign, now head coach. I know that the girls would do pretty much anything for her as she leads by example.
Yeah, just like to see a little more depth here. I think when you're into this area of the field, you don't want to play too flat, because then if you try little sort of wraparound plays, bow plays, trying to get yourself into a kicking shape there, if you started deeper, you have more chance to get that ball. I mean, that was a very soft touch kick there, so she was able to regather without it going dead. A bit more depth in line attack. They've got great handling skills at this team, and you can utilise it more by giving yourself time and space by sitting deep when you're in line attack, because there's no more meters to win, Will, so you don't need to be racing forward as much.
Davis calls an end to the half. Great Britain with the solitary early score. They've been rattling away at the Irish line for quite a while, and the Irish side in turn had a fairly prolonged spell down in the red zone themselves, but not able to come away with points. So Great Britain 1, Ireland 0 is how the first 20 minutes comes to an end. And sorry to bring it up so soon afterwards, but just a word on that fifth test for men's seniors. I mean, let's focus first on the fact that it was an incredible achievement by the side, by yourself, by Dave as the coach here, and Tony's work earlier in the season to get men's seniors to a position where they were able to take the series to the deciding game and come so close to taking it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, firstly, all credit to Ireland. I thought they were fantastic throughout the season. Captained very admirably by Jack Reels, who I thought had a fantastic tournament as well. Yeah, they're a good side. I think the key takeaway that we just talked about in our huddle with our team just now is it's all about the kind of the cycle. You can't get too het up on, obviously losing is not ideal, but you've got to compare it to where we were this time a year ago and think about where we will be in a year's time. And in terms of that, we've made massive strides forward to make the series as competitive as it was. Didn't quite have enough in that last game to get over the line, but another competitive one. And yeah, pleasure to be a part of it. It's been good fun.
Yeah, and Dave, Tony and I, we spoke after the BNI last year about the fact that with those games being so close, we felt it just would take that one win to show all of you that you could do it. You could beat this Irish side. And the confidence that came from that win yesterday, how did that make you feel overnight? Did you notice the boys arriving at the ground this morning were a bit different to the boys that had arrived yesterday?
Well, we had a few of us come down in a little line bike convoy, so spirits were high, and that was good. But yeah, I think both days, going into Game 5, it was the wins and the losses were alternating. So you could tell kind of momentum was shifting throughout the series. I'd say for the kind of incumbents or the long-standing members of that team, it's really, really important for them to have got that win and to step over the line for the first time in terms of getting a win. Some of them have been part of that team for a good long period of time now, and yeah, seeing how well they reacted to getting a win, kind of makes it all worth it. It's a really good blend, that team now. I spoke earlier about trying to bring in people with good skill sets and teach them the game of tag, and then obviously we've also got long-standing members of the team who've been around a long time, good tag players. Definitely shout him out now. He's a bit emotional, bless him, but he's been an absolute hero. He's Nick Stanworth. Astonishing performance as always from him. He's always giving the Irish trouble. But yeah, you want to do it for people like him. So he's been part of that men's seniors team for a very long time. Last year, he's absolutely gutted that we were that close but didn't quite get a win. This time, maybe even more painful, getting 2 wins and then 2 losses and losing the 5th, losing the decider. But yeah, really, really promising signs, and we're moving in the right direction. So that's what it's about.
Well, I just want to say on behalf of all the GB players, coaches, managers, supporters here this weekend, we are so proud of all of you involved in that men's seniors outfit. When I went round and I asked people to make a tunnel for you guys for that 5th game, everyone was dead keen to get involved. The tunnel, those of you that were watching on pitch 2, and in fact some of you watching on pitch 1 may well have seen that it stretched almost from one touchline to the other. So eager were everyone to cheer you over the line in that 5th test, and yeah, we're very proud of you. Huge strides that you've made.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate that. Some would argue the tunnel was slightly too long. We only got so much in our legs after four tough games. The tunnel took me right over to the other touchline, but yeah, it's really nice to have that support from the other teams, so I really appreciate it.
Lots to come from Great Britain men's seniors, who've got the monkey off their back, so to speak, and are only going to go in one direction from here. An exciting 2026 ahead. as they look towards the World Cup.
Yeah, turning to this game, Will, this is really nicely poised, and you know, with the best intention, I think this is what both teams want. Ireland obviously desperate to kind of get a game where they can really compete and have a crack at taking a game. GB will benefit more from a close one. You know, being put under pressure. It's a good option there. Set stalling slightly. 50-10 attempt. That's taken a wicked bounce and is going to go just short of the 50-10. But well left, well judged by Ireland. Should be there, ball 10 in.
Yeah, that was a really teasing ball. For a moment it looked like it wasn't going to go out of bounds. Then it took a turn, heading for the 50-10. Another one just means that it standard ball in touch, and Ireland starting their set here. First time they will get to run at GB in this second half as they look to spoil the British party, and here is their best opportunity. Monaghan going all the way for the corner, and the levelling score. The 24-year-old from Kilmacow, who played in the BNI last year, it's only her second appearance at this level, ties the game up for Ireland, 1-1.
Yeah, great reaction from the Irish there. Nice and direct and compact with their exit set. Keeping it nice and tight around the ruck, driving in hard. Missed tag, arguably, but you know, if you threaten players, you get the rewards. Taking it straight up the guts there, and taking on the fullback and the sweeper and burnt her into the corner. And a great reaction. You can see that will have meant a lot to her. It was a fantastic try. Ellis now breaking. She's been dangerous all tournament. That's Hillman from Bristol. Nice, good meters there. Now the girls looking to get into their stride. Numbers on the edge. Great hands from Jade and Phoebe. Mabel out to Georgina. Looking strong here. Looking to punch right back.
Shipley flinging infield to Walker, and she will be tagged by Pua. Round her over to Entwistle.
Yeah,
and
always looking back at the ruck. Classic Entwistle play.
Obviously, you've played a lot with your sister over the years. Her game has come on an incredible amount since she started playing tag, and she's an absolutely key person to this Women's Open outfit for GB. Just a word on her abilities and her role in the team.
Oh, tough. Could get emotional here, Will. No, she's been brilliant. I think Freya is a great example to anyone who is, you know, a woman who particularly hasn't necessarily played a team sport much. That if you kind of put the work in and you really embrace it, you can develop that skill set. It's you know, there's no shortcuts. I won't hide the amount of times I will have dragged her down to the park for passing and kicking. But yeah, it's been her aptitude and her, you know, her eagerness to learn, which has put her into the position she is now, where she's a very confident and you know, supremely talented player, I would say. Obviously, I'm slightly biased, but yeah, I think we've both given each other a lot in terms of getting better at this game. I think I can't take all the credit in making a player better in terms of coaching. A lot of it's on them, but she's certainly helped me become a better player. But most importantly, I think she's made me a better teammate to my own teammates and a better coach. You know, she was a teacher for a little while, currently retraining as a lawyer, but she brought so much of her teaching knowledge, which informed how I interacted with people as a coach. And I think that's really pushed all the teams that we've been involved in together and independently to a new level.
Yeah, truly benefiting everyone around her. Do you think there's you know, coaching opportunities for her in the future? Has she got any interest in that regard?
I've been quietly working on that one for a long time, and I think in the future, yes, absolutely. So Willow involved again there. I think Wilson. Sorry, I'm remembering to need to use everyone's surnames here. Wilson is a great example of an experienced player who stepped into that coaching role, but we need this current generation of players to be thinking about that for the future. And I think two players who I've had a lot of involvement with over the years, Freya obviously playing today, and Lucy Riddler, who was in this Women's Open team last time out but can't be joining us this year. I think both of them should have their eyes on coaching in the future, because they have a wonderful feel for the game, wonderful understanding, but they're empathetic people and they really understand how to get the best out of others.
Ireland now up over halfway, managing to keep this play alive. Remember, they've tied this game up. It is one apiece, so a score for them See them in a well-deserved lead as they look to avoid the whitewash here.
Yeah, nice little short kick option there, very sharp from Hillman to scoop in quickly and tidy that up. With Healy now, who's very sharp in defence so far, shutting down everything that's coming near her. She's very dangerous in attack, so we'd like to see a little bit more of that. There's Willow, or Wilson, selling people left and right, giving options. Over to Ellen. She's got a better boot than that. We'll be slightly disappointed. She's probably mishit that slightly, but right option. Can't be too disappointed in the result when you've picked the right option for the team.
Just slightly hooked as the shadows start to lengthen on this show pitch. It's been a wonderful weekend of tag rugby. Goggin has been a particularly strong performer for this Irish Women's Open side, and so is Coleman. She's always been involved, but fantastic tag rugby on display from all 22 sides. The biggest British and Irish Cup that has ever taken place in the UK. And Ireland Women's Open looking to make one final mark on the tournament.
A couple of tags to go here. They'll be hoping to fire a bit more of a shot.
Still alive.
Open play, bit of broken field.
And they send it down the line here. Alexander and Entwistle waiting patiently in the defensive line. Goggin does get that one and evades the tag as well. McGuinness herring after her. Still the ball is alive. Oh, and it's going to be a penalty.
Ooh, no,
to...
he's not giving that. He's
no,
not seen
tag first before the pull on the shirt. So final tag of the set. Coleman, what can she do?
Bounce back
Goggin.
the other way.
Back
left
over
edge
to
fine.
Coleman. Coleman will find the edge on the left-hand side. Monaghan, and the distribution just goes awry. She couldn't find teammate Fiona O'Shea on that left flank, but a really good set from Ireland and trying a few different things.
Really good set, and obviously it feels unfortunate when you don't quite link up for that last pass, but you know, slightly cynically, it's not the worst result in the world if you throw the ball 10 metres off the pitch, because the team who has the ball with the turnover can no longer play quickly. But GB immediately coming out to this opposite edge, very expansive in their exit.
That's why I throw the ball off the pitch, Tom.
Oh,
every time you've got at me for that.
To generate quick ball.
Yeah, no, to prevent quick ball.
Oh, sorry.
By the opposition.
That's big brain tag rugby
Yeah.
right there. Will.
Yeah.
I finally understand. Is it totally necessary to prevent the opposition from generating quick ball in the Waterloo Friday B-grade social league?
Well, that's why I play at the level I do, because I just enjoy the social stuff. I'm not going to be at the elite level. Enjoy the laugh of tag rugby.
No, it's tag for every level of the game. That's why we love it.
Ireland are able to take the tap from their 10 following that kick that went dead. Just not able to hold on to the ball on this occasion, however. Blanken will bring the ball in field and still will fire it into the hands of Walker, who sends it back the way it came.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a bit more of a sense of exactly which 16 players have been in the rotation here. Obviously, last game of the day, there's going to be some tired legs, and you can field 18 players per game. And I think there's 4 players we haven't seen much of yet, and I'm just wondering if they might ask them to boot up and get on for some minutes to close this out and seal a 5-0. But still 1-1 as it stands. This could be anyone's game. It's exciting.
Pua will send it in field, and Ireland breaking now. Up to the sweeper, who does a really good job there. There's a decent dart from Taylor.
Yeah, a couple of times now GB have been broken straight through the middle, just off a little tip-on pass. Someone running nice and straight. Possibly up a little too fast in defence. Ireland with some shape here. Switching a switch. Numbers left.
And again, Pua has the numbers to her left-hand side. This time the distribution a little bit better, but Blanken is there defensively.
Really nice
back
attack there
in
from
to
Ireland.
Pua, who puts in the kick,
The
and
kick and
on
hope.
to Alexander. She will take it away for GB. Saying earlier about the kick and hope's not necessarily being the best option. That's an example of where it's worked for the opposition rather than the team that played it, and GB looking to come away quickly here, wasting no time towards their own line. Going to the open side where Wilson didn't have much support but nearly broke past Taylor.
See again, ball in two hands. It just hesitates a defender. Little scoop here.
Saunders.
Ricky Saunders.
It's fine. Hillman wasn't able to get to her.
Smash this downfield.
And Twistle puts in a little kick.
Don't like that.
And it's going to be cleared up by Ireland and Katie Jones, who are just about clinging on to that one. Just running into the setting sun, making this one a little bit difficult on occasions for Ireland as the ball comes into the hands. O'Shea down on that left wing. Pick and go.
Glorious sunshine now beaming down over pitch one for the evening, for the remainder of this second half and our final game of the day. Well, this is picture perfect. Great step. Numbers on the left again. Good recovery defense there from Still.
The Irish line set fairly shallow, going for a kick that isn't going to work out for them. GB once again seeing out that latest Irish attack, but this game is still poised at 1-1. GB with work to do if they want to get the series sweep. Ireland still with every opportunity of getting what would be a really important win for them on the board. It would mean so much to take that into the off-season and psychologically, just as we were talking with men's seniors, know that they can get the victory against their nearest rivals.
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
Was looking like it was going to be something lovely there, but the tag had been made on Wilson, so Shipley not able to go away from it and go away with it. Browner over with the big kick. It's going to be chased by Fitzgibbon all the way to the touchline.
No.
She bounced that like a Gaelic football back into her hands. Such poise, such skill by Fitzgibbon.
Yeah, she's done very well in the end there. That looked very dangerous and threatening, and immediate offside penalty to relieve the pressure. Great kick from GB. You can't follow that up with giving away a free cheeky offside penalty, because you just lose all the ground you've just gained.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those areas that Wilson and Lombardo will talk about with the team afterwards. If you're in a crucial game where you've got to win, it was a good kick for gaining territory, and then they've they've given away not only possession but territory.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll shout him out because he'll enjoy this. But Riley Lombardo, the assistant coach of this team, he'll have noted that one down as a coach killer.
Saunders into Browner over. GB's best chance near the Irish line in this half.
Brilliant
over to
pass.
Hillman, looks for the spin, but the tag made. Lots of Irish cheers going up around the pitch at that try saver. And Twistle will go for the box.
Oh, there she is.
And try is awarded. The Irish hoping they'd made the tag in time. Davis waving it away. And the 2 points is awarded for Freya and Twistle and Great Britain. 1-1 for so long in this second half, but now they have a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, there it is. Very proud, of course, but that's Women's Open. GB at their best there, looking really dangerous and expansive. Excellent handling skill set from Entwistle and Shipley to stretch it over to the right side to Still. And then the old Sly Fox, Anna Wilson, really calm and controlled. Little bump wraparound play close to the line and feeding for into the box. But this is a devastating way to respond to conceding a try. Knock on close to the line and then immediately giving a penalty away for offside. GB can ice this game here with a good set at the line.
Walker. Browner over, just
There's
scans
that same
options.
play.
Walker on the wraparound
Great
and
ball.
over the top to Leah Alexander in the corner.
Forward pass.
Ruled out by Alex Davis, scutting for the GB girls, scutting for Leah Alexander, who said to me earlier she felt that yesterday on this pitch she'd had a really poor game. On the stream where we were commentating on it, I don't feel that was the case. Actually, I think she was pretty decent. But that would have been a really nice thing for her to get the try, as it is. Ireland are now
again.
breaking through the middle and up over halfway in the form of Grace Buckley. And all their numbers stacked to the left-hand side. Coleman, of course. Who else would be the one to carry it forward as they gain the momentum? Buckley's going to sweep round to the left-hand side to be there. And now Ireland pouring forwards 10 metres inside the British half. Slightly slower at the roll ball there. Keela Coleman over to the right-hand side. Goggin. And just not able to get past Browner over. and Walker. Final tag of the set, so they go for the short kicks. Not, well,
It's good.
I was about to say, not going to work at all, and then
repeat set.
Yeah.
One. I think a bit of outcome bias there again. It's this propensity to kick, short kick that close to the try line. It's very, very difficult to rig out of the ball, and all the defence knew it was coming. But they've failed to deal with it and given a penalty away.
Lana Hogan-Dowling has absolutely plucked that bullet out the air from Sophia Pua on the left-hand touchline to keep this attack going for Ireland. It was a high-risk play, but Coleman now using Goggin on this occasion. She had Mar running in on the right-hand side, and that is where they will go now, through Coleman.
I think Pua's been impressive. Well, she's looking like she's running the show a little bit. Got a good skill set there, nice out ball. She created that little chance earlier in the game with a step off the right or left, went back. Easy numbers over on the left edge, and fed the players out there very nicely. She's looking dangerous. I think if Ireland can get some field position up in this end of the field again, they should be looking to hopefully let her dictate the game. That's a great nudge by Soph. Sorry, McLaren.
It's just going to come up a few metres short of the 50-10 marker, and given where she made that kick, given how many minutes she has played this weekend, the fact that it was even close to the 50-10 shows the class of her as a player.
There you go, there's Pua. Pua looking good there. Drawing defenders in and beating players.
Well, she is another leading by example, assistant coach of this Irish Women's Open side. So really important influence to have on the pitch. Just manages to stick out a mitt and pull that one back in.
Yeah, she's skillful, but she's looking a little frustrated there. She needs her teammates to give her good front foot ball. It's very hard to play in that middle position and boss the show when kind of lacking options. But again, GB letting them off the hook. That was, I'm pretty sure that was last, and they were going to be stalled there on halfway and have to get a good kick away. But repeat set, and this is what we want. We want Pua in this area of the field. Good options. That's much better defence from GB. They've been getting broken and busted through the middle when their height is slightly off, and two players are able to be beaten at the same time by a good flick of the hips from the Irish player, which traditionally Irish teams are always very strong at. Bit of backpedaling here, but coming out to the right edge, and they've got an opportunity here.
Just through the hands of Moran, who was the player that had won the penalty for Ireland and allowed them to have that repeated set. Broadly will take the roll. Carson darting up, eager to get GB down the field and give them an opportunity to add to their score. Wilson with a quick roll. Great technique from her. Never overrunning the mark. What she decided on here with Entwistle. And simple down the line stuff to Mabel Still, who is still going.
Very good work.
Blenkin back in to Entwistle. Just manages to catch that ball as it dies on her.
That's the yo-yo. Not quite going to hand.
Entwistle scrambling back. Just showing the referee that tights have been pulled a little bit. He's not going to be swayed by that. Not for the first time. McGuinness's kick is played at.
And now a penalty. A bit of frustration creeping in there from the Irish girls. I think you've got to trust your system. They've handled deep kicks very, very well. So if that kick channel is open, you've got to not take the bait of playing at the ball, because it just becomes such a 50-50 where the bounce goes and who gets the ball back. I think if an opposition kicker is shaping, trust that your system has it handled unless they've communicated to you otherwise. And don't give GB the ball back on halfway, because now they're going to have another crack at the line.
Carson hands the ball back to McGuinness, who the tag was made on. McGuinness immediately back involved in the play broadly. She's got Saunders outside her. She darts back inside. Tag made. Just a few metres out now, GB, and Saunders goes herself, dives at the line between the two players, but the tag was always going to be made there. McGuinness wanting the line to be stretched out. They will try and play all the way over to the right-hand side. In the end, Wilson goes for the box. Changeover. Ireland seeing that one out by the skin of their teeth. Still plenty of running from the Irish here.
Yeah, the game's not dead by any means. Try and get a quick one-pointer, or ideally a box, and get back into this. I think the Irish girls currently rolling on. They can see the fresh legs coming on. Need to really inject some pace into this exit. Yeah, good height defence again there. Lots of defenders covering that.
Buckley, she's going to go for the kick here. Broadly, well positioned. And can she escape Coleman? Well, in the end, it is Buckley chasing her own kick that manages to get there and make that tag. And Twistle sends it back the other way, sensing that more of the Irish had gone one side than the other, and Carson is still going. She puts Saunders away with a 2-on-1. Just about scrambled defence from the end in the Irish, and that is going to be all she wrote in this one. A 3-1 final scoreline for GB in the match, a 5-0 result overall in the series. So much for Great Britain to be proud of, but before we go into more detail on that, a lot for Ireland to be proud of in that final display, Tom.
Yeah, massively. I think for very long stretches of that game, there was a tussle around the middle third of the pitch. Ireland, yeah, a couple of players we've name-checked looking really strong, so they've obviously got some good talent there. And I think the takeaway, having seen a couple of scores from the games earlier in the weekend, is that ultimately what it took to break that game open and score is good team play, good interplay between the players, having to create space. I think at times Ireland will have conceded tries from individuals really threatening and taking players on. So a couple that I know we didn't see in that game, people like Jess Charles, Emily Galvin, really dangerous runners, and would have been causing havoc against the Irish all weekend long. But yeah, nice to see the Irish very competitive there, fire some shots of their own. Really well taken try down that left edge. It's definitely a highlight reel clip that I hope she'll be posting to all her socials and letting people know she saw the screamer. But yeah, ultimately the game decided by a nice little bit of interplay between Wilson and Ecclesall getting into the box there.
And a word on the 5-0 result for Great Britain. Not the first time that they have achieved that. They will be able to go into the off-season really happy with the strides forward they've made in 2025.
Yeah, absolutely. And like we touched on earlier, 5-0 is obviously a massive achievement. Series whitewishes don't come around often, and I think they'll be content. They had some games where the scoreline was a bit more emphatic earlier in the day, but that last one was a real tussle, a real test. And like I said earlier, they'll have used their entire roster of 20 players. They've been testing out combinations and testing out their tool set, as it were, to see how it matches up against Ireland in preparation for next year and the World Cup down in Australia. So yeah, overall I think they'll be pleased. You can see now some big celebrations from the girls. I know the motto is very firmly YTG, which is of course the girls, and both Lombardo and Wilson will have been embedding that into the team's culture. It's good to see them enjoying that.
Certainly is. One more game to bring you today here on Pitch 1 on the 2025 British and Irish Cup. That is the Mixed Seniors, Mixed Open Game 5, and that'll be coming to you very shortly. Just a couple of minutes until kickoff. Make that?
It's not for me, it's for my two cameras. Okay.
That's fast. Jesus, we're cutting out fine. When you're presenting the whole bloody thing at 6.
Oh, see, now it's for me. Because where is it?
Oh, I don't know. What's up?
I need to get 2 train tickets for to get back to Cardiff. I thought I had the company card on here, but I don't. Go scan, had to go home. The other man.
Just help me score.
Irish.
The box adds 1 to whatever score. So guys are 1, girls are 2, box plus 1 to whatever.
Is a normal score for girls too?
Yeah. Might get hectic. There's usually a lot of scores in mixed. That's a mega tunnel there, look at that.
Yeah.
It's 4-0 at the moment.
Just try, because I'll full play-by-play, try not to,
I'm learning more, you'll be like,
yeah. I totally understand you do that, and obviously you'll see, there's things you'll see that I don't, but then it just sounds strange if we go to it at the same time.
It's really fun.
Good. That's why I like it. I think that's fun.
Yeah, you're very good at it.
Yeah, but it's good to have the insight.
Well, we have seen 11 categories. 22 teams head to the University of Nottingham this weekend. 3 of them played 3 test categories. 8 of them played 5 test categories. And while Tom Entwistle does the maths on how many matches that is over the weekend, Mohammed starts to break down this right-hand side for GB Mixed Open.
No time for maths when the game is off to a flyer already. Great little line break.
What a piece of brilliance from Hamad. And I hear that actually GB got themselves up early in the 4th test of the series between these two sides. In the end, the Irish were able to come back and deliver the result that they'd done in the previous 3 games. But GB found themselves in the same position at UCD last year. They'd lost 4 tests coming into the final one, a dead rubber. So it would have seemed. But GB pulled off a fantastic victory on that occasion. And if men like Alex Ryan have anything to do with it, they will be after the same thing on this occasion. Keegan Bradley. That ball, you'll notice, was well over head height, but the fact is that he had kicked it into the ground first. As long as it doesn't go above shoulder height of the referee before that first bounce, the kick is allowed to continue. So really good technique from Bradley, that.
Yeah, I think it's something the Irish employ a lot. Matt Kennison, who we would hopefully see in this game, a big proponent of that. Angling the ball in terms of the moving into your kicking pattern. And they do a kick-off really well too, to get that ball to kind of stay low, and then kick up. Or if you hit it into the floor straight away, the bounces can be very unpredictable and difficult to deal with.
Lampkin did well chasing that ball back, and Ryan has already got GB moving forwards once again. Owen Evans trying to find a way of kicking through the middle. He's got to get to that ball himself. There's a moment where Willow Ingleton was going for it, but she would have been offside had she done so. In the end, a bit of a contest for the ball between Ellen O'Sullivan and Owen Evans, and it's O'Sullivan who's the one who comes away with it. Ingleton with a really good diving tag there. Once again, you'll notice GB Mixed Open proudly displaying the names of, we'll come back to that in a moment, because Ireland are going to get the opening score here. Morgan Coughlin running through the entire GB defence, it felt like, to carve his way towards the try line and put Ireland in a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, pretty comfortable start there from the Irish. Getting some decent field position, looking threatening across the board, to be honest. And a nice little line break, took the sweeper on. Made the tag challenging one for him and then beat him around the corner. That's a great kick-off.
Yeah, Hayden Fry's got work to do, and she did well in the end to get there. So that came bouncing back off her shins. Carrington just stepping right and left. Yeah, so as I was saying, GB Mixed Open proudly wearing the name Maya Brown on the front of their singlets. Maya Brown coming on board this year as a partner of Great Britain Mixed Open and Mixed Seniors, and it's players like Reese Walker cutting through the middle that they are supporting in their journey towards the 26 Tag World Cup. But it's important to remember that these players, the level that they're at, they're all self-funded. They've got to pay for their kit, pay for their tournament participation, pay for training and travel. It's a really big sacrifice that these players make to represent their country on the international stage, and any support is gratefully received, as Ireland will go in for a second score here, and this ought to be in the box for all money for Derry O'Donovan, and it is in the end. The Dubliner racing away from deep inside his own half to score a 2-pointer and put Ireland in a 3-0 lead.
Yeah, I sat alongside yourself and Paul McCullagh yesterday while you called that game, and we were very impressed with Leo Wire in that one, and he's shown he's not dropped his level off at all, identifying that there's a nice big open side, a nice big short side, and he's scooped into that really aggressively, and he's been followed through. Nice little pass over the top, and GB not being able to react quick enough to the scoop, and the threat is just numbers on the short side, and it's an easy run-in.
GB finding the ball, moving to the right and into the hands of Theo Petridge, who selected for men's 22s and mixed open this weekend, and then called up last minute to play for his union side, the Rams, and so had to miss the Saturday of the B&I. He's then made the journey up from Reading. He wasn't even playing in Reading yesterday. I think he was down somewhere in the West Country. He's made the journey up to Nottingham to represent GB Mixed Open today and support his teammates here, and he adds a lot to this GB Mixed Open side. Real prospect for the future for Mixed Open.
Yeah, definitely. He's a good player. Good player, Theo. Very complete and rounded skill set. Still so young in the context of tag and the wider game. Just hoping Ashley Newbold's okay here. Looks like a hand injury. That looks like that might have hurt a fair bit. She's tough too with her Bath ladies experience. She wouldn't be coming off if that wasn't fairly serious. Hope she's okay there.
Change made. Courtney Robertson on. And yeah, that does look to be causing her quite some pain. Newbold heads to the sideline of the Bristol Brabazons in this GB Mixed Open side.
I think one thing that will be interesting to keep an eye on as this game develops, Will, is the two teams' approaches to sweeping.
Well, Ireland once again finding plenty of real estate on this right wing. On this time it was Conor Duggan who was the man sent sprinting down the right-hand touchline. GB just about closing it off, and then a big impact in the middle of the field. Yes. Courtney Robinson down there, and she also looks to be in some pain. It was not deliberate by Thomas Duggan, but he has gone in at some speed there, and you need to be really careful about your running lines as the attacker. It is on you to avoid the contact, and Duggan did not do enough on that occasion. Thankfully, Robinson back onto her feet.
Yeah, not nice to see, but Courtney seems to have sprung to her feet and bounced it off. And Tom Duggan's a fantastic representative for Irish tag rugby. I've played against him in this category for many, many years. He's a fantastic guy, really nice human, and he has the best intentions when he plays, so he won't amend that at all. Also a fantastic player, so yeah, keep an eye on him. Irish number 16, very, very talented. Keep an eye on him around the ruck. He's got very sharp feet and a brilliant skill set in terms of his passing and kicking too.
Petridge putting in the kick that goes deep into the Irish half, and this broken field running is where they've really excelled so far in the game. On this occasion, Josh Heed did a tremendous job to get there and make the tag. And almost a break for Conor Duggan on this occasion.
Yeah, younger brother of Thomas, I believe. We found out yesterday. Keegan Bradley looking like he's getting away on that left edge now with a, well, what I could only describe as a very Keegan Bradley style pass. He's all action. He's a very exciting player to watch. Who knows what could happen when he's on the ball.
Duggan sent through the hole. It's, the GB defence closing just in time to prevent that being an assault on the try line. Bradley, he's going to bring this one back to the left. A bouncing ball. Not easy to deal with. Duggan does well in the end.
Yeah, just on that sweeping, Will, I noticed the conclusion to that last set when GB are looking to kick. Ireland have 3 players in backfield coverage. They're absolutely over-prioritising almost the kicking threat and the kicking option. It'll be interesting to see how GB adapt, because Ireland's kicking game is very strong.
Do you get the feeling, Tom, that that's something that this Irish Mixed Open side do as routine, or do you think it's something that they've decided to do in response to the players that GB Mixed Open have?
It will be a combination of both, but that's a really good point, Will. So I think as Paul was touching on yesterday as well, a lot of these players, these Irish players have been getting experience over in Australia lately. They had a fantastic result recently at the AIC with the Irish Exiles team winning gold in the Mixed Open category. And I think if you watch any high-level Antipodean teams playing OzTag, the sweeping is of paramount importance, because they're brilliant kickers in the game, and you can't afford to just have one player back there guarding 2 sides. We saw that line break earlier from Ireland, but Theo got beaten on the edge, Theo Petridge at sweeper, but Lampkin was on hand, working extremely hard to get back and help. But the Irish approach is much more, we will take the kicking option away from you. So again here, you look, 3 players in the backfield, all covering that kicking option, because they know how much of a threat it is. Theo's a great kicker, Petridge, and so is Walker, so is Ryan. But Ireland are dealing with it in the same way that, you know, is the current sort of norm for Australian OzTag.
Coughlin did really well on his receipt of that kick to then gain a lot of metres up the field. Ireland now up over halfway. This break here is going to result in another score. Do not be surprised to see the dive towards the box coming in from Barry Sutton. We'll just wait for Rory O'Keefe to confirm that is a 2-point box score. Just getting it in for the back line of the bonus box. So Ireland extend their lead once again.
Yeah, another player I've come across quite a number of times over the years in mixed open. Barry Sutton looking really sharp there, and again, just got to have a quick look at this sweeping option. If you've got a guy in the backfield, what are you sacrificing in your line defence? And if they're beaten around the corner, then maybe start having to think about adjusting slightly. Here's the main man for GB. I'm really excited to be watching and calling a game that he's involved in. I think he's a fantastic player and fantastic ambassador for the sport, Alex Ryan.
Gap was not closed there.
Bit of back chat.
Yeah, nothing being accepted by Rory O'Keefe. So penalty is given to Ireland. And it'll be O'Driscoll, his captain, who will take the tap and head to the box herself. Surely there was never a gap there for her to run into, and Rory O'Keefe is in agreement with me. Penalty for Great Britain. So exchanging calls at the moment, both sides, and that's really good distribution from Ryan to Carrington, who's still going. Can he send it back inside to Ryan? Of course it's Keegan Bradley who's the man that makes it back there to get the tag in and a stop, and now Walker continues this British attack up forwards. Hayden Fry will send it infield. Sass switches with Carrington, but just caught once again by Bradley. Ryan with Thornywell outside. Evans trying to make a run, but
so
Ryan with the twist of the hips, he's absolutely brilliant, and then the diving try will get Great Britain on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it's nice seeing Carrington and Bradley go up against each other. I think they occupy very similar niches within their two teams. They're similar players, both very talented. But nice break set up by Ryan. Carrington through, and then looking for options, kept a cool head, recycled the ball. Alex Ryan setting up a bit of shape outside him, set up a cruise shape, and then looked to dummy it, took the defenders on. That massive hip flick, he just gets such leverage on it. And then he's managed to really smartly finish and dive around the last defender. Short kick attempt, not paying off. It's an assault on our commentary booth.
Yeah, the Irish obviously want you back on the field, Tom. They feel that maybe you could add to their attack at this point in time.
No, they never pass to me. They're too good at that. Leo amusingly apologising for sending the ball our way. Another great 50-10 attempt from Bradley. It's just going to come up short, but that's, again, really good technique. Nice and calm, kicking in his stride, kicking with momentum into the corner. And, yeah, you know, Walker is back there at sweeper, but if that angle is on, it's a challenge for Reese to get there and clean that up.
Shame that kick did seem to wake that dog from its nap over towards that corner there. Next week does mean that it's not going to miss out on the contest between these two sides. Number of early scores from the Irish look to be pulling them away, but actually on pitch it is quite a good contest. The scoreline maybe not telling the whole story here, but GB can't be satisfied with that. Can't be a case of we were level with them on the pitch and they just managed to get a few lucky scores. It has to be a case of matching them score for score.
See, that's a tough call from the ref there. So he's adjudged both tags to have been taken late, but he must have seen that Ewan Evans was within a metre of a defender. So if you get the late tag penalty advantage and you have no tags on, the defenders do have to have some chance of containing you, otherwise you would be allowed to run free on forever. But yeah, nice little option, really good collection for Ewan Evans there, and now GVE in great field position to hopefully get another score.
Ryan, trademark.
Here he goes again. That should be a
short fall on him. There will be a penalty. Goes back to Evans. Walker. Far side looks well, until that moment there, I was about to say, looks a happier figure on the pitch today, having his old mucker Alex Ryan back on the pitch with him, and Ryan spinning around, and he's going to cross again. You see here what a difference he makes for Great Britain mixed open.
Yeah, I'm really pleased for Alex. Those of you who've got the pleasure of meeting him, he's just a genuinely lovely young man. and he's very, very talented at this game. I think you're talking about Reese there and close range to the try line. I think sometimes you need to fire shots yourselves. Reese just looking a little frustrated with the players outside him. They come back the other way, and Ryan just really threatening with his hips. Little stand up, stutter step out to the outside edge, big hip flick, and then the classic tag reverse over the try line finish is always amusing to see.
Ireland with the miss pass and working over to this right hand side. The success they enjoyed early in the game shut down on that occasion by Marcus Lampkin. And almost gets there on the dummy half as well, but Ireland working this from edge to edge with real ease and real pace. That does come in the end from Carrington, and we'll come back inside now to Duggan. Shapes for the kick to the left, and in the end goes to the right, but that ball is just going to beat everyone to the try line. And so GB will be able to take this a relieving 10 metres out from their own try line, where Busby will take the tap. And Busby, a man you know quite well on and off the tag field, Tom.
Yeah, extremely well. I've been playing tag with Sam literally since I first started, all of the best part of 13 years ago. And he's someone who very much enjoyed it as a social sport for quite a long time. But I also played age grade rugby with him over the years, played at school. So I played a lot of my rugby with Sam, and it's really nice that he's sort of dialed in now to realising that tag is this great competitive game too. And I'd say over the last 3 to 4 years, he's really driven himself in terms of improving in that capacity. And now he's being rewarded with it, with GB honours, and that's a great kick and a great chase from Carrington. He is so good at those sort of falling over, leaning dive tags. He just seems to make ones that should be impossible.
Yeah, played against him at Brighton Tag Fest last year, and he did exactly that to me on multiple occasions. Didn't have to work quite as hard to make them on me, but still made them look flary, as Duggan is caught there again by Carrington. And Ireland not making a huge amount of ground in these early few tags, which means that Duggan decides to go for the kick. Walker, a little bit casual, trying to field that one. Has it go past him, and it's not going to go all the way to the try line as well. So he is called in to do a little bit of work here, and caught by Michelle O'Driscoll. Decent chase from Ireland, mean that GB are only about 12 metres out from their own try line. Carrington will break here though. Where is the support for him? Well, it's not going to get there before the tag is made by Barry Sutton. And Sass will pick and go round to the left-hand side of the ruck. Campbell there to stop her before she builds up too much pace. Busby to Walker, flings it now to Lampkin. His options outside, but he tries to go through O'Driscoll, and you can't go through O'Driscoll. However, the decision from O'Keefe is that the gap was closed on Lampkin. So, penalty, Great Britain. Walker on to Ingleton. Just for a moment, it looked like she could be away, but Duggan wasn't going to let that happen. Busby, he floats it up for Walker and on to Hamad, who started this game really strongly. Tag made at the last. It might have seemed for a second, but no, Rory O'Keefe is happy that the ball was grounded before the tag was taken. So GB getting another in this game and racking up consecutive scores.
Yeah, really positive signs for GB there. Nice to see Reese sort of exploding into life. Reese Walker there. I think he's at his best when he's really challenging people. This is his first port of call when he's got the ball in hand. I think a couple of phases before that, he's really looking for people to play off him, and Willow Ingleton offering a fantastic line. But if he's always waiting for others around him, I think he's got to use his footwork, because he's exceptionally talented at it.
Rebecca Conway, the latest to take this ball up for Ireland, who thought that they'd probably had this game under wraps with their early 3 scores. Actually, they've just got a 2-point margin now. 5-3 they lead with time expiring in this first half. The kick coming in from Keegan Bradley, and that could have shaped for the 50-10. In fact, it will, as Petridge.
Oh no.
No, he's knocked it back in field and into the hands of the Irish, doing everything he can to avoid the 50-10, but ultimately, same result really for Ireland. Their possession just short the line, and I spoke too soon on only having a 2-point lead. Keegan Bradley's gone into the box. Rory O'Keefe taking his time to award this one having a bit of a conversation with Alex Ryan, but it will be a 2-point score for Ireland. 7-3 they lead, and real gutting stuff that for GB Mixed Open, who could have been heading into half-time just to score behind. As it is, 4 points is the margin.
Yeah, tough timing there, bit of a gut punch. Not quite certain what Ryan and the referee were having a discussion about there, but Petridge just asking Ryan to calm down. Continued discussion here to figure out exactly what was going on there. But yeah, again, a great kick from Keegan Bradley. I think, again, you've got to touch on that sweeping system. Petridge is always having to race that ball into the corner, which, as we've seen there, if the kick is executed well, it can be a real challenge. And in trying to prevent that going for the 50-10, he's played that back in field. Ireland have regained possession deep in the half. And yeah, Keegan Bradley really threatening people close to the line, close to the box, using his big tall frame and the leverage he can get with his hips to swing him and beat those players. And yeah, well taken box try. And like we said, yeah, a bit of a gut punch to GB. They will have hoped to have built a bit more into that second half there. But as things stand, they've suffered a 2-point try right on the buzzer there. But yeah, we'll take a quick break and we'll be back for the second half.
That score 7-3 to Ireland.
Yeah, it was 5-3. That's 2 points. Yeah. I was trying to say it and I couldn't remember either. And Will took the laptop away. I was like, "What's the score?" Yeah.
Well, slight pause there as Ireland received that kickoff, and Conor Burke looking over at O'Keefe, thinking that call maybe was going to be made. Yes, it is. He will continue, or Ireland will continue forwards up towards midpoint of the field, and just escaping the tags here and keeping the attack rolling forwards. And here's the pace that we saw at the start of the first half, and if it wasn't for O'Donovan's loss of balance there, he may well have been able to find Aoife Carberry and send the 24-year-old from Ballynora away and over the line. Ireland coming into the second half with a valuable 4-point lead. It looked like they were only going to go in with a 2-point margin, but a late score in the box from Keegan Bradley makes GB's job much harder in the second half. Hamad caught by Carberry. And Petridge isn't going to get past Conway. A little bit of checking there from Perrin with Hamad that she's the one that should go in at dummy half. Hayden Fry's going to send this out to Ryan, who, thinking about his next task, almost leaves it behind and then hammers it into the back of Conor Burke. He's not happy with the call, but that is it's going to be a penalty, I believe, from the way O'Keefe is walking. It's a bit of a tough one, that one, Tom, when you kick the ball and it hits someone and you end up conceding a penalty.
Yeah, it's unfortunate there. But GB are going to have to make the most of this. So turnover on halfway. Again, seeing a couple of players. I don't think we saw Conor Burke in the first half playing for Ireland. So I'd imagine they'd be in a similar situation to Women's Open in terms of, series 5-0 is obviously the goal, but they're more being focused on testing out their toolkit, testing their patterns, and seeing where their players can play. I think one of the things I've noticed watching this Irish Mixed Open side is again, it almost feels positionless at times, and that's unfortunate. So we haven't said too much of Michelle O'Driscoll's name. She's head in her hands there. Shouldn't take that too hard. She's one of those unsung heroes. But Pet Ridge here breaking. Donovan covering into the corner, but good opportunity in field position here for GB. They need to try and capitalise off this. Alex sweeping round.
Tag made in the end by Ireland, and Pet Ridge send this back in. Nice distribution to Willow Ingleton, who's thought for a moment that she had carved her way to the line. Unfortunately, she's got a bit of a jog back to the mark. Pet Ridge, 2 hands on the ball, trying to keep the opposition guessing. Sends it then to Hamad, final tag of this set. Josh E picks and goes. Will he be able to find more joy over on the wing?
It's unfortunate for Ireland, but good positive signs for GB there. That's going to be a repeat set. Michelle O'Driscoll looking confident and sharp in defence here. She's another one of those players who's been part of this Irish Mixed Open setup for a very long time. Very classy player. Mo going on a little adventure here.
Pet Ridge. Send it back to Newbold, who launches herself for the line. Tag was always made beforehand. So back to Hamad with Ryan outside him. Tries to step inside. This Irish defence needs to be tested more than that if it's going to be beaten. They look calm, they look comfortable in front of their own goal line here.
Yes,
Ingleton on to Hamad. Just steps back the other way, and this is a play out of his best mate Walker's handbook. To Ryan, back to Hamad, twists the hips, tag made, set comes to an end.
Yeah, decent attacking set there, I'd say, from GB. I think one thing to note is just the attention Ryan is drawing. He needs to make sure that players playing off him are alive. Yes, Captain Jeff Sass there doing well to deal with the threat of Donovan coming down that near side edge to us. Yeah, GB looking hopefully to pin them in here. But again, let's just as this set develops, let's have a look at the sweeping system. So line break here from Dario Donovan. And he's just too quick. I think he'll get that to the corner. No, great work from Pet Ridge.
Always in the chase, never gave up Pet Ridge, and we'll be pleased with the outcome there. But Ireland are not going to stop at that. They will keep coming and working this ball quickly to the left-hand side. O'Driscoll tagged by Ingleton. They move from edge to edge so quickly, this Irish Mixed Open side. Again, it's going to be Sutton. Sutton with a little kick and the gather. And O'Keefe will put himself in position to award this try. Often that short kick, as you mentioned, Tom, doesn't work, but when you are as expert a proponent of it as Barry Sutton is, maybe it's in that case it's a decent tool, eh?
No, well taken there. I think all I've been saying about short kicking close to the try line is you need to give either yourself a realistic chance of regathering possession, or you need to put it in an area that's going to force the defensive team to actually have to do something difficult, which is regather the ball under pressure. Sometimes people are just short kicking sort of for the sake of short kicking close to the try line, but that's very well taken by Sutton. Great finish, and in his dive and follow through, I think he's nearly taken out the DJ by the looks of it.
Well, if he has done, then he's going to be the one.
Saved on the line by Lampkin, I think.
Still holding out here, GB. Bradley. Fire it on. One more. Still looking in that right-hand corner, but Bradley with the cutout pass. And that is an excellent try for Conor Duggan. No. Chalked off.
Tough. You can hear the exasperation in Keegan Bradley's voice there. I think, you know, you got to take the rest.
Carrington twists through. Keegan Bradley pointing where he's going to go, so a sweeper knows that he's the man that's got to make that tag, and Coughlin did really well. Evans now on to Busby, and GB with a little bit of momentum here, and the tag was made on Busby before the ball was spilt forward. I think GB would have got the benefit of the doubt, the hand in there from Ireland anyway, but Evans again with pace. I'll come back to this right-hand side. Busby looking at the options outside him. He's got to reach for that one. Good job. Every single limb of his is longer than the average.
Ooh, that's unfortunate. Looks like Walker's just knocked that on in the regather, but probing kick from Busby to put it in behind is that right corner. Walker obviously primed to chase that and try and capitalise, regather and score. It's been played up by the Irish on its way back, but that's made it deviate from the path Walker probably was anticipating, and he's just unfortunately knocked that on in the pickup.
Oh, Messi at the roll ball. Busby not happy, feels that GB should have got the change over there. No call coming from O'Keefe. Bradley.
Another great 50-10 kicker.
Just going to bounce up for Walker to get it. Burke will be frustrated that that didn't quite go in the end. He's done the hard work. Walker appealing for the penalty and not given here. He's really not happy. Heads to the sideline. GB feeling that they're not getting a few calls here, but Keith, the man on the whistle, doing a good job. And Petridge now finds the hole, punching through. He's got to get back to the mark, though. He's got to get quickly back to the mark, because now Ireland's completely set, and the impetus out of this latest attack for GB. Didn't realise his tag had been taken earlier than where he rolled the ball. And Newbold, Hamad just about clings on to that one. And Hamad is going to ghost through here for a very popular score for GB. The first of this second half. Is there still hope in this game for the Great Britain Mixed Open outfit?
Yeah, very much so. One of the fantastic things about mixed is the momentum swings that we are all familiar with in tag, even more exaggerated in the mixed game. I think personally it's the most exciting category to watch. Because of the obvious athletic differential in the players, means there's teammates you have to cover, there's spaces you have to protect in different ways to the single gender format, and it makes it open. And then of course the different scoring systems mean you can make big point swings much more easily, and defending and prioritising certain things is that much more important. I believe that's Eleanor Sullivan on the ball there, who I thought was actually in London until recently, but good to see her out with the Irish Mixed Open side. And Sutton's short kicking again. Petridge, oh, that's unfortunate. What's the referee calling here? Knocked on in the gather by the look of it.
Yeah, Great Britain let off on that occasion. Guess that was nailed on for another Irish score. Had the handling just been a little better. Tricky one to gather. Newbold, hand strapped up since she went off in the first half, but good to see her on the field and catching that ball without too obvious signs of discomfort. Ryan wanted it on the right, but so did Lampkin on the left. He sends it back to Ryan, and not really the right option in the end. The play breaks down. Perrin forced to make a quick tag here on Carberry to prevent the Irish counter. Duggan. Switch play back in the other direction. And still Coughlin's going low and languid. He's just darting through everyone here, and Petridge called into action to make the stop. Sutton caught again by Petridge. O'Driscoll. Final tag of this set for Ireland. Options on either side. They go Duggan's side. They go to Sutton, and O'Donovan diving into the corner, but the pass had already been forwards, and so GB do not concede. 4 points the margin.
Yeah, chance of a bit of frustration creeping in there, perhaps, for the Irish. I think they've had two really attractive pieces of line attack play where that last pass has just been called back as forward. I think they've been right on the border. We obviously don't have the perfect angle on those, but very nice attacking link-up play, and unlucky not to come away to the edge and score. Walker reloading back to Ryan in the middle here.
Ryan hoped he might be through. In
drawn
the
the
end, he
penalty.
does get the penalty. Carrington takes it quickly while Ireland are still running back into their line, and that means he's able to beat Conway, the first defender. Ingleton will pick and go to the right and switch it back to Sass. Carrington's already there to deliver this ball to Ryan, who's got Lampkin perhaps a bit too close to him, and then Walker coming in on the hard line, and that causes the knock on. But we are going to have another penalty given here for Great Britain. Pre-tag on Walker, and Lampkin weaving around trying to find Carrington. Goes back. Conway, she might have missed the tag previously on Carrington. She doesn't this time on Lampkin. Robinson up to O'Driscoll. Hayden Fry finds Walker. Players involved in the West London setup.
Yeah, he's threatening on that line back against the grain. Marcus Lampkin, very dangerous hits. But I think this Ireland team have come up against him for a number of years now. They're quite wise to it. The one thing he needs to be careful of is running that short line and turning his back and running into a defender who is set. And this looks like it's going to be played at. An attempt to play at the kick has impeded Reece Walker, and it's going to generate another penalty. Just like to see him try and channel some of this frustration into really doubling down and playing hard. That's more like it. That's way better. Really challenge the line there. That's what we're going to see from Walker linking up with Ryan. He needs to channel his frustration into a performance here.
Robinson on to Lampkin. He spins. He throws himself over the line. Tag made by O'Donovan already, however. Walker back in position at first receiver. Robinson picks and goes. It's not a gap there for her to run into, but in fact it's closing is the call. And
that's a number of penalties, Will. I think we could see, yeah.
Yeah, O'Donovan's going to be sent. And on the try line, that means he's got quite a big jog ahead of him. He's got to stand behind the bonus box at the other end of the field. Not really what you want to do after 4.5 matches over the weekend. GB with a great opportunity here. A player up for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, and a player important as Donovan to the Irish setup. He's often sweeping for them. He's extremely athletic, and with him down, they're going to struggle to contain this GB mixed open side, who have a really good chance of getting another score here and taking this game close. And that's a try, Carrington.
Opportunist snipe around the ruck, gets the single pointer for Great Britain. Margin down to 3, and still time on the sin bin. Donovan frustrated having to wait there.
That's great opportunistic score. You can see the GB players just having a quick discussion. They need to push the pace of the game here because sin bins in tag rugby are at the referee's discretion. That was a cumulative penalty rather than cynical play, so it won't be too long before he's back joining them. They need a good kick-off here, and Ryan has delivered. Michelle O'Driscoll has done her best to play with that, and she's done well.
Good supports there as O'Sullivan was behind her when she made contact with the ball, so he was allowed to run forwards and take it. Newbold with the tag, and Bradley will send this to the left. And Ireland, you can see already, they're not rushing the play at all. They're happy to just safely go through this set while they have the ball in hand. GB obviously cannot score. They're using up valuable time on the sin bin. Just stepping past Sass there, almost went Connor Duggan, but she did manage to scramble back and make the tag in the end. Driscoll to Bradley. Bradley will look for the 50-10. It's going to come up just short. So GB will take over in possession. Still 8 against 7 at this point in time.
Yeah, it's very likely it's only one more set that Ireland are playing a player down here. And the absolute worst thing that could have happened there is Ireland stall by time in their set and then hit a good kick. It was a great effort from Keegan Bradley, but Reece had that covered in plenty of time that time, coming up just short of the 50. But yeah, GB need to make the most of this down advantage now.
And a penalty there for short ball. So as they find themselves down to 7 players, Ireland still infringing. But GB a little over-eager, knocking that ball on. And Ireland will be able to see out this sin bin period now, I'm sure, with only the single point conceded. However, it does mean that GB are within a score. It does need to be the maximum, a female box try, if they are to level things up. But It will give them confidence knowing that it is not beyond the bounds of possibility. Bradley goes himself from the ruck and caught by Josh Eade.
Yeah, really unfortunate that GB turned that ball over. I think you just need a bit more game awareness as a collective, as a team there. Make sure your players are playing to their strengths. Liv Lampkin, a very strong winger, but taking the tap on a repeat set with a man advantage and then throwing a pass just behind the shoulder. This is going to be an interesting call. Great tag, I believe. Yeah, Reese has done really well there.
So Duggan brought back, and Bradley wants to make sure that the players are on the line. No try is going to be awarded there. Keegan Bradley going for a bit of a rugby union style one. It's never going to have much chance of scoring.
Yeah, I think Walker actually did well there. Obviously making the cover tag initially to prevent a try. It's extremely hard to defend, as it is in contact, in fairness, when you're that close to the try line. With tag, what you have to do is to occupy the space that would be the attacker's shortest pass from the try line. Great little scoot in.
Tag just falling away there as this sin bin period has actually gone on for quite a long time, and GB still have the player advantage. Can they find somewhere to take advantage with Alex Ryan? Surely they can, but no. Tag meters from the line. He's got to get back to the mark quickly. Time will expire very soon. You can see O'Keefe looking at his watch, deciding when to bring O'Donovan back onto the park. Eade not able to hold on to that one, and Ireland see it out again.
Yeah, I think that's just characteristic of some of the periods in this game where GB perhaps haven't been playing to their strengths there. I understand what Walker's looking for, but that's asking a lot of Eade there to absolutely hit that at massive pace. You know, missed tags are great, and you can challenge people by running short lines, but that's it's a 50-50 at best, just firing it out to him there. I'd love Reece to see Reece in that situation sit a lot deeper, draw defenders up to him, and then use his footwork to explode out, and then create the players outside him, rather than demanding that they create for him.
And Donovan back on the park. O'Keefe calling him on, dropping his tags on the ground. So Ireland back to a full complement as they knock this ball downfield to Hamad. He's beaten the first line of defence, and then there's a clear contact call coming in. Keegan Bradley looks like he actually quite enjoyed that one as he runs back into the line.
Yeah, I think you're spot on there. Well, referee just needs to keep a bit of a handle of this. The momentum in terms of penalty count is astonishingly in favour of GB here. We've had that one sin bin, and that was fairly heavy contact there. Obviously, seemed to have been initiated by the defence. You'd like to see Ireland either adjust or be punished for playing in the cynical manner that they are currently.
They're really trying to shut this game down, knowing that GB do have the opportunity of coming back in this one. Walker puts in the kick for Hamad to chase. Oh, and that has actually gone to hand. And if it wasn't for Coughlin, Hamad would be over. Ingleton feeds Walker. Busby outside, the miss pass to Eade, and from that range, he can take the hard ball. From that range, he can score. GB are within 2.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I think that's much more what both we in the commentary and I think all the fans and the teammates of Reece Walker want to see. Being creative there, looking to his mate Hamad on the outside, put the kick in behind for him, and then generating movement with his footwork before distributing, giving Josh Eade a much better chance to take that short ball and then get the pass and score. Unfortunately, this is last play called by the referee, so that will be all she wrote. Let's see what Ireland do on the final play. They're going to be calm and settle it down and take that into touch.
Well, the mixed open contest comes to an end here. It will be a 5-0 series whitewash for Ireland, but lots of positives for Great Britain to take away, especially in their final 2 games of the series. And obviously, you weren't able to see their 4th game of the day, Tom, but this one here, what will be some of the things that you think will be brought up in their team huddle as they head to the sidelines here that they need to focus on and take into next year?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of positives, to be honest. I think the big thing is there seems to be a bit of a disconnect within the squad of how people are supposed to interact with their teammates and what you're supposed to do in certain areas of the field. I think possibly a bit more clarity on what people's jobs are in what areas would go a long way. You've got some real star power and firepower in that squad, and you want to make the most of them, but I think you need clarity on who does what and where in order to get the best out of those players. But yeah, another series for maturing, for learning, for the mixed open side. You know, God knows I've been there many times on the receiving end of some pummelings from the Irish, and it's tough. I think mixed open as a category can feel the most punishing at times, just to the nature of how the scores can really get away from you, how games can accelerate, and how at times it can feel like there's no solutions to stopping the momentum. But yeah, like I say, lots of positives. I think there's some nice touches in there. There's some good players with some good core skills, and then you just stick at it and just slightly reassess what the roles and responsibilities are of each player, and take it from there.
And of course, congratulations to Ireland Mixed Open, who do what Great Britain were able to do in the Women's Open. And the Men's Open, they whitewash their opposition, and they're looking really good just over a year out from the World Cup, even with Matty Kennison having to limp over to the sideline there. Let's bring you up to speed with all the results from across the categories and across the weekend. This, of course, the first time that 11 different categories counted towards the British and Irish Cup, and it was done so on a points basis. 3 categories, it counted for 1 point each, were all played out yesterday. Just 3 tests between those sides. The men's 50s, well, they shared a win, a loss and a draw between them, so half a point went to either country in that one.
Game 3 well worth a replay for that series, an absolute thriller, Game 3 in the men's 50s.
Yeah, it was a really entertaining fixture, that one, with Ireland managing to win to save the series. The men's 22s, that was taken 3-0 by Ireland, with the women's 22s taken 2-1 by Great Britain. It meant points from yesterday were completely shared, 1-1. The Masters categories, well, we have the result in from the men's Masters, and Great Britain have taken that one. 2 wins and a loss for them, 2 games drawn, showing just how closely matched the teams were in that one. It was a draw last year, and so GB will be very pleased to get up there. Women's Masters, well, we're still awaiting the final result there, but we know that the best Ireland can achieve is a drawn series. The worst that the result could be for GB there. So we'll be bringing you that result as soon as we have it, potentially on social media. Those categories each worth 2 points to the overall standing. So GB taking at least 2 from men's Masters and at least 1 from women's Masters with those results. Then on to seniors and opens. Well, each of these categories worth 3 points to the team that won it. Ireland men's seniors just coming through in the end in Game 5 in what was an engrossing contest between those two sides, and probably the pick of the bunch if you were to rewatch a full 5-game series of the weekend. So Ireland taking 3 points there. GB winning by at least 4 games to 0, maybe 4-1, maybe 5-0. We'll have to bring you the result of the final mixed seniors game, but GB getting the 3 points in that category, as they did in women's seniors, where they won 3 matches and drew 2. So it's all square 0-0 after the matches yesterday, and then GB winning all 3 today. On to the mixed open category, where we know that Ireland took the 3 points there, and we know that GB took the 3 points in each of women's open and men's open. Tom has been doing the maths in his head, but I won't put him on the spot here. I can confirm that Great Britain are the 2025 British and Irish Cup champions, and while we say this every year, it is a historic first for Great Britain in that it is the first time they have won 3 British and Irish Cups on the bounce. 2023 in London, 2024 in Dublin, and 2025. And I think we're going to have to look at the record books, but I think Great Britain's most comprehensive victory yet, with draws or wins in almost all of the 11 categories. So congratulations to Great Britain. Well played to Ireland over the weekend. Tom, give me a line to sum up the B&I experience for yourself as a player and as a co-commentator.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do the commentary first. It's been a first for me. Really pleasurable and enjoyable experience to be alongside you in the booth, Will. You're the consummate professional, and it's been good fun to call this alongside with you and have a few laughs along the way. So yeah, very much enjoyed that. In terms of playing, I think it's been a fantastic event. Really great facilities here at Nottingham University, which has been fantastic. We've had excellent weather, which is not always guaranteed in the UK, as well as Ireland, so it's nice to have a B&I with no rain after last year, which was wet and wild and windy. And then in terms of my own team's playing performance, yeah, massive steps forward. So really, really proud of the team and what we've accomplished. Yeah, a bit gutted to not quite get over the line and lose that series 3-2. But yeah, as always, it's been a brilliant event. It's nice to see the entire community, both GB and Ireland, out in force and catch up with sort of old faces and friends that you've seen, and see everyone, out in their best uniform and giving it their best shot. It's a great event, and it's nice to see everyone competing hard, but in a nice manner too.
Well done to all the players across all 22 teams that have represented their country this weekend. Congratulations to the coaches and managers for their success, and thank you for their work, not only this weekend but throughout the year. And thank you, of course, to all of you who have watched along at home and followed and supported on social media. It's great to know that the Great Britain programme has so many supporters behind it. So thank you once again for this weekend. This has been a co-production from 24/7 and Cardiff Met Sport TV. I've been Will Shepherd, and we can't wait to bring you more tag action from the Great Britain programme in the years to come.
Terrible.
What,
Terrible sign off.
Can you tell me more than that?
Thanks, Will. That's fun.
Result or anything like that?
I reckon put that up for now, and we'll do some category stuff later. Okay. I have sent you train tickets, you and shit. It's 25 minutes past 6, so you're able to call yourself and do the now to get to the station. It takes 10 minutes to get to the station. So it's basically to your email address that you put on the group yesterday. Where's shit at the moment? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
So basically,